of the Conservative Party of Canada, each with a different message.
I will build a team that is ready to beat Justin Trudeau.
And vision.
It's time for a true blue conservative.
For the party.
Social conservatism is a very, very important part of our party.
For the country.
I will never sell out Canada, and I will always put Canadians first.
This race has been anything but normal. COVID-19 forcing a virtual campaign, even postponing the vote. Now mail-in ballots are in, and tonight's winner will lead the official opposition and hold a minority government to account. The stakes couldn't be higher. The first order of business, a looming confidence vote in the House of Commons that could trigger a snap election, one that could see this leader become the next Prime Minister. This is the Conservative Party Leadership 2020. Hi, everyone. I'm Rosemary Barton. Thanks for joining us here on CBC News Network and CBC Television, and of course, streaming on all of our platforms. In about 90 minutes, we will start getting the results of the first ballot for the Conservative leadership race, which means we could know the new party leader in a couple of hours or even sooner. With a ranked ballot system, nothing is guaranteed, so that's why it could be a wild night, a night of drama. Coming up this hour, we will hear from insiders, current MPs, senators, former cabinet ministers, and of course, At Issue will be here during this hour and throughout the entire night as we wait for these results to see who will become only the third Conservative Party leader in history. The first one, of course, Stephen Harper, second, Andrew Scheer, and now we wait to know the third. But let's start, of course, with our reporters who will be helping us throughout the coverage, covering all the angles. Power and Politics host Vassy Kapelas is here. And from our Parliamentary Bureau, Hannah Thibodeau and Catherine Cullen. They've both been tracking this race in great detail for many, many weeks now. Good to have you all here. Vassy, let me start with you. What are you going to be watching for over the next number of hours, or maybe just on that first ballot?
Yeah, I think on the first ballot, the question is, will somebody be able to pull away with a win? Obviously, like you outlined there, this is a very abnormal set of circumstances. It's very different from 2017 in so many ways. But what did stand out in 2017 is, of course, how many rounds they ended up going. So I think the question is, are they able to pull something out on the first ballot? Everyone I've been speaking to in those campaigns is not so sure that will happen, including especially, I would say, in the perceived frontrunner campaign of Peter MacKay. So, yeah, like I said, I'm watching to see whether it goes to a second round, and then also on that first ballot, where the other candidates place, because that will also give us some insight into where those second place votes might go and whether we'll be seeing a second or third round. So I think the big question right now is anyone able to pull it out on that first one? And if so, is it Peter MacKay?
And the number we're looking for, and we'll talk more about how this breaks down, but it's 16,901 points is what it takes to win. Vassy, how big a moment is this for the Conservative Party, given all the things that you laid out there and the stakes and knowing that there's a minority government?
Yeah, it's a huge moment. And again, I think actually what you outlined in that setup piece is extremely, extremely significant right now in that, yes, this is a big leadership race. It's a crazy time. But what they're facing is what we've been reporting on for the last 7 days. There might be an election in 5 weeks' time, or a campaign that starts in 5 weeks' time, right? The Prime Minister has said, we are going to put our vision to the test in Parliament. There's going to be a confidence vote on this speech from the throne that we set forward. So right away, I think, this Conservative leader, the new leader of this party, has the opportunity to shape what its vision is going to be. But it doesn't have a lot of time, he or she doesn't have a lot of time to craft that vision, to present it to Canadians, and to try and get some momentum to defeat the Prime Minister. Look, there is some opportunity for them right now, as you rightly said as well, given the past number of weeks, and the controversy that the Liberals have found themselves in with the We Charity and the resignation of the Finance Minister. But the challenges are very are monumental as well, right? The Liberals throughout the pandemic were very popular. That's not to say they can carry it through, but the challenge exists, and it could be, I should say, very imminent for the next leader.
Yeah, and they would, of course, need people to vote with them. If everyone needs to vote down the government, and the government, of course, is looking for a party to propel them through that confidence vote. Let me go to Catherine Cullen now. The difference, of course, between this race and the last one, just the number of candidates. Forget the whole, doing politics during a time of a pandemic. So we will have we could have 3 rounds, but certainly not more than that. What are you hearing from the various camps about what they are expecting tonight?
Generally, Rosemary, when I speak to Conservatives, a lot of them are expecting this to go all 3 rounds. And a lot of people are saying it's going to be a very close race between the 2 perceived frontrunners, Peter MacKay and Erin O'Toole. So let's talk a little bit about what the differences are between those 2 men. Certainly, on paper, on the one hand, you've got the Bay Street lawyer who's a former cabinet minister. On the other hand, you have a former cabinet minister who was once a Bay Street lawyer. They don't look radically different. And in terms of policy, too, we should say, again, even members of the Conservative Party on both sides of that particular divide will tell you these are not massive differences, right? They're all in favor of lower taxes, advocating more for the oil and gas sector, stronger military, tough stance on China. So where do the differences come in? This is very much, I think, for the Conservative Party, a question of tone. You could perhaps call it a question of vision. Peter MacKay has run a campaign all about unity. He was, of course, part of bringing the modern Conservative Party together with Stephen Harper. He's really tried to run a front-runners campaign, tried to stay above the fray and be high-minded. I think you could question whether or not there were a few slip-ups on that front over the course of the past 8 months. Erin O'Toole, feistier, more pugnacious. He has labeled himself a true blue Conservative this campaign. He's been asked, you sound angrier this time, Mr. O'Toole, than you did back in 2017 when you ran. He says, I am angrier. I'm angrier about what Justin Trudeau has done to the country. Also, though, directing a little bit of that ire even into his own party, saying he doesn't want the party to be turned over to people who would turn it into a liberal light party. Speaking out against elites, it will be interesting to see to what extent that tone might continue if he wins tonight and he wants to reach out to all Canadians.
Okay, Catherine, thank you for that. Hannah, let me go down to Hannah. Hannah is as close as any of us are going to get to the leadership candidates because it is actually happening at the Shaw Centre in downtown Ottawa, right beside that at the Westin Hotel. Things are a little bit different. So just give me a sense of what we can expect from that perspective tonight, Hannah, because like I said, during a pandemic, all these things are pretty unusual.
Absolutely. It's much different than 2017. I think you all remember being in Toronto at a convention center where thousands of people were on the floor, supporters waiting to hear who would become the next leader of the Conservative Party. Of course, that was Andrew Scheer. This time around, I am in a hotel and downtown Ottawa, and also it's the 4 candidates as well. They are not in a room together. They are in separate rooms in this hotel. Then the results will come out at a building over that way. And finally, the tallying of those ballots are in another building in downtown Ottawa as well. Now, one thing, Rosie, I want to bring someone in here because we just got a surprise guest. It's Lisa Raitt. Yeah, surprise guest. She is surprise. Of course, the chair, one of the chairs of the Leadership Organization Committee. Lisa, how do you think everything went? You have a record number of votes, actually the most in any leadership campaign.
I think we've got a lot to learn from how this campaign evolved because nobody was able to go into the small towns and do the church basement dinners. They weren't able to do anything in terms of reaching out to people in ballrooms, like you said. Only thing that they could do was to engage through either Facebook or Skype or town halls, and yet it worked. It really worked. We ended up having more memberships than we had before. Fantastic turnout in number of voting. So people were engaged. It's not like you bought a $10 membership and then said, oh, I'll get back to it later, and they never really vote. No, they voted. They came out and they voted. So
they
lots to learn.
Those ballots. And one thing it does show is that you can campaign during a pandemic, and whoever the leader is, they will be able to go out there during a potential election and do this. Just quickly, don't have a lot of time. What will you be listening for in the new leader's message tonight?
New leader has to start off by talking about unifying the party, and they will, because that's what every leadership candidate will do, and they've already said they'll talk about that. Then I want to hear about their vision, and I want to hear what kinds of things they're going to bring to the table in terms of taking on the Trudeau government, holding them to account, and how we're going to build towards an election whenever it is.
Okay, it's going to be a busy time. Lisa Raitt, thank you so much. Rosie, back to you.
Thanks, Hannah. That's great. And good to hear from Lisa Raitt, who will be emceeing all of the events as we see them tonight. Of course, this is our fabulous and extremely smart team of reporters who will be with us through the evening. Vashi, Hannah, and Catherine. We'll have lots more coverage, of course, as well through the evening. But first of all, let me bring in Corey Teneycke. He's the managing partner of Rubicon Strategy, the former director of communications for Stephen Harper. And he's been writing a lot of opinion pieces for CBC.ca throughout the leadership race. Good to see you, Corey. Thanks for making time for us.
Great to be here.
So, do you think this race is as close as we seem to be being told by the various camps? Because, of course, none of us really know, but do you think it's really that tight?
I do. I don't think that the first ballot numbers will be super tight, but they could be. I think Peter MacKay will have a lead, but I think the thing that I'll be watching for at least is whether or not he's above 40% on that first ballot. I think if he's above 40%, there are a lot of people in his campaign that'll be breathing easy. I think if he's below that, if the first number starts with a 3, I think it could be a disappointing night. So the challenge is that the front runner rarely grows at the rate that the runners up do further down the ballot. We certainly saw that in the last race with Maxime Bernier not being able to outpace Andrew Scheer.
Yeah, and just so people understand, and we'll talk more about the voting as we go along, but people have locked in their votes. So it's not as though they can see where people end up and then, weigh in based on that. They've made their selection. They've locked in their votes. Let's talk a little bit about Leslyn Lewis, because she hasn't come up yet. And she really could be a determining factor. She was tweeting out yesterday she raised $2 million. A person who has never been elected, doesn't have much political experience. I mean, that's quite an incredible story for her. How much of a factor do you think she will be?
I think she is the big surprise of this race in many ways. And I would argue the person who won the campaign, she's probably not going to win the night tonight, although there is a very narrow path for victory for her. But she's someone who was virtual unknown at the start of this race and has become one of the defining candidates in it in terms of everyone vying for her support and her having a lot of people turn their heads and take notice of her. So if she is able to win, I think most people assume that Derek Sloan is going to fall off the ballot first with the least amount of support. But if his support goes largely to her, which I think most pundits expect it to, if that number pushes Leslyn Lewis past Erin O'Toole, then that night gets very, very interesting. So we'll see whether Sloan plus Lewis equals a number greater than where Erin O'Toole is at. Although who knows? Certainly the O'Toole campaign is spinning that they're going to be first on the first ballot. If that's the case, then all bets are off across the board.
Everybody likes to spin when it's ranked ballots and none of us really know anything. It's really easy to do that.
Yeah.
Have you been making a prediction? Will you make a prediction?
My
you don't have to. I'm just asking.
Well, my prediction is it's going to be very close, and I think the reason why predictions are so difficult to make in these races is because of this point system. Yeah. It makes it virtually impossible to accurately poll. Is the sample sizes in some of these sort of small ridings where there's only a handful of members. 30 people in a riding in Quebec could have as many votes as 2,000 people in a riding in Alberta. And so it makes polling very, very difficult. So my prediction is it's going to be tight, I do think it's largely a race between MacKay and O'Toole, but there is a path for a third-party candidate. If we think back to on the Liberal side with ranked ballots, how we got Stéphane Dion as a leader. Sometimes when there's been acrimony between the two front runners, and there certainly has been lots of acrimony between the MacKay and the O'Toole camps, that can spawn an outcome where the third place candidate becomes a compromise candidate. It's a narrow path, but there is a path there for Leslyn Lewis as well.
Okay. Corey, thank you for that. Corey, of course, will be with us throughout the evening as well to give us his insight and perspective. Thank you. Corey Teneycke, he's the managing partner of Rubicon Strategy, former director of communications for Stephen Harper. Talk to you later, Corey. All right, we've talked about it a fair bit, so best to try and explain this a little bit if you're not familiar. The path to winning the Conservative Party leadership isn't, as you may have gotten the hint, as straightforward as simply getting votes. That's because the party uses a point system to elect a leader. It's something that they determined when the two parties merged merge to form this new Conservative Party. Tonight is actually a contest for points rather than votes. You'll hear a lot about all these points over the next few hours. So here's a short primer on what that actually all means. Every riding in the country is worth 100 points. The share of the vote in each riding determines the number of points a candidate wins. 100 points per riding, 338 ridings, for a total of 33,800 points. To win, a candidate has to win the majority of points, or 16,901. That is the number to watch for tonight. So how does the voting work? Party members use a ranked ballot. That means they can choose up to 4 people for leader, ranking their preferences from first to last. The ballots have already been mailed in and are counted in rounds. If in the first round no candidate gets a majority of points, the person with the fewest is eliminated. Ballots get counted again. Points get reassigned based on members' second choice. That process continues until a winner emerges when one candidate hits that magic number, 16,901 points. So anytime we talk numbers, it's a good time to bring in CBC poll analyst Eric Grenier. I think we explained that well, my producer Phil and I, Eric, but let's talk about how that system might influence results, how it might break down, as we were talking about with Corey there, and lead to some surprising results. What are you going to be watching for in that first ballot round that could give you indications of where things are headed?
Yeah, well, with the point system, what really it shows is that you need to have support from across the country, and Peter MacKay, who's expected to do quite well in Atlantic Canada, where he's from, where he's raised a lot of money, and also in Quebec, is likely to be able to get a lot of points out of that region, those 2 regions, Quebec and Atlantic Canada, despite the fact that there aren't many members there, because every riding is going to have equal weight. So those ridings in Alberta and Saskatchewan, where there's maybe 1,000 voting members, maybe even more, those will be worth a lot of votes, but they won't be worth a lot of points. So as we're going to see the results come in from each individual province, it'll be really key to see what those numbers are going to be in places like Atlantic Canada and Quebec, because while there aren't a lot of Conservatives there, there's just as many points there as there are in all of Western Canada.
Yeah, and Peter MacKay was, of course, he was leader of the Progressive Conservative Party when they negotiated that arrangement, in part to do exactly what you talked about there, make sure that Western Canada didn't have, for instance, more power in the party than the Atlantic. What about the ranked ballot, too? Because that, to me, is the part that sort of makes my head explode, because there's really no way to know how that's all going to shake down, given that the votes are already locked in.
Yeah, and that's what's really key. You heard Corey talking about 40% for Peter MacKay. He needs to be well above that, because he needs those second and third choice ballots from people like Derek Sloan and Leslyn Lewis if they end up going off the ballot first and second. That's really going to be really important, because if MacKay is too far from that 50%, he might not be able to get enough of the vote from Sloan and Lewis. But also something to think about when we get to the end of this race, and because of the point system, is will the winner have won on points but not on votes? Because if we remember 2017, Andrew Scheer actually beat Maxime Bernier by about 6 percentage points in terms of the total vote, but he only beat him by a very thin margin in terms of the points. So could we have an outcome where the person who had more support from Conservative members actually doesn't become the leader? That'll be another benchmark to keep an eye on.
Okay, Eric, thank you for that. Eric Grenier will be with us throughout the evening as well to help us make sense of all these numbers, because I can't do it alone. Thank you, Eric. We'll be back with you as well. We're going to take a quick break now as well. Remember, things kick off in about an hour's time, and look who's here. At Issue, standing by as well, Chantal, Andrew, and Althea. They'll give us their take on what they're thinking ahead of events right after this. Stick around. Welcome back. You're looking at a live shot here of the Shaw Centre in downtown Ottawa. That is where events will kick off in about 40 minutes' time. There'll be a tribute to the outgoing leader, Andrew Scheer, and the first round results of voting will happen at around 6:30 Eastern. The candidates themselves are just nearby in a hotel in separate suites. All of this very different because of the pandemic, but we will tonight find out who will be the next leader of the official opposition. And so that's a good time to bring in our At Issue panel. Andrew Coyne, Althea Raj, Chantal Hébert will be here throughout the evening. And then later on the National, when we wrap up whatever we discover tonight, it does sound, everyone seems to agree on one point, and that is that this is going to be a tight race. So maybe I'll just ask you all what you're going to be watching for tonight. Andrew?
Well, I think you're going to see Peter MacKay as the first ballot leader. I think they're somewhat interchangeable, many would say, but I think you're going to see him as the first ballot leader because he's strong where the Tories are weak. So he's got a more efficient distribution of the ballot. But I think Erin O'Toole is going to pick up more second ballot support. I think it's going to come down to which of those two is the most overriding factor. But the third factor, of course, is the SOCONs are a strong organizational force within this party. They've proved it time and time again, and they're going to prove it this time as well.
Yeah, SOCONs, social conservatives inside the party, and they are largely what led Andrew Scheer to be pushed over the edge in the last race. And if they are supporting Derek Sloan and Leslyn Lewis in large numbers, as we believe they are, Althea, they could have a big deciding factor here in figuring out who becomes the leader.
Yeah, in some ways you could say that the winner in this contest thus far is the social conservatives and the conservative movement, because they have proven that they cannot be ignored. And I think a lot of that came from feeling in the last party convention that the motions that they had pushed forward they were just so close but not quite there, and a sense of betrayal that Andrew Scheer went back on his word in the last election campaign with regards to their own issues. So I actually think that Leslyn Lewis has a wider appeal than just social conservatives, but it is clear that, where people are gathering now in society, it's churches, it's guadoras, it's synagogues, and a lot of new immigrants do share those social conservative values, and the social conservatives are very organized, and they could potentially be crowning the leader again in this election campaign. In this leadership election.
Yeah, they're very powerful inside this party, but after the last election, Chantal, there were a lot of conservatives that I talked to that didn't want these issues to be on the table anymore, right? That they just sort of wanted to put them to bed and not have them, quote unquote, hijack a campaign. So I wonder if there is a danger in that power being given again and seen again from from a strong part of the party, but regardless, maybe not representative of the country writ large, Chantal.
It would probably be wise to wait to see the actual number before deciding if someone is going to be crowning anyone, for one. Two, if the social conservatives were only that, Stockwell Day and not Stephen Harper would have been leader of the Canadian Alliance when the two faced off against each other. So it's not all that simple. Three, I note that the Campaign Life Coalition, which is one of the powerful organizations on the social conservative landscape, boasts that it has recruited more than 23,000 members for this campaign, but it is asking people who are looking for it for advice to not support either O'Toole or MacKay, to just stick to the two, Derek Sloan and Leslyn Lewis. So whether they take themselves out of the mix, the rationale behind that suggestion is that neither of these two considered frontrunners is up to the task of upholding the values of the social conservatives, and that neither is a decent or a by default choice. I'm going to be watching, well, of course, how Peter MacKay comes out of the first round of balloting, but also is Quebec and Ontario numbers, because that is where the party needs to up its game tremendously if it's going to win an election. And those numbers will say something about the appeal of all of the candidates. I would think that you will not see big Quebec numbers for Leslyn Lewis. It's not so much that social conservatives don't have a lot of traction in Quebec. They don't. but the fact that she speaks no French
Yeah.
is the main reason why she has attracted no traction in this province.
Yeah, and organizers, knowing that we'll all be watching for those numbers, have actually put Ontario and Quebec at the end of the list, so that we will have to wait to get a sense of where those two provinces are in terms of determining the next leader. Andrew, we talked after the election a lot about how this was sort of a moment for the Conservative Party to reassess, to look inside itself, to see what kind of party it wanted to be. I realize there was a pandemic, and maybe there is a pandemic, and maybe there wasn't time for that. But do you have any sense? Do you get a sense that they have done any of that work?
Very little. Neither Peter MacKay nor Aaron O'Toole would be the kind of candidates to lead that kind of deep introspection. The SOCONs have always been a force, so that's not changed. I don't think they need to be excluded, but the squaring the circle of the SOCON issue is you have to include them in the coalition, but you can't allow them to swallow the coalition whole. You can't allow them to completely dominate and define where the party stands on these issues. No, the opportunity for that kind of deep rethink has been passed. Maybe they need to get beaten again in an election before that happens. Sometimes a party, it takes 3 or 4 elections, took the Liberals 3 or 4 elections before they turned themselves around. And in the end, they didn't do the deep rethink that people like me were urging upon them. They just got the son of the former Prime Minister. The trouble is the Tories don't have the kind of access to the same kind of talent pool that the Liberals have in that regard, because the Liberals have been, for so many decades, the party of power. So if the Tories are going to get traction or going to, move, it has to be on the basis of ideas and philosophies, and they just don't seem to have wrapped their minds around that yet.
Okay, I know it's been a brief entry foray here, but we're going to come back to you as often as we can, so don't think you won't get another shot at things. Thank you all from dialing in from your homes. At least that part's easy. I didn't drag you all to a different city in the country. And we'll come back to you. Andrew, Chantal, and Althea, thank you all very much. And let me show you again live the room where the results will be announced in about an hour's time. Well, the first round of voting anyway. In about half an hour time, things will begin to kick off there in a very different kind of leadership convention. Certainly, I'm not anywhere near there, so that makes it different for all of us covering it too. Coming up, two party insiders who are not afraid to speak their minds on the challenges and opportunities for the new leader. Lots of coverage here on CBC and CBC News Network still ahead. Welcome back to our special coverage here of the Conservative Leadership Convention. This is what it looks like in the time of a pandemic. That is downtown Ottawa at the Shaw Centre, where events will kick off in about 30 minutes time, and we'll start to get results in about an hour. So a little less energetic and dynamic than we have seen political conventions in the past, but nonetheless, the party working hard to build in some drama, and certainly they have managed to get out the vote. There's been a huge number of people who have already mailed in their ballot. Nearly 65% of all members, which is a significant victory for the party, particularly during a pandemic. And those ballots started to be counted at 4 a.m. this morning. They're just finishing up now, and we'll get results shortly. On that note, let's bring in two people who care an awful lot about the future of this party. Michelle Rempel-Garner, she's a Conservative MP for Calgary-Nose Hill, and James Moore, he's formerly the Minister of Industry and other portfolios in Stephen Harper's cabinet, also a member of Parliament for 15 years. Good to see you both. Appreciate you doing that. And of course, James Moore, now a Senior Business Advisor at Dentons. Michelle, I'm going to start with you. You talked a lot after the election about concerns around Western alienation and sort of the direction of the party. I think it's fair to say that hasn't really been addressed, and none of the four candidates are from the West, which would be a first for the party. How worried are you about that part of it, about your part of the country falling by the wayside or not getting the attention that it needs?
Well, it's a real problem. My constituents are facing an enormous economic hardship. So this isn't a nice to have issue to be discussed for me. It's really about getting them back to work and also fixing some of the structural inequities that I think have precipitated, these sort of 20-year cycles of Alberta and our economy falling by the wayside if there's a federal government that's in power that puts forward policies that are detrimental to our economy. I don't think that the issue of Western alienation has been adequately addressed in the leadership. And certainly I know that many of my colleagues from Western Canada will be pushing hard to ensure that that this issue is addressed in a permanent and coordinated way. We have to be representing this issue on behalf of our constituents. That's the mandate we were given.
James Moore, I know it's only the third permanent leader here, but it is interesting that none of the candidates have roots in the West. And I wonder whether there is some bonus, some benefit to that idea too, because if the party is to grow out of the base that is in Saskatchewan and Alberta and Manitoba, maybe there's an advantage to having a candidate from somewhere else.
I suppose, but look, both Peter MacKay and Erin O'Toole, who I frankly suspect one of those two will win today, although the other two have clearly put up spirited fights, particularly Leslyn Lewis. But Peter MacKay's been a party leader before. He's held portfolios of national consequence and international significance. Erin O'Toole has run for leader now twice, and he's been a cabinet minister. They both of them aspire to be successful in all parts of the country. And frankly, I would juxtapose that with Justin Trudeau, who got elected as prime minister by pitting one area of the country against the other. Neither Erin O'Toole nor Peter MacKay want to do anything other than win seats in all parts of the country, and they aspire to do that. They don't look to wedge one part of the country against the other, and that's always been both of their staples, is a true pan-Canadian continental perspective and to represent those issues. But Michelle's very right. It's one thing to aspire to that. It's another thing to actually put policy forward that people will buy into and that people will have faith in and commit to. And then you as a leader, of course, have to deliver on those commitments.
Yeah, and make sure it's appealing to the whole country, which is the challenge, of course, during an election versus a leadership convention. Michelle, how you came out with some other MPs with something called the Buffalo Declaration shortly after the election, where you voiced a lot of these concerns about the future of the party. How much of a defining moment is this for you in terms of the direction the party takes, whether it be on issues around Western alienation or other things?
Well, I think that it's fair to say that there's a lot of people in Western Canada who think that repealing certain bills or just defeating Justin Trudeau is not enough to deal with the problems that we're facing as a province, because it's very clear that these issues are cyclical. They come, when you look at the Alberta economy after Pierre Elliott Trudeau, huge Western alienation. We're seeing that again now. So what I hear a lot of people saying in my constituency is it shouldn't matter who is in power in government. For Albertans and Western Canadians should be able to be equal participants in Confederation. And the Buffalo Declaration was designed to spur a conversation around what permanent structural changes could be made to ensure that Western Canada is an equal participant in Confederation, so that we're not just talking about repealing and starting bills that see, 15 to 20-year cycles of inequity in Western Canada. And to me, that has to be something that our party champions, is permanent structural change. The context has changed. And that is where a lot of people, regardless of political stripe, are in Western Canada at this point in time.
And James Moore, as someone who has been through, as Michelle has too, different iterations of this party, how big a moment is this, do you think, for the Conservative Party right now?
Well, I think it's enormously important. Andrew Scheer got more votes than Justin Trudeau did last time, but of course fell short. But clearly, I think Justin Trudeau is on the back nine of his time as Prime Minister of Canada. He'll contest, I suspect, one more campaign. And I think for a lot of Conservative Party members, and more importantly, Conservative voters, people who actually want change and want a new government in office, I think they're going to give the new Conservative leader, a very hard look and a very good study about whether or not this person is prepared with the temperament, the stamina, and the capacity to actually lead a G7 country forward out of the worst economic collapse since the Great Depression and through the pandemic and moving forward. So I think this is less about internal Conservative dynamics than much more about representing the country. In a healthy democracy, politics is a reflection of society, and our politics and our party has to, of course, speak to the issues that the public cares about, not the issues that we care about, but the issues that the public cares about. And people are anxious about putting their kids in school. They're anxious about the pandemic. They're anxious about wave 2, wave 3. They're anxious about economic recovery that'll truly be pan-Canadian in nature and that will bring everybody back up and moving forward. So the party has to recognize those needs, and the new leader has to speak to those needs of Canadians while keeping the caucus, the party, and our voting universe united and focused on an agenda for growth.
So that's an easy job. I'm being sarcastic. Okay, I'm going to leave it there with both of you for now, but we'll dip back in as the night continues. Thank you all very much, both for weighing in. James Moore and Michelle Rempel-Garner, thank you. Okay, here's a live look right now into Leslyn Lewis's suite at the Westin Hotel in Ottawa. We're going to have access to a number of these different camps. Her team awaiting first ballot results. That'll start at around 6:30 Eastern. Coming up, how has the race been different this time? How has the pandemic changed the dynamic? The leader of the official opposition in the Senate is up next with his thoughts. Stick around. Welcome back. I'm Rosemary Barton. You're watching special coverage of the Conservative Leadership Convention. Let's go now to Hannah Thibodeau, our senior reporter here in Ottawa. She's got some breaking news around a potential delay, which might be the least surprising thing I've ever heard at a leadership convention, Hannah. But tell us what you know.
Yeah, some bad news. There is a delay in the announcements. They were supposed to start around 6:30. We now know that it has been delayed until 7:30. The reason for that is processing. There are about 175,000 ballots that were cast for the next leader of the Conservative Party. That's a record-breaking number. So there is a delay. They only started opening those ballots this morning at 4 a.m. They only open the ballots the day of. So that's when they start processing the ballots. They open them up and then they start tallying those ballots. So we now know that it has been delayed by about an hour and a half. We are waiting to see if it's going to be any longer than that. We're also trying to get the chair of the LEOC, the Leadership Organizing Committee. She's talking about this as well. And what she's saying, it's taking a little bit longer for the processing. You have to take those ballots, and I don't know if we have those shots, but you have to take those ballots, you have to put them through a machine so that they can be tabulated. 175,000 nearly cast. That's a good chunk of ballots to process. And as I mentioned, they only started doing it and opening those envelopes at 4 a.m. this morning. So there is a delay. And that's probably not, we probably expected there might be one, but now we do know that at least until 7:30, we won't start hearing results, that first round of results for the next leader of the Conservative Party.
Okay, Hannah, you're on the ground there. It's good that you are, because you'll get all that information as it becomes available and come back to us.
Bring it to you as it comes.
All right, thank you for that, Hannah Thibodeau. So just to remind everybody, as Hannah was just reporting, there is a significant delay in the first round of results because of the processing, as Hannah talked about there. There are a lot of ballots to go through. It is a complicated process because they do have to validate the ballots and put them through the counting machines. Now we are getting word that the program itself, which was supposed to start at 6, will now start at 7:30. 6 o'clock Eastern was when we were going to start hearing from the MC and a tribute from Andrew Scheer. That has all been pushed back now. I have a number of Conservatives reaching out and telling me I should get some snacks. So I'll try and do that as we wait for events to really kick off. But this is not surprising. Leadership conventions often have delays like this because of changes in counting, even if it's all been mailed in advance. To talk a little bit more about how this leadership race has played out, let me bring in Senator Don Plett. He's leader of the official opposition in the Senate, and he's also been part of this election leadership committee as a member of caucus. Senator Plett, good to see you. How challenging has this been compared to other leadership races that you've seen? Because you were, of course, president of the party at one point as well.
Well, hi, Rosie. It's good to be here with you. Just landed back in Winnipeg. But listen, it's been challenging, but I want to commend our leadership candidates during a global pandemic for the excitement that they have created. As we just heard, over 175,000 ballots have been turned in out of a total of 270,000 members. That's 65% of the membership has taken part in the voting here. So this has been hugely successful, and that is in no small part to the 4 good candidates that we had, and I'm really looking forward to hearing the results, albeit an hour and a half later than what we had hoped.
Senator, do you know anything about what the delay is, or is it just they're having a hard time with the volume of votes? Have you been told anything on that front?
Well, very clearly the volume has created a big delay, and again, as Hannah just reported, they only started at 4 a.m. this morning, and clearly there's a lot of social distancing involved in the counting, and all of these things. We've never done something like this in a global pandemic, and so I'm just going to simply cut that committee that are in Ottawa counting a lot of slack for the wonderful job that they are doing.
Fair enough. I mean, that gives us more time to analyze what's going to happen before it actually happens.
I've got time to get to my hotel room in Gimli before they start announcing.
Good. Listen, you've been around for a while, I think it's fair to say. Also, as I said, as president of the party and under Stephen Harper, you were appointed to the Senate. How big a moment is this for the Conservative Party that you love so much in terms of moving forward? What are you hoping for?
Well, thank you, Rosie. And indeed, it is a big moment. Clearly, we have an outgoing leader that did a tremendous job for us in opposition. And I want to thank Andrew Scheer for the great job he has done over the last years, keeping our caucus united. We have a united caucus both in the House of Commons and in the Senate. And this is a great moment anytime you have a leadership race. But to have a leadership race, the largest leadership race in Canadian history, more people have cast a ballot for this leadership race than any other leadership race for any political party in Canadian history. And I think it is a great moment, and we will be united under the new leader. We will hold the scandal-plagued Trudeau government to account under the new leader when he or she gets named later on tonight.
Okay, Senator Plett, thank you for jumping off a plane and talking to us. Good luck with your drive to Gimli there. Appreciate you making the time.
Thank you, Rosie.
Okay, good to see you, Senator. All right, and to recap our breaking news, there is indeed a 90-minute delay in the first ballot results. But listen, I've been through a number of these leadership conventions. 90 minutes is nothing. We have lots more to talk about right after this. Okay, let's bring back some of our reporters and host of Power and Politics, Vassy Kapelas, who are helping us through this special. I'm going to start with Hannah, if you guys don't mind, just because she's on the ground and has the latest information about this delay, and then we'll talk about what that could mean. Hannah, let me start with you. What are you hearing?
Okay, yes, so there is a delay now in the start of the program. We knew it was originally going to start at 6 p.m. That was going to be a speech with the outgoing leader, Andrew Scheer. But because there are processing delays with the balloting process, that means it's now been delayed to start at 7:30. And likely the first set of ballots will be at 8 p.m. But let's bring in someone who knows all about this. This is Lisa Raitt, co-chair of the Leadership Organizing Committee.
Yeah.
So this news just broke, Lisa.
Yes.
Tell us what the problem is with the balloting at this point.
So I was over today to see the processing center for myself. So I can tell you what happens. An envelope earlier had been opened already. And what it means is when you filled out this Conservative ballot, you had an envelope for your ballot, and then you inserted that sealed envelope into the envelope that you then mailed. So verification of these ballots happened over the last 6 weeks. This is the day in which those ballot envelopes are opened. They're opened automatically by an actual machine. And what's been happening is that the machine is ripping or cutting some of these ballots. So it goes into step 2. And what step 2 is, in front of all the scrutineers from all the campaigns, they show the ballot on an overhead so everyone can see what the ballot looks like. And then we say, okay, we're going to mark it this way. Scrutineers say, okay, we see what you're doing. And that's what's happening right now. So it's a little bit more than we anticipated in terms of ripping, but there's 174,000 ballots as well.
That they have. And is there any sense that this will be the final delay, or could it be even longer?
That is my only sense. I have not been over to the processing area to get any more information than that, Hannah, but I will tell you that I will let you guys know and keep up to date. I learned at 5:42 myself that this was going to be waiting. I mean, obviously we wanted to get this going, we want to get it on the road, but we are going to look at the agenda and tighten it up more than we had before to ensure that we get this over at an earlier time.
And is there any concern about the integrity of the balloting system because some of those ballots have been ripped, or maybe you have to remark them?
None at all. And I'll tell you why. They have scrutineers from every candidate sitting at those tables. If there is a problem, you would know by now. And there's no issues in terms of everyone seeing the ballot that's been marked and everyone knowing that that's what's going to be happening. And if they want to challenge it at the time, it's their point in time to do it. But now it's just about processing them, getting them in the machine.
And just finally, what about the whole program? Will it now be sped up because of the delay?
Yeah, we're gonna do things a little bit more quickly. We were gonna have some fun going across the country and introducing people, but we're gonna tighten up on that just to make sure that once we start the program, we can get that first ballot to you guys, as you said, by 8:15.
8:15. Okay,
That's what we're hoping for, yeah.
And then if not, you have your tap shoes ready.
Absolutely.
Lisa Raitt, thank you so much for bringing us all that information.
My
we
pleasure.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Back to you, Rosie.
Okay, Hannah, I hate to tell you, it's not Lisa Raitt's tap shoes. It's you and Vassy and Catherine's tap shoes that need to be ready, because you'll be the ones helping me up.
Too.
Yeah, a little bit.
We'll do it. We'll do
a little bit.
I know how to dance.
All right, thank you for that, Hannah. I am going to come back to Vassy Kapelas and Catherine Cullen after a short break because we do want to take one more break before we start our special coverage. Again, if you're just tuning in, there has been about a 90-minute delay in the processing for the votes of the leadership campaign, but we are expected that things will pick up, and they're going to tighten the program down. One of the reasons why they might do that, of course, is many newscasts happen at 9 Eastern and 10 Eastern, so they'll want to make sure that they have the announcement out before that. And another real and practical issue, there is NHL playoff hockey that is looming on the TV as well, and they're going to start losing viewers to that if they don't get some announcements out pretty quickly. So we'll see how quickly they can tighten things up. I will bring in now the host of Power and Politics, Vassy Kapelas. Vassy, you too have done many leadership conventions, and I do remember an NDP convention when Thomas Mulcair won. I can't remember what year that was now. It went on endlessly to the point where Peter Mansbridge and I were talking about a pigeon that had entered the leadership convention center. So probably it won't get that bad for us, but delays are normal. What are you hearing?
Yeah, they're normal, and I'm not so far hearing any major nerves from the campaigns around. I think Ms. Ray Lisa provided a pretty detailed explanation, although a kind of troubling one. I mean, if the machines are ripping the ballots or those envelopes, I mean, we don't know to what degree that's happening. So I think Hannah's question to her was a good one. Does this mean just this delay, or are we looking at something longer, given that there are 175,000 ballots to go through? It didn't seem like there was any kind of assurance that this would be it. So I think we should probably, my guess would be buckle up, because this will be quite a while. Like I said, though, from inside the campaigns, not a lot of nerves around this. Definitely a lot of nerves around the first ballot results, though.
Yeah, and now, of course, they're delayed, and you get to a place where you're waiting for them desperately to arrive. I do think, though, because the ballots, from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong here, I think the ballots just go through once, though, and register every choice that you've had in your ranked ballot. So presumably this is a one-time problem for the almost 175,000 ballots. It won't happen again once they're through things.
Yeah, I think so. That's my understanding as well. I guess it just depends on how many of the 175,000 they're through and how many are providing this kind of problem. However, because they kind of figured it out so close to the start of the program, my guess is they're pretty far into the 175,000.
Yeah, you would hope. Can I thank you for that, Vashi? Can I also go to Catherine Cullen, if you guys don't mind, just to get Catherine to weigh in on what she's hearing as well? Obviously, I don't think anyone's in a panic stage, Catherine, at this stage. But
I've texted that pigeon, Rosie, from your last. The pigeon is on standby.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Actually, I am, in all sincerity, just getting a text right now. The sense I'm hearing is not from the pigeon, just so we're clear. They are hopeful that they're going to make up the time. Some conservatives who aren't sight. There's some groaning going on, and not just because we might have to do a little bit of tap dancing. I did want to talk about one of the larger issues here as well, though, which is the question of the actual final results, although they're starting to seem further and further away, aren't they? But something that I've been hearing from a lot of conservatives, we've talked already in this show about the prospect of this being a close race, particularly when it comes down to Peter MacKay and Erin O'Toole. Not quite clear how Leslyn Lewis will play into all of that, because she really has seen a surge, particularly in the last few weeks, a lot more support growing for her. But if it is a close race, I can tell you quite a few of the conservatives I've spoken to, particularly members of caucus, do say they really would prefer not to see that sort of 51-49 split that we saw last go around, because, of course, and this is true of any party in any leadership race, but it's particularly true of the Conservatives' big coalition party, always that question of party unity. And last time, you'll remember, of course, Maxime Bernier, who thought he was going to win, ended up heading off and starting his own party. I don't think the fear is that something like that would replicate itself exactly, obviously, but just concern about keeping everybody on the same page, there being a clear winner. That said, I did speak to somebody today close to Andrew Scheer who said whoever wins, they need to know, even if it's with 51%, you are not 51% the leader. You are 100% the leader. So regardless of the outcome tonight, it will be about, making an important statement about unity, getting the caucus possibly all together in the same room, if such a thing is possible right now, hugging it out, as one person put to me, but of course, no actual hugging in this time. But really, regardless of where the numbers fall, trying to get everybody back on the same team. Erin O'Toole has already sent out a note as soon as the deadline passed, saying this has really all been like one big Thanksgiving dinner. Yes, there's a bit of fighting, but ultimately we're one big happy family. I think that's a message that you would expect to hear, certainly in the outside voice to the public at large from all of the candidates.
Yeah, I think that's really important. I mean, I think you're right to point out that split from the last leadership convention back in 2017. The difference was it was in the 13th round of voting, because there were so many candidates. Andrew Scheer got 50.95% of available votes. Maxime Bernier got 49.05%, so not even 2% between the two of them. And I don't think that is what caused Maxime Bernier to storm off and create his own party. But it certainly didn't help matters.
My sense was always that he was so close, and we have reported on this. Like he had his plan for the next day. We were actually able to film a bit behind the scenes, and he said to Rona Ambrose, outgoing interim leader, I can't wait for my meeting with you tomorrow. Let's meet. And she sort of said, well, wait, the ballot hasn't been counted. I would say the threat here in terms of unity doesn't come so much necessarily between the two camps. I think the bigger concern for the Conservative Party is more broadly the question of Wexit, something that you talked to Michelle Rempel about earlier, right? Regional divides within the country and the kind of pressure that's going to put on this party.
Well, and maybe I'll just bring Vashi in here before I go to Hannah, who has a guest. And Vashi, that issue of unity, I mean, it's a challenge for any party that goes through a leadership convention. This one maybe hasn't been caustic as some we've seen. A lot of the attacks have been focused on the Prime Minister and not one another. But there has been between Peter MacKay and particularly Erin O'Toole, Catherine talked about it earlier, who's been certainly more aggressive in trying to define himself as sort of a quote-unquote real conservative. And I wonder how challenging it will be to get past that once this is all over.
Yeah, look, I think there were sort of two threats to unity based on what both of you are saying. The first is most definitely regional, but the second is what happened not even that long ago. It feels like yesterday, back in December, pre-pandemic times, when there was essentially, you know, a bit of a mutiny towards Andrew Scheer, right? Yep. Driven by people who were vastly disappointed in their party's performance in the last election. And I know that a different message will be put forward today, but Peter MacKay was one of them, right? He was accusing Andrew Scheer of not being able to score on an empty net. There was tons of acrimony within the party there and division among them about who should stay and who should go. And that certainly has persisted. I think you're right that it hasn't necessarily been as fractious as past leadership campaigns, and especially the 6 or 8 months that ensued after the last one. But there are very real issues, thanks to the start of this party, that have persisted throughout, that are definitely something that the next leader will have to tackle. And I can tell you from my conversations right now, for example, it will be, if Peter MacKay is successful tonight, a chief focus of his speech. In fact, he plans, if he's successful, to travel out west very quickly. Even though the Premier of Alberta, for example, has supported Erin O'Toole, there is an acknowledgement that those regional fractures will have to be addressed, I think, in a more substantive way, as Michelle Rumble-Garner pointed out. But there are always those underlying messages around unity or lack thereof, or discord. Andrew Scheer has talked about them with our colleague Chris Hall and how important they are going forward. It's a real test for whichever leader is at the helm, and you know, it was one of the big reasons that ultimately Andrew Scheer couldn't keep things together.
Yeah, I mean, you heard Senator Plett there talk about how Andrew Scheer kept the party unified. Well, he only kept the party unified because he finally agreed to go. Because I think if he had tried to hang on beyond when December 12th, when he finally announced that he was leaving, that the party would have potentially split. And so it was only by leaving that he was able to keep the caucus on side throughout this leadership race. And that's, you know, a whole another part we can talk about too, because when you gain more seats and you have more votes than the Liberal Party, you know, and you're still forced to quit, you know, I guess some people are still upset at the way that unfolded too, people that supported Andrew Scheer throughout the election campaign and then after. Vashi, I will come back to you and to Catherine as well. Let me go to Hannah, though, now, who has a guest, I believe someone from the Leslyn Lewis team, who is now waiting, like the rest of us, for results, which are, we hear, about an hour and a half delayed. Hannah?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm joined by Stephen Outhouse. He's a campaign manager for Leslyn Lewis. And of course, at the beginning of this, Stephen, like, Leslyn Lewis was kind of seen as maybe the underdog in all of this. But look at the fundraising numbers that you guys were able to achieve. $2 million. That shows people were paying attention to her campaign. What do you think brought that attention?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, I think she's done a great job connecting with the Conservative members across the country, and we've seen her being able, even within the pandemic time, to be able to connect with a lot of people using technology. And we've had a great response to her messages. She stayed very true to Conservative values, but talked about expanding the big blue tent and making sure that all areas of the party are represented, and that she would be a leader for all Conservatives and then for all Canadians. So that message seemed to resonate well, and we've been very encouraged with the support she's gotten from coast to coast to coast.
And you guys had kind of a small but mighty team, and I think for you too, you have to be given some of that credit. You worked under the Stephen Harper government as well, behind the scenes. The mechanics behind it is really important too, in getting out the vote. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, we've had a team that's punched above its weight. Very proud of our team. We've worked really hard. I mean, obviously we have a great candidate, which is the thing that draws people in mostly, but we do make sure the logistics and all the organization is there to get those votes from out of the field and into the box. And we've been pleased to get over 80% of our supporters who we've identified into the box to give Dr. Lewis the best chance possible that she can when these results are tabulated today.
Yeah, when the results are tabulated, we have a bit of a delay. What has Ms. Lewis been doing over the past couple of days? Because let's be frank, on Friday, 5 p.m., it was all done.
Yes.
What do you do after that as a candidate?
Take a little time with your family, get kind of everything together, pack up, come to Ottawa, and have a little time together with her family primarily. So she's been here and just spending some time with her children and waiting for the results to come out today.
What do we look for on the first ballot when it comes to Ms. Lewis?
Well, I think her path to victory, if for it to be there, we need to be within striking distance of second place, and at least. And if we're there or beyond, then I think that she has a great chance to move further up and perhaps even win. So, but we'll just let the members decide.
And are you nervous?
Well, there's always, on the day of, you're always kind of eager to get the results for sure and see what happens. But and of course the delay just adds to that anticipation and excitement. Yeah. So we want to thank all the volunteers who are working hard. Yes, we're very eager for you to be done.
And then finally, if Ms. Lewis wins this evening, what's the plan for tomorrow?
Yeah, so tomorrow it will be, there'll obviously be a series of media interviews, and then we get to work. We head into the office or the OLO and start to set up shop there and get things organized, because there's a lot to do on the party front, on the OLO side, preparing for a potential election in the fall, talking about which seat she'll be running in. All these things will be on the agenda for us.
And who would run? For example, she doesn't have a seat in the House of Commons, but she has suggested how it would work while she's not in the House of Commons.
Yeah, we've been very pleased. I mean, she has a broad base of support, and we've been thrilled with the caucus support that's come around her, and a lot of goodwill, even from caucus members who are endorsing other great candidates who are out there in the race. Everyone has expressed a willingness to work with her. There were questions during the race about how Dr. Lewis would lead in the House if she didn't have a seat, and so we put forward a plan, with qualified and very experienced MPs like MP Pierre Poilievre and Candice Bergen. They've agreed to take on very key roles in a Lewis-led opposition, while she would be leader of the party until she was able to secure her seat herself. So we think that we would have that covered very, very well should we have a chance to go back into the House this fall.
Would she run in a by-election, or would she wait for a general election?
All the questions about whether she's going to run or where she's going to run, we'll tackle that after the leadership's done.
And then in her message tonight, if she is the one to lead, what do we expect to hear from that speech?
Yeah, I think from her speech tonight would be focused on party unity, bringing all parts of the party together, and moving forward and getting ready to run in the next election and be ready to replace the Liberals with a new government. So we'll be talking and reaching out to people who didn't vote for her, people who did vote for her, and to talk, kind of laying the groundwork to expand the party in the next election.
Stephen Outhouse, I want to thank you for your time and good luck this evening.
Thanks, Hannah. I really appreciate it.
Rosie, back to you.
Thanks, Hannah. I appreciate that. Just so people know, Leslyn Lewis, people may not know her. She is, in fact, the first Black woman to run for the leadership of a political party in this country. She hasn't been elected before, but she did run unsuccessfully once, and she has been noticed by Conservatives across the country. So regardless of what the results are here tonight, she probably has a future in politics if she wants one. Let me bring in a couple of people who have been watching this race closely. Melissa Lantsman is a Conservative strategist and Vice President of National Public Affairs at Enterprise. Shakir Chambers is a Conservative strategist and Senior Consultant at Navigator. So good to see you both. Appreciate you being here, especially now that I have way more time on my hands to talk to people and pick their brains. Maybe I'll just start with Leslyn Lewis for you both, because I don't think people who aren't Conservative members maybe know a whole lot about her, and the fact that she has made a big difference and likely will make a difference in this race, if only because she's raised a lot of money. She's raised $2 million on her own. Shakir, I'll start with you. What do you think is going on there? What has Leslyn Lewis been able to tap into?
I think there's a level of authenticity which voters are looking for. She speaks very plainly. Even as a self-declared social conservative, she still talks about these views and has room for discussion. And not only does she talk about social conservative views, but she puts more meat on a lot of these issues, right? Talks about economic policy, talks about the environment. So I think what she brings to the table is just a very frank discussion that I think people are much looking for. I think people really gravitated towards that, towards her perspective, her views, and just her language and the way of conversing with the voters.
Yeah, I mean, she has said that, one of the problems with the Conservative Party is when Liberals accuse Conservatives of having a hidden agenda. So she's tried to be really upfront and specific about her positions around abortion, for instance, where she wants to put some restrictions in place for access to abortion. Melissa, what do you think has made the difference for people sort of looking a second glance at Leslyn Lewis, or maybe a first glance for many people too?
I think authenticity certainly has a lot to do with it, but she's been the wild card sort of throughout this entire race. And that's because I think the party is looking for something different, something new, something that they haven't had before, and to include the views that make the Conservative Party in a real and thoughtful discussion, not one that's sort of mired in for or against litmus test type questions. And I think that's where she's sort of come up and beyond what the expectation around her was, which was very low, to be a real contender tonight.
And let me correct myself, which Phil and Althea Al-Raj are both doing already. Leslyn Lewis is the first black woman to run for leadership of the Conservative Party. The first black woman to run for leadership of any political party was Rosemary Brown, which you would think I would remember given that we share the name. So, and she did that in the NDP. She ran against Ed Broadbent. So thank you both for correcting me. Melissa, let me go back to you because you did, after the election, I believe it was after the election, you wrote an op-ed with your friend, Jamie Ellerton, a friend of ours as well, in the Globe and Mail about the future of the party and how to make sure that some issues are sort of put to bed. Do you still have those concerns? Has any of that been dealt with in your mind?
I think much of it has been dealt with, and the truth is that anyone who wins tonight has a massive opportunity to present a new vision to Canadians and modernize the party in ways that it wasn't in the last election. And look, I think there's a lot of reasons why the last election for the Conservatives wasn't successful. Certainly, the issue I wrote about was one of them. But the new leader, tomorrow has a massive job in terms of making sure that the party, the caucus, everybody's rowing in the same direction, and that they present a real plan for Canadians to potentially vote on as early as September.
And what do you think, Shakir? Has the party, I don't know if modernize is the right word, because I think it suggests that it was stuck somewhere else. But there are some issues where the party could be perhaps more on the same page as a large majority of Canadians who have, put to bed the issue of same-sex marriage, for instance. Where do you see things moving on that front?
Yeah, I'm not so sure the party is having these debates about same-sex marriage or some of these issues that are being brought up by the opposition or even some of the media, right? I think what we're looking at right now is, as Melissa said, in September, we could be going into an election. We know the Liberals are going to have their platform and their agenda put forth. There are conservative solutions to some of the big issues of our time. We just need to articulate these views and ensure people understand these are conservative policies. Here's how we can help you, whether it's matters of affordability, whether it's matters of environmental policy. And I think those are the things that people really want to hear about. I don't think they want to talk about same-sex marriage and abortion. I think those are ballot questions in the next election.
Let me get you both to weigh in on quote-unquote fiscal conservatism, because you heard the Prime Minister last week when he started to lay out his agenda around the throne speech and spending in order to help the economy recover. He also sort of took a stab at people, i.e. the Conservatives, who might want to move in the other direction in terms of restraint. How important a conversation do you think that will be for the new leader? Because it does seem that that's where the Liberals are trying to push things anyway, Melissa.
Well, the Conservatives should make no mistake that this throne speech is effectively the launch of a campaign platform. So it's incumbent for any Conservative who wins tonight, anybody who wins the leadership tonight, to be ready with a counter plan. And that's not a plan of, necessarily of restraint in the way that the Liberals are suggesting. Sure. This is a plan that looks to do something big, do something grand, and set the country in a new direction as we come out of COVID-19 and attack an economic recovery. That's going to be the challenge for the Conservative leader, and to hold this government to account that since the beginning of the pandemic has not happened, including the shutdown of Parliament that happened last week.
And how about you, Shakir? How important do you think that positioning will be in terms of, deciding what the recovery looks like?
Yeah, I think it's going to be very important. I think, and I've said it before on this network, I think the matter of when you listen to Justin Trudeau's remarks, he talks about wanting a safer Canada, wanting a Canada that has more opportunities, wanting a Canada that supports women and racialized groups. Listen, Conservatives want the same things. We just have a different way of getting there. We don't think it's a matter of where you just toss money at a problem and hope it solves the problem. We believe in effective management, efficient management of programs, and we want to be there to support Canadians, but our vision is different. If we want to have a battle of ideas, I don't think Conservatives should shy away from that battle. We should put our Conservative plan on the table and allow voters to make that final decision, tell voters why they should trust us with that ballot.
Are either of you willing to make a prediction?
I'd like to say that the person who's going to get the most amount of votes tonight is going to win, but I'm not even sure about that.
That's true. That actually, who knows? How about you, Shakir?
It's going to be close. It's definitely going to be close. That's what I can say.
Okay, so good of you both to make the time, and it was very nice to see you both. I appreciate it. Shakir Chambers and Melissa Lantsman, thank you. We may call you back because this is going to be a long night. Who knows? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring back our reporters here who are helping us throughout the special, which has turned into a very long special, covering all of the angles. The host of Power and Politics, Vassy Kapelis, of course, and here in the Parliamentary Bureau, Catherine Cullen. Okay, so, I mean, there are so many things to talk about. In some ways, it's actually good to have a little more time because it allows you to dig into some of the issues and talk about the candidates a little bit more. I think it's fair to say that the pandemic certainly changed the way this race was going to go, and it changed the way the candidates had to position themselves, Vassy. But the move by the Prime Minister last week to prorogue as well has also changed the circumstances for this Conservative leader, not because they can trigger an election on their own, but certainly there is more at stake, it seems, and it becomes a little more immediate, some of the decisions that they will have to make after tonight.
Yeah, it's incredibly immediate, right? And I thought both Shakir and Melissa outlined, the size and the magnitude and the depth of the challenge ahead of whomever emerges from tonight, if in fact someone does, victorious, right? And I think actually the way in which you frame it as well, right? Like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, this would be a big day for the Conservatives, but with a less certain timeline, right? Yeah. Like they would have some time to get things together, to articulate that vision that both Shakir and Melissa outlined is so important to hear about, because we haven't really during this leadership campaign to the degree I think a lot of Conservatives were hoping to. But that timeline has just greatly been accelerated. What the Prime Minister said last week, for people who weren't watching 3,000 hours of coverage of it, was that Parliament is shutting down, and when it comes back, he is going to outline on behalf of the Liberals their sort of ambitious vision, is the exact characterization that he used at the time. He will then put it to a vote of confidence in the House of Commons, and from that there could in fact be an election. And I think you heard from, and Melissa said this, from that announcement on, I don't know how you can take it as anything but the unofficial start of some kind of campaign. Sure. I can't tell you how long that campaign is going to be, but I listened to the rhetoric that the Prime Minister used, and as Shakir said, very much saying, this is what the Liberals will stand for, and we've given you some signals, but we'll give you the details, and you're going to have a choice between that and the way in which the Prime Minister and Liberals characterize Conservatives, which is restraint, right? And that's typical, and that happened in the last election. That was a characterization that was, was largely successful for the Liberals, but it takes on a whole new meaning during a pandemic, right? Like we're in a completely different context right now, wherein if your business is going under or you need financial assistance because you've lost your job and restraint is the message that you're receiving, it's going to be a much tougher sell, right? So that changes the calculation for this next leader too, in what kind of vision he or she wants to put forward. Is it all about fiscal responsibility, or does that idea of fiscal responsibility really have to morph and change because of the context that you're that you're up against, basically, and that being the pandemic? I think it's a whole different calculation than, for example, this leader would have had to make a year ago or 2 years ago, and it'll be really interesting to see how that impacts what they put forward.
Yeah, and I think it was Chantal Hébert, and we're going to have at issue back shortly, last week, who said as the Prime Minister positioned things that way, it also then sort of pulled some of the pressure off of the WE controversy, obviously, and tried to reframe the conversation around something entirely different, which is obviously what the government wants to do in the weeks ahead as they move towards that throne speech. I'll get Catherine to weigh in on that point too before I bring in some other guests. Catherine, do you think that will be, I mean, how fundamental do you think that message will have to be from the leader in these early days around how they will position themselves in the weeks ahead, given that we know they're going to be up against it pretty quickly?
Rosemary, I was speaking to somebody from Erin O'Toole's camp the other day who said the election begins the moment he, in their view, takes the stage to make his victory speech. And I don't actually think that is necessarily specifically linked to this particular confidence vote, because I will tell you a lot of Conservatives do believe that the NDP is likely going to be put in a very difficult position, that the conventional thinking amongst Conservatives right now that Justin Trudeau is going to go very far left, the NDP will have to prop up the government. That said, the new Conservative leader, this is going to be the first big moment, big decision for them. A lot of important decisions before that. But how can they possibly support the government? And yet you can see that Justin Trudeau, in fact, is already making the argument that Vashi was just talking about there. We already hear him essentially wedging. He was out on Friday saying, well, you know, some other parties think you should have less. And so it will be interesting to see how the Conservatives try to, I would say, reframe the debate. That's not the question they would want to be the ballot question at all. We controversy as an example, but something that you hear from many Conservatives is don't just make it about the Liberal failures, make it about the Conservative vision, because there has been so much talk about what a transformative time this is, not just for Canada, but globally. We haven't heard that kind of sort of earth-shattering vision from the candidates thus far, but camps are very clear on the fact that the audience changes as of tonight. It will be time for the leader to introduce themselves to Canadians, and if they do have that big picture vision, they need to start articulating it immediately.
Okay, very good points, both of you. I will come back to you, of course, as you can well imagine. Let me go now, though, to Corey Tonight, the managing partner of Rubicon Strategy, former director of communications for Stephen Harper. Corey, you are also hearing some things about this delay. Lisa Raitt saying that it is partly because the ballots are getting ripped as they're going through some of these automated machines, and so then they have to have everyone verify it in the room. And we are told that it will be about, things will start at about 7:30 now. What are you hearing from people?
Well, I guess I don't have an exact time on it, but I guess the challenge is these ripped ballots have to be retaped, and if the machine doesn't read them accurately, then the ballot has to be refilled out in front of the scrutineers and go through the machine. So it's I understand only a few thousand ballots, but how long that takes, I guess, is anybody's guess. I think what's more interesting is some of the tales coming out of the count room. I guess no one who's scrutineering or looking at ballots has an accurate count, but they do get a bit of a sense as to how many of what kind of ballots they're seeing and who people are voting for. And I think there's some reasons for the McKay campaign to be a bit concerned, and I think there's some reasons for the Leslyn Lewis campaign to be feeling like they might have a better night than they expected. Now, it's always a little bit challenging when you're looking at numbers of ballots, and just because you see a lot of ballots, and I think Melissa referenced this earlier. For instance, I think it's just under 25% of the memberships in the party right now come from Alberta. Well, Alberta is about 9% of the points allotted during this, and so it can be a little bit misleading, but the tales being told coming out of the count room are that Leslyn Lewis is having a very good night so far. And I guess we will see whether those little birds are saying the right things or not.
Yeah, and I mean, there are also camps that were sending in clumps of ballots at once to make it easier for members. So, I mean, you may just be looking at a big mass of votes that are sent in by one camp. And as we talked about before, if the points are spread across the country to make things as balanced as possible, it's hard to know what looking at. I mean, I would like to see a ballot, but I would like to be in that count room, but it's hard to know what it would tell you exactly.
Look, a tiny number of ballots from a riding in Quebec are worth more than a suitcase full of ballots from a place in Western Canada.
Yeah.
But at the end of the night, someone's going to be very happy and somebody's going to be crying in their pillow, and that's the way these things always end in leadership races.
Well, now I'm just sad. Now I'm just sad for people. But you're right. There can only be one winner. That's the way it works on the playground too. Okay, Corey, we will come back to you as we get more information. Thank you for that. I'll hope that birds keep telling you things as they find them out. That is Corey Teneycke. All right, where are we going to go next? I think Eric Grenier is also standing by. No? Oh, look at this. Our cameras had a chance to catch up with the outgoing Conservative leader, Andrew Scheer. He will have a tribute tonight, and he will have an opportunity as well to give a speech to members in that room in downtown Ottawa once proceedings get underway, because the whole program has now been delayed till about 7:30 Eastern. So another hour of me talking and telling you what to watch for over the next few moments. But Andrew Scheer did take a couple of minutes on his way in to answer a few questions from reporters. It happened just a short while ago. Have a listen.
What state do you think you're leaving the party in tonight?
A very strong state. When you think about how I inherited the party, we had about 99 seats and received about 31% of the vote in the 2015 election. Now we have 121, 34% winning the popular vote. Nothing's guaranteed, but the party's in great shape, and I look forward to doing everything I can to support the next leader to become the next Prime Minister.
We could be in an election campaign as early as September. What does the new leader need to do to beat Justin Trudeau?
Next leader has to reach that next tier of Canadian voters that we know are out there, that are open to voting for us. We need to find a way to connect. There's a temptation right now around the world to put more and more faith in government and to invite government to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Conservatives know that that's a recipe for disaster. It's with free markets and individual liberty that creates prosperity for everyone. So the next leader is going to have that challenge of how to bring that message forward to the next generation of Canadian voters.
Monsieur Scheer, votre conseil pour votre successeur, on ne sait pas c'est qui, à moins que vous sachiez c'est qui, mais c'est quoi votre conseil?
J'ai beaucoup de conseils. J'ai appris beaucoup de leçons pendant ma course, les leçons pour gérer une caucus, pour gérer une équipe, des bénévolants, des adjoints à la partie aussi. Alors, je vais partager tous mes conseils. Il sera gratuit. Alors, on va voir quel rôle le prochain chef veut que je peux jouer, mais je vais appuyer le prochain chef n'importe qui.
Donc vous restez?
Oui, je vais présenter dans mon circonscription dans les prochaines élections. J'aime cette partie, j'aime le mouvement conservatrice et j'aime mon comté aussi.
Donc en terminant, comment vous vous sentez aujourd'hui? C'est fini pour vous ce soir? Comment vous vous sentez?
Très, très bien. J'ai donné 100% de mes efforts. On a eu des résultats très, très, très bien. Et on a comme une partie maintenant une très, très bonne base pour le prochain chef de gagner les prochaines élections. Nous sommes dans une position excellente.
Would you run again in your riding?
I will be running in Regina Capel. I love my riding. I love Saskatchewan. I love fighting for Saskatchewan issues, and I believe in this party and this movement. And I would really like to be there when we win the next election as part of that team. So I will be running in the next election. Thanks very much. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, that's Andrew Scheer making his way into, I believe, the Shaw Centre, where events are going to get underway eventually. I should point out that Mr. Scheer, who is 41 years old, and I mention that because he's the youngest of the party leaders, has actually won his riding, I think it's believed 6 times, if I'm not mistaken. He started as a politician at age 25, has won 6 times since then. So perhaps not surprising that he would want to stay and run again, even though he will no longer obviously be leader. He will be used effectively in the Conservative caucus under whoever the next leader is, and he has made the decision that that's something he wants to continue doing, representing his riding of Regina Capel. All right, if you are just tuning in, I'm Rosemary Barton here on CBC Television, CBC News Network, and across all of our platforms on what is a big night for the Conservative Party of Canada and for Conservatives across this country, and even Canadians who are just looking to see where their votes might land in an election that could come sooner rather than later. Though the results for this leadership convention, while there were a lot of ballots that were mailed in, it is now potentially causing the party a little bit of a problem, given that there has been a delay now of, we are told, 90 minutes total on those first round ballot results. So we will start to get those first round ballot results at 8 p.m. Eastern. That was supposed to happen at 6:30 Eastern. But as we heard from Lisa Raitt, one of the chairs of this leadership committee, there have been some problems. So I will bring in CBC poll analyst Eric Grenier because he was tweeting on Twitter about how many times we've been in this position before. I mentioned NDP in 2012, but there's other examples too, Eric, of times when leadership conventions get bogged down, sometimes because support is moving around the room. In this case, it's a technical processing issue.
Yeah, I think the most recent one that we were on air for, I think for something like 8 hours, was the Ontario PC leadership race. It took all day to get the results for Doug Ford's victory in that one. But yeah, and if we're talking about a delegated convention, that's where that can take a long time because you do need to get the votes on the ground. You need to get people over to your side. This is one where it should all be automated, and we've seen these kinds of things before, where a plan for election results to go very smoothly end up getting delayed because of an issue with counting. That happened in the New Brunswick provincial election recently when they had these sort of automated systems in place. Once in a while, there's a good reason to have the old-fashioned way of counting.
That's right, there is people actually doing it. So, and you heard Corey Teneycke there, and I don't know how much you can take from this, but he's hearing, and he wasn't giving it all the weight in the world either, but saying that there are people saying, oh, there's more ballots there for Leslyn Lewis. It doesn't look good. I mean, the ballot itself wouldn't really tell us a full story, would it? I mean, even if you saw 50 of them, it would just give you a picture, and maybe you can sort of walk people through why that would be.
Yeah, it's because each riding is weighted equally, regardless of how many members there are. And after 2017, there was a few ridings where the number of people who voted were literally in the dozens. Talking about a riding in, for example, the north or in eastern Quebec, where there's just not a lot of members. And so each individual vote actually carries a lot of weight. Whereas in places in Alberta and Saskatchewan, for example, some of the ridings will have over 1,000 people voting. So if you're seeing a lot of ballots that are coming in from places in Calgary, rural Alberta, where there are lots of members, and we do know that that is one of the places where Leslyn Lewis has done particularly well. She raised the most money, actually, in Saskatchewan. She beat the other candidates. If she's getting a lot of votes from provinces like that, she could have a lot of votes, but it's a question of whether she's going to get a lot of points, because Leslyn Lewis, Derek Sloan as well, had very low fundraising in Quebec and Atlantic Canada, which suggests they're likely to get very low support as well.
Right. So it's not just about getting a lot of support in Saskatchewan. It's about getting broad-based support across the country.
Yeah, and that is what Peter MacKay had fought for when the Progressive Conservatives and Canadian Alliance had merged in 2003. The Liberals also used that system. In the 2013 leadership race won by Justin Trudeau, that's the system they used, but he won with about 80% of the vote anyway, so it didn't matter. But it could be very key. By the end of this, we could, if the Conservatives give us the total numbers, they don't always do that, but if we find out that the popular vote and the winner of the actual leadership race is different. Doug Ford, for example, he took less of the vote than Christine Elliott did in that Ontario PC leadership race in 2018, but he became the winner because he had support across more different ridings than Christine Elliott did.
Just one last question on momentum. I will say the party says that they have seen the largest percentage of growth. I believe this is from your article, so bear with me. In Quebec, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador, and Alberta. That's probably not surprising. But in terms of momentum, is it fair to say that Peter MacKay has the most momentum just by virtue of the fact that there are some indicators of that, number indicators of that?
Well, in the fundraising, certainly. He had raised just a little bit more than Aaron O'Toole running to the end of June, but since the end of June, he raised quite a bit more than Aaron O'Toole. It was the second, who was the runner-up in fundraising. Peter MacKay raised about $3.1 million, Aaron O'Toole about $2.5 million, but Peter MacKay raised almost twice as much as Aaron O'Toole did in the later stages of the race. So it does have the indication that he might have had the late momentum. Leslyn Lewis had some momentum earlier on in the race when a lot of people didn't expect her to have a big impact. So we'll have to wait and see what the results will be. And, a lot of people, everybody we've heard from, no one is willing to put a very firm prediction on this, which I think is a good indication of just how unpredictable it's going to be.
Yes, and you and I certainly wouldn't do that either. So we will stay tuned. Thank you, Eric. I'm going to call again, so stay by your phone. I appreciate it. Stay by your monitor, rather. CBC poll analyst Eric Grenier. Okay, let's bring Adishu back as well. We'll give them a little bit longer in this round, given that we now have a lot more time, too. Andrew Coyne, Althea Raj, and Chantal Hébert, they will be here throughout the evening and, of course, for the National when things wrap up, presuming, of course, they do wrap up. Chantal, I'll start with you on this one. So first of all, we can talk about the delay. I mean, that, to me, it's almost typical in a leadership convention that there is some sort of bugaboo. In this case, it does seem to be technology-based.
And never good news, even if it does keep the show on air longer. There comes a point where people decide that they're going to find out in the morning.
Yeah,
so
right.
We'll see. I covered one leadership convention when after Bill Davis left as premier in Ontario, where the two of the candidates ended up with the same number of ballots. So they had to recount every single ballot to figure it out. Yeah, we talked for a long, long time. So yes, it is kind of par for the course that you get the opportunity, if you're a commentator like me, to say a lot of stupid things.
Or a lot of smart things. You get to say anything that's ever crossed your mind.
It's a mix, but it is kind of typical, yes.
Maybe I'll just ask you all to say something about Andrew Scheer here before we move looking forward as well, because that is where things are going to kick off for the evening with a tribute to Andrew Scheer and a speech from Andrew Scheer. And we heard from him in that scrum, and we knew this, that he intends to run again. He does like to make the point that he grew the number of seats and he grew the popular vote. So what was it in the end that was his undoing, Chantal? And I'll get everybody to weigh in.
I don't think that Andrew Scheer was ready for the job of leader, and I'm not saying that because of his shortcomings, although there are some, but because he'd been Speaker in the House of Commons, brought no experience in government or in cabinet to the job. At first, he was wary of doing scrums with journalists because he'd never done them. And one of the reasons he won was the fact that some groups within groups, rather than the party embracing him, strategically decided to back him. Among those, people talk about Quebec dairy farmers, but it goes beyond that. His Quebec colleagues, most of them did not support him and supported him because they wanted to block Maxime Bernier. The Social Conservatives found one of their own in his candidacy, but all of that does not a coalition to go to voters make. It makes a leader who is beholden to coalitions, to groups that will possibly turn off voters, and that was part of the problem.
Yeah, I remember talking to someone after the election who said to me that the thing that Stephen Harper was so good at was managing to promise just enough to all those specific parts inside the Conservative coalition without over-promising and being, as you point out there, Chantal, beholden to one particular group. And that's how you make the coalition broader, by sort of making sure everybody is okay with your stances. Althea, I mean, that may be true, but he also, Mr. Scheer also made mistakes in terms of how honest he was about a variety of things, and that angered a lot of Conservatives as well.
I'm not sure the honesty issue, whether or not his academic and professional credentials were right, whether or not he had an American citizenship or not. I think those were kind of side issues. I think at the core of it, he had no real message beyond more of Harper. And in fact, most Conservatives did not think that Andrew Scheer was going to win the last election or even be that competitive. They would go out of their way to tell Liberals that they thought that Andrew Scheer was going to lose. What is rather shocking is that the one thing that the Tories around Scheer had to know was going to be an issue during the campaign was the abortion issue, was gay marriage issue. And he never had an answer to that question. He seemed completely caught off guard by it in August before the campaign actually began. In fact, we didn't hear from him for a week until he came out
yeah.
and addressed it. And even then, he didn't seem to have an answer for that question. He didn't have an answer for that question in the French debate in TVA, which I think really hurt him. And so there are a number of these things that just on a communication standpoint, he really didn't have that much to talk about. And on the issues that he had to play defensive on, he stunk at it, frankly. And then the party decided that it wasn't going to wait for convention. They were going to stab him in the back. And I think the tone from Mr. Scheer that we saw in that interview was kind of almost like good riddance. You know, like I tried my best and you didn't want me.
Yeah, I do think as well there was a point, and I think I was more referring to the issue around the kids' tuition being paid by the Conservative Party fund, which a lot of Conservatives were not aware of, and certainly
but that was
didn't.
part of the stabbing him in the back. Like
Yes,
that's stuff that
sure.
came out in December and after the election campaign.
That's
where
right.
it was strategic leaks to hurt Andrew Scheer.
Yeah, and it did seem at that point as though, I agree with you that he was just sort of, okay, I just don't want to do this anymore. I have a family and I just don't want to be dragged into this. I think he said that at one point, Andrew. And I don't mean to talk about a leader who's leaving his job, but it is important to talk about it in order to understand what the next leader should or should not do. Andrew, I'll get you to weigh in on Andrew Scheer's legacy, if there is one.
It's precious little. He was as much a consequence as a cause of deeper problems in the party. He's the kind of leader that parties elect when they're really not sure what they themselves think they want to do, when they're riven by factionalism, when you get a process like the last election leadership campaign and this one that tends to produce these kinds of leadership candidates. And I think you really want to look at that. I mean, the Tories are boasting they've got all these tens of thousands of new members, and parties forever drink from this poison chalice of using leadership races as membership drives, and therefore basically signing the party over to a bunch of people with very little connection or interest in the party, who were brought in as kind of entryists to take the party over, to move it in one direction or another. So he didn't have particular personal strengths himself. We've outlined those. He wasn't a very good communicator. He didn't give the wrong answer on some of these social conservative questions. He just didn't give any answer at all and made things much worse. I think one of the most significant things in Leslyn Lewis's campaign is her line of no hidden agendas. Just say what you believe. Hopefully you have a message that is halfway sensible and halfway reassuring to people, but don't hide and skulk about so that people can imagine the very worst of what it is you believe. And hopefully the party itself will learn that lesson. And eventually, yes, he committed the most unforgivable sin, which was not charging tuition costs to the party. It was losing the election that was winnable. And parties are rarely very forgiving about that.
Yeah, I mean, that hidden agenda card, which I completely agree. I think Leslyn Lewis has approached that the right way. It is basically giving a whole pile of ammunition to the Liberals, too, every time you dance around an issue instead of just being honest about it. So what is the lesson, then, that Andrew Scheer leaves for the next leader, do you think, Chantal, in terms of what they should or shouldn't be doing if they move into an election, or how they unify the party, or what have you?
I think the first lesson is that Mr. Scheer was elected because he wasn't Maxime Bernier, and then he went into an election believing that he would win it because he was not Justin Trudeau. I think the main lesson is that conservative strategists, including those in the bubble, need to look at the voters they need to win over and understand that they do not see Justin Trudeau the way, or do not underestimate him the way that conservatives have, from Stephen Harper to Andrew Scheer to today. And I think that is the main lesson. If you really want to be a serious contender, you can't just say, this guy is no good, so you'll want me. You have to be someone that people actually want to vote for.
Yeah, and put something on the table that you can present.
That offers a choice.
Yeah, exactly,
yes,
exactly. Because it's not as though there aren't.
Choice.
Yeah, it's not as though there aren't weaknesses inside the Liberal Party and with the Prime Minister, Althea. So did you agree that it is about not only offering a choice, but also understanding that just, trying to push a campaign based on, dislike of the Liberal Party probably isn't enough?
Well, I think rarely do new governments get elected. Other governments get defeated. The government in office gets defeated. And I think, that was the main challenge also facing Andrew Scheer in the last campaign. Mr. Trudeau only had 4 years. Is the Trudeau government reaching its expiry date? I don't know, but it is clear that the Liberals, by moving so far to the left, have really opened up an opportunity for Conservatives to reach out to those voters that they say they want to reach out to moms in suburbia, to even urban voters. And so there is not just, I think, to Chantal's point, and I agree with it, I think that there is a deep hatred of Justin Trudeau within Conservative circles that is not shared with the average Joe on the street. That being said, I think that if you mount an argument about why Trudeau is bad, as opposed to just saying that he's bad, that will reach out. That will reach more people. That will connect with more people. I think if Mr. McKay wins tonight, he has the least amount of caucus work ahead of him. If Ms. Lewis wins, Dr. Lewis wins, the caucus doesn't know who she is. So there will be a lot. I mean, she will be the least election-ready candidate that you have. Mr. McKay, because he's a known quantity, he's been a cabinet minister for almost a decade, he has less runway to make up. Erin O'Toole will have to nurse a few bruised egos, but I don't think it's going to be the end of the world for caucus in terms of trying to, ensure that the Conservatives are ready to go in an election campaign, if that seems to be where the Liberals want to head towards when the House resumes in September.
Andrew, your thoughts on what the next leader could learn from the last one?
That you can't just preach to the converted. It's not enough. You can win 80% majorities in Alberta and Saskatchewan. It's not enough to win government. You've got to start converting some of those conservative liberal switchers. If you're going to do that, you've got to start addressing some of the issues that are on those voters' minds, whether it's climate change, whether it's inequality, whether it's racial issues, et cetera, et cetera. And you've got to do so if you want to have a point to your existence from a conservative standpoint. So start bringing conservative principles, small government, free markets, what have you, to some of these questions that are top of mind for today's voters and for the voters you need to reach that you're not reaching now. Which certainly was not what you saw in that last election. You saw basically warmed over Harperism that was just enough for Harper to squeeze out victories. He probably should have done better than he did, frankly, but certainly wasn't enough for a less impressive leadership candidate like Andrew Scheer. So that's the long and short of it, is try to start addressing voters that you need to reach. You don't have to become the Liberal Party, but you have to figure out how to beat the Liberals.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to leave it there for now, but I'll be back because we have lots of time and you all have things to say in spite of what Chantal is worried about there. Chantal, Althea, and Andrew, and you always sound smart to me, so I'll talk to you soon. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Let me bring back our powerhouse team here in the office now, in the Bureau. Power and Politics host Vassy Kapelas, Hannah Thibodeau, and Catherine Cullen. I'm going to start with Hannah. She has a guest because she's down there at the Westin where the teams are hanging out now for much longer than they expected. Hannah, over to you.
Yeah, and you could see we were just chatting here just before we went on air. Sorry about that. I'm joined by campaign manager for the Peter MacKay team, Alex Nuttall. So, Alex, let's just talk a little bit about this delay. What do you think of the fact that there is this bit of delay, and what's it doing to your team?
Well, look, obviously these events, there's a lot that go into them. There's been a record number of ballots, and the party is, I'm sure, doing their best to get through the process. And as we look forward through the night, I know that there'll end up being probably more delays, but if the viewers at home can just stay with us, because we will get there, and we will elect a leader who will be the next Prime Minister of Canada.
Let's talk about that first ballot result. We're now expecting it to be around 8 p.m. Eastern. I have to ask you, what do you hope to see on that for Peter MacKay?
Well, look, obviously we want to see Peter in the pole position on that first ballot. We'd like to see Peter, in the neighborhood of something with a 4, and that will certainly propel us over the line. But look, this has been a very strong leadership race. It's been a battle of ideas, a battle of opportunities for the different candidates. And I think everyone's done an incredible job of getting their message across to the voters, to the Conservative Party membership across this country. And certainly I know that all the work that we've been doing on the Peter MacKay campaign, putting forth our 8-point job plan, winning the votes at the doors, on the phones, it's been an incredible organization across the country. And I know that they'll deliver it for Peter tonight.
Talk a little bit about the last few days. We know everything's over as of 5 p.m. on Friday. All the votes were cast, but you had a big get out the vote team. Tell us what that was like.
Well, look, we had 3,300 volunteers across the country. And I remember last Saturday, I was just so energized. We had 600 people knocking on doors, picking up ballots to get them in. And this week in Montreal, we had over 50 people getting around, knocking on doors in York region, 100 people down in southwestern Ontario, Alberta, BC. It was all over Canada. And when you have that type of get out the vote effort, it really improves your numbers because you're able to deliver those ballots straight to Deloitte and ensure that they're in the ballot box. So obviously there's been some issues with the postage because of COVID-19 and all of those things, but when you can hand deliver it, it certainly helps boost your vote up a little bit.
When you're thinking about at the beginning of this campaign, Mr. MacKay took a lot of heat for his French language skills. When you look at Quebec now, how important is Quebec? There's 78 ridings there. What type of numbers are you looking at for there and how important are they?
Look, Quebec is obviously an incredibly important part of this leadership race. And with 78 ridings and a lower membership, there's lots of opportunities to drive up point totals on the national stage. We certainly put our hearts and our minds and our souls into winning every single vote throughout Quebec and indeed Atlantic Canada as well. We put a lot of focus into the smallest member ridings in the country because that's where the vote totals really matter. A ballot in Bourassa, for instance, can count for 4 national points, and a ballot in my home riding of Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte may only count for 0.1 of a national point. So it's really important on the campaign that you're focusing and fishing where the most efficient vote is. And so that's what we've done for the last 7 months, and I think you'll see those results come out tonight.
What makes you most nervous tonight?
Well, look, I think the thing that makes me most nervous is you just don't know what's in the box. There's always surprises, and those surprises vary in degree. And so we think we've done an incredible job of putting a great vision for Canada forward, one that we believe will take Peter over the top against Justin Trudeau in the next election. But you sometimes just don't know what's happened. And certainly in this case where it's a voting period of about 6 weeks, that can really influence things because what's happening 6 weeks ago and what's happening this week, there's certainly different narratives at play in that time period. So it's not like a general election where everything's coming in at one time on one day or even just the week beforehand.
And then, of course, I can't let you go without asking you, if he comes out on top tonight, what do we expect to hear in the speech?
Well, look, I'm certainly not going to preempt Peter, our future leader, in his speech this evening. But I think you'll see a continuation of a positive message. You'll see a continuation of a plan, a jobs plan for Canada that will put Canadians back to work and will drive prosperity across this country. And I think you'll see somebody who's going to unite the party, who's going to unite the country, and who's going to defeat Justin Trudeau in the next election.
And what about looking forward to next week if he does become the leader?
Well, let's get through tonight and then we can talk about next week.
Okay, well, I'll hold you to that for sure. Alex Nuttall, campaign manager for Peter MacKay. Want to thank you for your time and good luck tonight.
Thank you so much for having me.
Rosie, back to you.
Okay, thanks for that, Hannah. And everyone noticing, I'm sure that Hannah is far more than 2 meters even apart from all of her guests as we do this all in social distancing pandemic times, which makes all of this all the more unusual. Am I going to Vashi? All right, let's go to Vashi to get Vashi to weigh in. I don't know if you're hearing anything about the vote or the delay or anything from the camps about nerves.
Yeah, I'm hearing, actually, the question that I'm getting that's kind of emerging is whether or not this is more serious than we know right now. So I'm making as many inquiries as I can. We knew from Lisa Raitt's, for example, comments not too long ago. She chairs the leadership committee. She's kind of in charge of this whole process along with Dan Nolan, that they didn't anticipate it would be too much longer. But then you just heard from Alex Nuttall speaking to Hannah that there could be more delays as well. So I think there is, from the people I'm speaking with, some concern about whether or not this is a more pronounced problem than we initially might have thought, and whether or not that means even further delays or even questions around those ballots that did get some damage. Because as Lisa Raitt outlined, what happened was it's in these machines that are counting the ballots that the envelope they were in was essentially something happened and the ballot ends up being ripped. So scrutineers have to look at it. There's a whole process. She assured everyone in the audience and everyone who was watching that there wasn't an issue with validity or questions of validity, but I am hearing of some concerns that that is some kind of possibility, and it could be exacerbated in the next little while. So we're closely paying attention to see whether, in fact, in 32 minutes the program does get started, and what that means for the vote counting, and whether or not we'll get those first ballot results out. So that's what I'm trying to inquire and trying to figure out what the official line from the party is right now.
Yeah, and so people understand this is sort of like in a general election where you would have representatives from each camp inside the room to make sure that they are comfortable with the way things are unfolding and that they can flag concerns as needed. And I guess one of the concerns, Vashi, would be, given how tight the last results were in 2017, you would want to make sure that everything was going accurately moving forward in case things were that tight again.
Yeah, very much so, and especially because you're counting for 4, you're counting first, second, third, fourth, right? It's not just one ballot with one name on it, so there definitely is a lot of concern around the validity of it. The camps are all very interested in this right now. It wasn't exactly what they had anticipated. I mean, obviously, as you've outlined throughout the evening, leadership races have curveballs, and most of them come in the form of delays, but especially because this one has to do with the counting of it and with the validity of the actual ballots, there is a certain level of concern around what that means and whether or not there will be further delays as a consequence. Right now, I'm not, just to be clear, I don't yet have a confirmation that there are any further delays, but Mr. Nuttall, Alex Nuttall, was saying that there is the possibility of them.
Okay, maybe I'll get Catherine Cullen to weigh in too before I let you guys go to bring in a guest. Catherine, just to see if you're hearing, because I know everyone's talking to sort of different people inside camps, if you're hearing anything from your side.
Well, what I can tell you is I'm speaking with an official in the party who says that they are still waiting to hear whether or not there's further delays. So I would say the door is certainly open to that possibility, much like what we heard from Alex Nuttall a moment ago. Where this is all going to go, not clear. You know, you heard Alex Nuttall saying to Hannah, let's focus on tonight and not on next week. Hopefully tonight doesn't bleed into next week at this point, Rosie. That's TBD. But we don't know of any further delays yet. We're just, I guess, raising our eyebrows, keeping our ears open.
So here's something, I don't know if either of you can find this out, but here's something I wouldn't mind knowing. If a ballot is not validated by the scrutineers, is there an opportunity to be in touch with the member in order to have it valid? Like, I don't know, how would that work?
No,
or does it just get discarded?
I believe that's what, now I am not a member of the Conservative Party, but that is what a scrutineer is there for, right? Is to determine whether or not a ballot can be legitimately counted. And we would expect at some point in this whole process to find out, as we would in a federal election, if there were indeed a number of spoiled ballots. And whatnot. So I think we're still really trying to precisely understand the nature of this problem. As we understand it, the ballots being torn, and so they have to be refilled out with the scrutineers watching. Were they counted the first time? It starts to get pretty technical pretty quickly in an already technical process of weighted ridings and ranked ballots.
Yeah, and Corey tonight, when he was on, he was hearing it was potentially thousands. I'm not sure if that's accurate, that had been ripped and needed to be looked at. So you can imagine that would also be a lengthy process.
Yes, okay, I know some of this. Oh, sorry, I was going to say. I know some of the scrutineers, in some cases, have been released from the room. Meaning, some regions things are okay. We just don't have a sense of the scope of the problem.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for that, Vashi and Catherine and Hannah. I'll be back to all of you. Let me bring in Michelle Rempel-Garner, Conservative MP for Calgary Nose Hill, who's watching eagerly for results as well, given that this will be her leader eventually. Are you hearing anything about the delays here, Michelle, and whether there's anything to be concerned about, or whether this is just, machines eating ballots and people are trying to figure them out?
Yeah, I mean, certainly my phone has been lighting up over the last half hour, but, from my perspective, I'd rather that we just get this right. I think about previous leadership elections, like, for example, the NDP. I remember, they had just hours on hours of delay with regard to some of their online. So I know that the party has recent experience with this, with our last leadership race only happening in 2017. We do have a third party involved in ensuring that the results are audited and appropriate. And, given what's at stake, I think most of our members are happy to take an extra 90 minutes to make sure that all the camps are positive and happy with the process.
For sure.
Process is very important to Conservatives. So I'm having dinner with two of my very good friends right now. They're just sitting around the table for me, and we're happy to wait to make sure that we get it right.
Well, that sounds like an okay time, actually. I'm happy to wait too. As I said, it gives us a chance to talk. It gives us a chance to talk about more things. Okay, so presuming this will start now at 7:30, maybe I'll just get you to weigh in too on Andrew Scheer, because the program starts with a tribute to Andrew Scheer and how he is leaving the party, because it is true there was growth inside the party, even though that didn't seem to be enough for him to stick around.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the takeaway is that we ended up with more seats than we did in 2015 after his leadership. I know that the party's finances are in very good shape. And, when I think about a leader who, he decided not to continue his leadership in December, he really could have checked out the last 6 months. And that's not who he is as a person. I think he has put his heart and soul into this interim period. And, there may be people who don't agree with all of his politics and stuff like that. But after, as a human being, as somebody who pays a personal cost for living public life, I'm not complaining about that. I'm very honored to be an MP, but there is a cost. And he, he could have really sat back and just said, look, I don't want anything to do with this. And he did, through a pandemic and through a very difficult time, leave the new leader coming in with a party that has, that were well-financed, or ready to fight an election. And, when I think about the work that we've done as a caucus during the pandemic, through a suspended parliament, in situations that have been very abnormal, we've been able to hold the government to account, and he has to be given some credit for that. So, I know, he is a friend. I'm proud to call him a friend, and I know that he has more to contribute as an MP.
So how do you think this is going to shake down? I'm not sure I asked you that before. If you have any predictions on ballot numbers or who's going to win, you might not want to go there, but on rounds and how close this is actually going to be.
Sure. Let's make it spicy. I didn't endorse anyone, so I'll just give you my best punditry here. What I've heard from a lot of people is that Peter MacKay's camp is looking for a very comfortable lead on the first ballot, that they're looking for, a really good watermark being, maybe 40% or something like that. And this has been from different camps who opposed him as well, that apparently he doesn't have down ballot support. I don't know if I buy that based on what I've heard, but certainly a big lead up front for the front one, who would be considered the front runner in the campaign, would be something that they're looking for. Then you've got Erin O'Toole, who's run a very, cross-country campaign, touched on a variety of different issues, and has built. I don't think he was running on a ballot question of who's going to beat Trudeau. He was running on addressing some of the core constituencies issues, like, for example, the firearms community, right?
Yeah.
He's going to have a very eclectic and broad base of support that I think is going to carry him through different rounds. Then you've got Leslyn Lewis. You had Steve Outhouse, her campaign manager, on there. They have run just this incredible campaign. I would not be surprised if Leslyn Lewis carries my riding here in Calgary.
Yeah.
And I think she's really going to surprise tonight. I think that we will go to all three. The thing that would surprise me the most is if somebody won on the first ballot. I just don't think we're going to see that.
Yeah.
But what I'm looking for, MP hat off, pundit hat on, and membership hat on, what my friends Dustin and Miguel here are looking for is that first ballot result. And also, I would say this, the results by region. Is there one candidate that clearly pulled away with Western Canadian support? And if they're not the eventual winner, what is the new leader going to do to address that disparity? So I think if anyone's spinning you that somebody's going to win for sure, I think that they're giving you the spin, Rosie. You're smarter than that, and we're all sitting around eagerly awaiting results.
Okay.
So,
no one. I will be, to be frank, no one is saying they're going to win outright. So I think everybody is in the same boat as you. They're waiting to see how things shake down. Okay, Michelle Rempel-Garner, I'll let you get back to dinner with your best friends, but we'll call back if that's okay. Thank you so much.
Sounds good.
Okay, that's Michelle Rempert Garner, Conservative MP for Calgary Nose Hill, dialing in from her riding tonight. We appreciate that, her taking a moment out from her dinner with her friends, trying to make this a bit of fun because leadership races are fun too. The CBC's Hannah Thibodeau is back now. She's managed to wrangle another guest, which we appreciate too, as we wait for the official program to get underway. This time, I believe you're with a member of the O'Toole team.
Absolutely, and we are having fun down here too, Rosemary. And yes, I'm joined by campaign manager Fred Delory for the O'Toole campaign. Thanks for joining us, Fred. Appreciate it. So we are coming up to finally, potentially the first ballot. You guys did some exit polling. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, we've been exit polling since the voting started. What happens is every day the party gives the campaigns their lists of who's voted, and we've been polling that. And from that, we're in very, very good position to win this. We believe we are the front runner now. I can tell you a few months ago that wasn't the case, but after a very long campaign,
what changed?
Look, we've campaigned very aggressively. We've worked very hard. Aaron has, before the pandemic, he traveled the country, and after the pandemic, he traveled it via Zoom, calling every member and having tons and tons of meetings and just reaching out.
Yeah, talk about those last couple of days, because one of the big things is getting out the vote. How did your team focus on that?
Well, look, we had 3,400 volunteers around the country on our team. We had 700 door knockers out. We hit the doors hard. It's about pulling that vote out, right? Elections are one. There's two parts of elections. There's airborne, there's ground game. You need to be strong in both, and that's what.
When it comes to those first ballot results, I have to ask you, what do you think you're going to see for Mr. O'Toole?
I believe we're going to be in first place, and I believe that when we are in first, we're going to lead throughout and win this leadership. We are in a position where we're a unique candidate where we get almost everyone's second ballot support. Lewis and McKay campaigns, strong campaigns, but we've done an incredible job at getting their second ballot support, which in a four-person race is key.
When you look at across the country, one of the things has been an issue of unity. If Mr. O'Toole is to win this, is that one of his big focuses coming out of the campaign?
Absolutely. We have we have a Wexit movement developing in the West, and we have the Bloc Québécois is back. They were down to unofficial party status. Now they have 30-some seats. So national unity is a real thing, and that's why Aaron launched his campaign in Western Canada as a part of that.
What about unity within the party itself? Because it has been, I think the word we've been using a lot is chippy. It was a bit chippy between camps, and then you have the social conservatives, you have the red Tories, you have the blue Tories, you have the libertarians, you have the fiscal conservatives. How do you bring them all together to make sure there isn't that rift within the party?
Well, look, our party is a very large coalition. The thing is, in any leadership race, it's the political equivalent of a civil war. It's brother versus brother, friend versus friend. It is. It's what it is. So it gets chippy. It's supposed to get chippy. It's a contrast of ideas and views. But Aaron has run a campaign where he has been open to all conservatives. We are a grand coalition. It's how, Sir John A. Macdonald, our first Prime Minister, built this first coalition that allowed this country to be built. So it's something that our party takes a lot of pride in, and it's something that Aaron has truly embodied throughout this campaign.
I think one of the chippiest he got was between the two frontrunners, was with Peter MacKay. Would he try to pull Peter MacKay in to run in the next election
Absolutely.
campaign?
Absolutely, without question. Love to have Peter run under an Aaron O'Toole leadership, no question. Peter has a lot to offer. He was a fantastic cabinet minister. He's got a lot that we would want a part of our team.
And then tonight, if he is to win, which you say he's going to win, what type of messaging will we hear in a speech from Mr. O'Toole?
We'll have to wait to hear him say that, but you are going to hear it tonight because he's going to win.
And what about this week? What do you think this week will look like under an Aaron O'Toole?
Look, there's a lot of work to do. We have a corrupt and out-of-touch Liberal government that needs to be held to account, and we have to get right to work on behalf of Canadians to make sure we're ready to take them on.
Would that be first thing tomorrow morning?
We have a meeting scheduled at 9 a.m. after we win this.
So you're pretty confident.
Not too early. 9 is...
you get to
we'll
celebrate
sleep in a little bit.
Yeah, you get to celebrate.
It'll be 6 a.m. after that.
Okay, Fred Delory, I want to thank you for your time. Really appreciate it. Good luck tonight as well. Fred Delory, of course, campaign manager for Aaron O'Toole. Rosie, I'm going to throw it back to you.
All right, thank you for that, Hannah Thibodeau. I appreciate it. So I think we've heard from everyone except the Sloan team at this stage. We'll see if anyone wanders over and wants to talk to Hannah about how things are unfolding. Again, if you're just tuning in on CBC Television or CBC News Network, I'm Rosemary Barton. You're watching special coverage with all of our reporters and special guests around the Conservative leadership campaign. We are expecting to hear results soon. At least that's what we are being told. The program for tonight had been slated to start at 6 p.m. Eastern. It has been delayed due to some problems processing votes. We are told that some of the machines, they are automated machines that are tallying the votes, were cutting some of the ballots. And so they needed to extract those ballots and have scrutineers from each camp look at them to determine if they could decipher what the results are. This is the same team that was doing this process in 2017, the same machines that were used in 2017. So this is not exactly what anyone expected, given they had experience using these machines. In the last leadership convention, I should point out that about 90% of ballots were mailed in, 10% were done on site. Of course, this time round, because of the pandemic, 100% of the ballots were mailed in, and it was all going pretty well. The Conservative Party was very excited about the high turnout, the high number of ballots it received, close to 175,000 ballots, which is more than they had in the last. 10,000 more people were eligible to cast a ballot than in 2017, so more members and more votes. But they've now hit this bugaboo, and we're waiting to see if it's something that they can get sorted in time to get back on track here, hoping to get those first round ballot results at 8 p.m. Eastern now. The Conservative Party would be well aware that they are up against deadlines for journalists and newscasts, certainly, but also the pressure of professional sports that is airing, whether it be NHL games or NBA games that people might tune away, and that would be the exact wrong thing the Conservative Party would want, right? They want people watching and getting excited about who this next leader is going to be. On that note, let me bring in Corey Teneycke again, managing partner at Rubicon Strategy, former director of communications for Stephen Harper. I might not say your whole title every time, Corey. We might just get to a space where I'm like, hey, Corey. Yeah.
That works.
All right. We've had a couple people now tell us this is the same system that was used the last time round. So I guess that is a little annoying, to say the least, for the people running this vote that they've run into this problem.
Yeah, no, I look, it's frustrating, but it's far from unique for the Conservative Party. It seems like it's or the Federal Conservative Party. It seems like it's more the norm on these leaderships where we have sort of technical hiccups. But if the race is as close as I think some people think it is, although I do appreciate Fred's confidence, then often the scrutineering process really slows down. So it's really unknowable because people aren't allowed in and out of that room and to speak, although some scrutineers were released earlier, which I think is where we've gotten some of our news on what's going on. But the process of trying to determine, especially the location of where a ballot has come from, like that becomes very important because, as we've talked about before, this is chess, not checkers. It's not how many pieces are left on the board at the end that determines the winner. It's a bigger strategic game going on. What we've heard from the McKay campaign is that they put a big focus on these sort of smaller population ridings. We'll see whether that campaign plan worked out. It's certainly in the last two campaigns, one that I was involved with Doug Ford, that was the strategy we employed there to give us victory. We lost the popular vote, but won the election. Yeah. And that was the case for Andrew Scheer as well. So I will make the prediction that Erin O'Toole will probably have more first ballot votes than Peter MacKay. I think that's quite possible. In fact, I think I'd be surprised if it wasn't that outcome. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he would have more points. And so that's why I think some of the tea leaves that we're trying to read coming out of the count room are very difficult to interpret.
Yeah.
Certainly the campaigns have better information than any of the pundits do because they have representatives in the count room. So I would read something into some of the confidence that you're seeing from the O'Toole campaign. But I think there's a path there for Leslyn Lewis. I think there's a path there for Peter MacKay. I think there's a path there for Erin O'Toole. We've seen races, most notably, I mentioned earlier, if you think of when Stéphane Dion won the leadership of the Liberal Party, he was really a dark horse candidate not unlike a Leslyn Lewis situation, someone who was more of a political outsider, although he had been a cabinet minister, he'd been a fairly niche one, to put it mildly. And the animosity and acrimony between the two front runners, Bob Rae and Michael Ignatieff, was so high that it pushed him into the leadership.
Yeah,
and
I mean, very different campaign.
There's an interesting
there was,
scenario.
Yeah, very different campaign because of
different.
that animosity. I'm just going to interrupt you for one sec, Corey, because on the left
Sure.
of the screen, people are seeing. Well, now they're seeing me, but they were seeing there Andrew Scheer and his wife Jill just doing a walkthrough of the room where Andrew Scheer will come in and give his speech shortly, which gives me hope that this will indeed one day happen and that events will start. We are told, Catherine Cullen's being told that it is looking as though things will start at 7:30. I'll let you just end, Corey, on what we were talking about there. Because I get, go ahead. You finish your thought and then I'll have a question.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I think it's going to be, despite the snafus, I think it's going to be very interesting because I think there are very viable ways for each one of the three front running candidates to come out with a win. And what we're hearing is it's very close. So these are the kind of high drama moments that we all look forward to in politics.
Yes,
so
we do.
I'm sitting on the edge of my seat, just like everyone else, to see how this plays out.
Can I ask you, is there, I mean, I don't remember this happening after 2017, but is there any concern around the process, whether it be the point system, which I know was so important to Peter MacKay, for instance, when he negotiated the merger of the party, or the ranked ballot? Like, has anyone ever put up their hand and said, I'm not sure this is working anymore for this party?
Well, I'll put up my hand on the obvious problem with ranked ballots is that they often come up with compromise candidates that leave no one happy. Yeah. Now, I'm not suggesting that would be the case with Leslyn Lewis, but that is the knock on that particular process. I think a lot of party insiders like the old delegated convention model, but I'm not a fan of that, as I think it takes away the voice of a lot of grassroots members, and that's not good. But it's controversial. These voting methods, there isn't a perfect one, and they're controversial. This one in particular is more challenging because of the COVID situation, and it's all mail-in, so it doesn't allow you to have that sort of on-site rally atmosphere that people want. But look, we had all of those things. We didn't have COVID. We had on-site voting and everything in the Doug Ford provincial PC leadership. And we had voting problems there too. And we didn't have a result until, essentially midnight. Yeah. Well, you're right. It is complicated. And as Michelle Rempel-Garner said, it's better to get it right than to try and rush it out and have everybody be upset during. Okay, Corey, you're on the edge of your seat. I appreciate that. We'll come back to you through the evening. That's Corey Teneycke there standing in and giving us his analysis and what he's hearing throughout the evening as well. I think I'm going to the CBC's Catherine Cullen now, who has some information about what the holdup is and what they're trying to do.
Yeah, so Rosie, we've been talking about the tabulator machines as being the source of the problem. It is not the tabulator machines. It is the machines that rip open the envelopes. What is new this go around, and here's where COVID strikes. The envelopes are smaller than last time. I'm told by an official this has something to do with mail delivery, and they needed the envelopes to weigh slightly less, so they're smaller. That is resulting in the envelopes being torn when they're being opened. And here we have the problem of these ballots being, as we were told, ripped up. I am still trying to get confirmation that we're on track for 7:30. I spoke to one person who's sort of involved in the broader announcement who says, they're starting to do the mic checks and whatnot. But I can't get it's on for 7:30 thumbs up from the folks in charge just yet, so we'll have to wait and see. All right, so we'll stand by. I think Vashi as well is hearing the same thing you're hearing, I think, around the complications around envelope size and not tabulation machines. Vashi, what? Well, 2020, you never know. It presents all sorts of interesting moments. Vashi, what are you hearing? Similar things to Catherine.
Yeah, similar thing, just from someone who was involved in some of the delays. So the electric envelope openers, I guess, ripped a large number of ballots right across their creases. So you either split them right in two, the actual ballot in two, or they created a gap at least halfway through. And because of the quantity of the ballots, I'm told it took until about 1 o'clock to open them and separate them from the envelopes. Then for most of the afternoon, a small number of volunteers had to tape the ballots actually physically back together so that they could be fed into the counting machines. And then many of those actually had to be reviewed, which is what Lisa Raitt was talking about, by scrutineers and transferred to a freshly printed ballot to be fed back into the counting machines as well. So that in and of itself, that's a detailed way of saying it's incredibly complicated if they were damaged and when they were damaged. And that ultimately is what led to such a long delay, and I'm also told very stressful for the volunteers involved in it. So I too am waiting to hear. There is a sense that again, from the people I'm talking to who were there, that things might have been resolved at least to a certain degree. So we might be on track for 7:30, but still a lot of concern from the various camps about the possibility of further delays for sure.
Okay, and just so people know on their screen, this is not live. This is some video that the Conservative Party was streaming throughout this process, which was actually great. It was very transparent, if sometimes boring to watch. But this is the process where the envelope is being opened by the machine from this morning. So it slices the envelope open. I think that guy on the left there in the black T-shirt is doing that, and then you can see in that blue box they're showing you parts of the envelope that have been snipped off to expose the ballot. This is not quite as interesting as the pigeon on the floor in 2012 at the NDP convention, but I'm trying to give you the best sense of what the problem is and what volunteers were dealing with as they were opening almost 175,000 ballots. Once opened by these machines that opened the envelopes, which was the problem, according to Catherine, then they would be put into the tabulators that would count the votes, the ranked ballot, because people would have filled out all four choices in terms of each round that they wanted. I don't know, Vashi, you have more to say. This is it's not the most compelling television, but I do appreciate that they showed people a little bit of how it worked, because now we've had a problem, so you can see that this is where the problem may have occurred.
Yeah, exactly. And just to reiterate that, I guess it was sort of like the physical process of having to, once you identify a damaged ballot or a damaged envelope, then remark it, send it through the counting machine again. So I think the big question is obviously what we've been sort of going over a few times is whether or not this is actually going to be resolved, whether they're scheduled to start this program with a speech from the outgoing leader in 5 minutes time. Will that happen? And what does it mean? They had indicated, Lisa Raitt, the head of the leadership committee, had indicated, or the co-chair I should say, that they would truncate some of the other parts of the agenda. Does that mean that we can anticipate various ballot announcements quicker than first? I guess, of course, that also depends on what the outcome of the first ballot is. But, but I think those are all good questions at this point. What does this mean for the rest of the program, and certainly most importantly for the announcement of the results?
Yeah, they had, what was supposed to happen was that they were going to announce sort of per province, or in the case of the territories, as per region. And so they were going to have representatives announce in English and French from BC, from Alberta, from Newfoundland, and sort of make it an event not only for Conservative members, but for everybody to build some excitement into it. It is not unlike what the Democratic National Convention tried to do, but that was over the course of many, many days, I would point out, and with very high production quality. So I'm not sure we have the same thing happening here tonight. It did sound that Lisa Raitt, that they were looking at maybe not making it so long and drawn out per region, because they will know that there are time constraints elsewhere. Okay. Is Catherine Cullen available? Because I think she's hearing something around timing. So let me go to Catherine.
Hey there, Rosie, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, so later than 7:30, but still waiting to hear precisely how long. That might not be a shock, since 7:30 is about 3 minutes away. But they're still trying to hammer down precisely how long this delay is going to be. And I do think, as you say, things are going to be curtailed after that sort of first round razzle-dazzle. If it continues, they'll try to shrink it a little bit. Much like the envelopes, there's some sort of joke there. I'm not quite sure how to get there. Anyway.
Well, it reminds me of the Oscars, where they remember that time that they read the wrong winner, and it became, so we'll hope it doesn't get to that point. We want them to have the right results so we can all know and move on. But I do think they're going to have to change. Yeah.
Yeah, just to think like this, I mean, in some ways, 8 months of a leadership race that was already paused by the pandemic. The vote was delayed, and now in these final few moments, all the suspense has been building all this time, just a little bit more suspense. So, maybe that is sort of cinematic in its own way, although you might dispute that after looking at pictures of the ballot vault. I don't know. But
well, listen, there were concerns around whether there would be any drama or momentum to this moment, which is an important one for the Conservative Party. And so they have those pesky envelopes to thank for additional drama and additional time on airwaves. There you go. There's always a silver lining during these COVID times. Okay, thanks for that, Catherine and Vassy. We'll come back to you. I will bring in CBC poll analyst Eric Grenier. So I'll just update people, as Catherine said there. Was supposed to start at 7:30. Eric, doesn't look like that is exactly going to happen. I would suggest it could start. We could at least hear from Andrew Scheer, and then we could wait a little while longer and talk about what Andrew Scheer said. But let's see when the party wants to get things going. I guess they want to make sure that they're pretty close to having this sorted, and we'll try and find out whether that's the case. Let's just remind people, Eric, what they should watch for on that first ballot, other than the big number, the 16,901, which would give you an instant winner. What are the other things that people should watch for when we finally do get these first ballot results?
Well, I think the focus is going to be on Peter MacKay's number, whether, as you said, he gets anywhere close to that 16,901 points he needs to win, the 50%. A lot of the people have been talking about a 40% mark, that the higher he is over that, the better his chances are of eventually getting enough second and third ranked ballot choices to get over the 50% mark. Below 40%, that's where it gets to be very difficult for him, because everything we've seen from polling and also just the dynamics of the race, people who are voting for Derek Sloan and Leslyn Lewis are far more likely to put Erin O'Toole ahead of Peter MacKay on their ballot. And so that's one of the other factors, is the strength of Derek Sloan and Leslyn Lewis, two social conservative candidates. If we see that the two of them combined are more than Erin O'Toole or Peter MacKay, then there is a chance that one of them could end up on the last ballot. And at that point, it's very difficult to guess how that would all shake out.
Okay, and say, for instance, we did not hear the tallies from each region as they had wanted to do. That would be, it would be hard for us, I guess, to understand then where the support was. Like, that will give us hints as well, will it not?
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't get that information back in 2017, but because there were so many candidates, it would have taken days to probably get those results out. But we will get those results, presumably, if they're following the same pattern that they did in 2017 after the race is over. Then we might have a better understanding of how this all shakes out. But the regional numbers are probably going to be much more significant in terms of their importance than in 2017, because Maxime Bernier and Andrew Scheer didn't really have geographic concentrations of support, which is a little bit different for the party that doesn't have that east-west split. Expecting more of that kind of split in this race, so that regional dynamic is going to be really important. So if the Conservatives do release that information, we'll have a good idea of how it's all shaking out. Otherwise, it will be difficult to understand just exactly what is happening.
And was there a reason they didn't do that in 2017? Maybe it's because there were just infinitely too many candidates in 2017, but was there a reason they didn't want to share that part of it?
I'm guessing it because it would have taken so long. It took nearly half of the ballots to finally get off of the ballot some of those candidates who had less than 1% support. So nothing really changed, if you remember, for most of that process. Whereas here, every single ballot's going to be very, very important.
Okay. So we will actually, even though it would be lengthy, we do want that information because it will help us understand how the winner got to where they are.
Yeah, and I always like data, so hopefully we'll get as much as we can.
Of course, and we hope that for you as well, and we hope that things will happen shortly. Okay, Eric Grenier calling in from home. Thank you, Eric. We will be back to you as we get more information, and if we ever get some results, we'll want to hear from you as well. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Let's go back to Power and Politics host Vassy Kapelis and CBC's Catherine Cullen. They are both helping us guide us through what has now turned into a much longer evening than any of us could have predicted. Although, you know, if you've spent any time in politics, you should never assume you're going to get out of anywhere on time. Never book a dinner, for instance, if you know something's going to happen, because you're never gonna make it. So we'll see what this means for the rest of the evening, because of course we'll have the national coming up at later on. We were supposed to be on at 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll see whether that still happens on CBC News Network because of the constraints here that we are dealing with, and whether they can actually make up the time or not. Vashi, are you hearing anything about timing changes, anything like that? Yeah.
No, just the same as Catherine, that it will likely not start. Well, it hasn't started at 7:30. Breaking news at 7:30 on the dot. That it is a bit delayed, just waiting to find out by how much. But I tried to get a sense from the people I was speaking with who were involved in recounting and sort of dealing with those technical difficulties that both Catherine and I were outlining before this. And then I guess what I was told is that about around 6 o'clock, all of the ballots that had been that something had happened to, so that through the envelopes that they had been ripped, some of them all the way in half, had been repaired, and they had been sent where they were being reviewed and then had to be put on new ballots. I'm just trying to gauge how many were affected. I think that's a key question in all of this, right?
For sure,
because 6 o'clock is not that long ago, and if they had to in fact be put, if we're talking thousands, and I don't know for sure, hopefully I'll find out soon, but if you're even talking hundreds or thousands, they have to be put on a new ballot and then recounted. So that could be what is taking some time, but I'm not sure exactly of the number of ballots that were destroyed or were affected. So once we find out that, we might be able to gauge a bit more about how big of a problem essentially they had to deal with.
Yeah, I guess the other issue here is because there's obviously so much riding on this. Do we get to a place? You know, God forbid, do we get to a place where it's not just scrutineers, but there's you know, I guess most scrutineers are lawyers, but where lawyers get involved and this becomes a much longer process. I mean, there's no indication of that yet, but this isn't something that any party frankly wants to deal with, and they certainly don't want a situation where people are contesting the results or how the votes were processed. So that's the kind of stuff they're trying to avoid for now and make sure that this happens cleanly, I would imagine. Because
Exactly right. I mean, that's why there are scrutineers, people from various camps and campaigns there to watch as that process takes place. But you're absolutely right. This is exactly the kind of stuff. And my goodness, how many leadership campaigns and elections have we covered, not just in this country, but in particular elsewhere, where those kinds of issues end up having a huge impact on the outcome or on a disputed outcome in the future. So I think that is of utmost concern, at least to the people in the party who I'm talking to right now. As I had mentioned just a bit before, there are people within the various camps who this stuff puts them, their spidey senses up, and they are a bit nervous about it, right? Again, it's going to depend on the volume of those ballots, but as well, just any kind of issues with, I mean, the ballots are actually torn, right? They're affected in a big way. They have to be re-put on a card. They have to then be counted. So it's an onerous process technically. Obviously, the party is doing what it can to assure people who have those concerns that everything is legitimate. But this is something that typically would bring lawyers in at a certain point if things didn't go perfectly smooth. So I think that's why everyone's a bit on pins and needles right now, trying to gauge the depth of this problem and when or if it can be fixed.
Yeah, and I guess all the scrutineers, the different team representatives inside that room, all have to be comfortable in order for things to start going. Maybe I'll bring in Catherine to see whether you're hearing anything different, anything the same, whether you can add anything to what we're hearing there, Catherine.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot. As you can imagine, I think it sort of reflects maybe a little bit of panic on the part of the Conservatives right now, understandably, as things are not going according to plan. Hearing from one person involved in the announcement that they've been told of a significant delay, that we could be looking at another hour, but then officials say they don't have that information yet. They're not ready to confirm. So back and forth. Clearly, as Vashi said, it's not happening at 7:30, Rosemary. And as your conversation emphasizes, there's real importance on getting this right. And part of the challenge here, of course, being that they are dealing with, a new little piece of the system. In this case, it's the envelopes that's causing them problems. But on top of that, all of the complications of COVID. Again, they have waited 8 months to get to this point. So now everybody with a horse in the game and everybody watching has to, horse in the race, I guess. This is why I don't use sports metaphors, Rosie. But has to wait just that much longer to find out precisely what's going to happen. But of course, the tension and the drama are picking up as well, because we're starting to hear these little snippets of what people are hearing from the person talking to the person who was in the room at the time. Scrutineers who have seen, some ballots but haven't gotten the whole picture. And of course, that's complicated because of the various components of this, the ranked ballot, and then the algorithm that Eric has talked about as well, the weighting of the various ridings to make sure that all of the country has a fair say.
And just to remind people of the last time I experienced this in 2012 at the NDP convention, so that was online voting, where again there was a denial of service attack. Thousands of computers attacked the process, and so I think that. And I don't want to say this now and jinx us, but I think the final ballot results were delayed something like 6 hours. So no process is fail-safe for sure, and maybe even paper process is a little more secure in some ways, and that's why no one has moved to online voting yet, because that was a general state of chaos for the party when that happened, and obviously out of their control as well, Catherine.
And I think it's worth talking about the fact that this does temporarily, for the moment, it's sort of overshadowing a bigger success story for the Conservative Party, right? Which is the sheer number of people voting. Almost 175,000 ballots received. That is a record not only for the Conservative Party, who already held the record, but for any leadership race. And you've heard from officials saying this is a really, to some extent, a pleasant surprise, because we are, of course, in the midst of this pandemic. Nobody knew what impact it was going to have on the race. Obviously, at one point, it paused the leadership race. It pushed back the final vote, but they weren't sure to what extent Conservative members were going to be engaged. And in fact, they've had really strong voter turnout and a record-breaking number of ballots. So that is certainly, and managing all of those ballots in this complex time where they've had to do everything by mail, when previously that's only been part of the story. So that is certainly what the Conservative Party would have hoped to have been talking about. Well, I suppose not right at this moment, because right at this moment they would hope that we already had a new Conservative leader. But that was the good news story that they had been talking about in the past couple of days. Obviously now that gets overshadowed by the technicalities of the size of the envelopes and the machines that are ripping them open, unfortunately.
Yes. Although, this will presumably all be forgotten once there's a leader, and this will just be another tale that we tell at the next leadership convention that is stalled. But
I don't know if it beats the pigeon, but
that's right. You're right. That's right. Just like the pigeon. But it is a hiccup, I guess, at a moment when the party had seemingly managed to pull this off during a pandemic. And it's also lessons for other parties who may be, dealing with similar things. It could be a lesson for elections. New Brunswick, of course, dealing with the first pandemic election coming up. Vashi, I think you have a little bit more information before I bring back at issue.
To hear that it is in fact quite substantive. So a few thousand ballots were damaged through that envelope process, and then again needed to be put together by hand. And I'm told even that was fairly complicated because there's barcodes that you have to match up kind of perfectly. So it's not like a quick Scotch tape experiment that then gets fed in. I know this is fairly technical, but just to give people a sense of kind of the magnitude of the issue that the party is dealing with right now. So it has to be put back together and then refed basically, but even when it's refed, it might have to be, if that didn't work, then they have to put it on a new ballot, and all of that has to be supervised by people from the party as well as from each of the various campaigns. So it's not a quick process. So if we are talking about, obviously in the context of 175,000 votes, a few thousand isn't enormous, but it's still enough that could take a while, right? And especially if much of that didn't happen until a little bit later in the day. So that's starting to help us understand a bit of why we are already 10 minutes past the second time that was set for the beginning of this program, and well, heading towards a 2-hour delay already, and potentially even more.
Okay, I am also hearing, and a couple other people are hearing this as well, that it actually could be a start time of 9 p.m. now.
Oh boy.
So that would be another hour and a half of us talking about the future of this party and the country. And so we'll get other people on standby to bring them in to talk about what they're hearing. So significant delays happening in the Conservative leadership results. I think Hannah Thibodeau is standing by now with some more information, or potentially a guest. Hannah?
Yeah, hi, Rosie. I'm just gathering information because I'm listening to you and Vashi and Catherine talking about the delays. And what we're hearing, yes, that there is another delay. Again, we don't know how long that delay is going to be. This is from someone on the leadership organizing committee, but they are right now trying to figure out how they can still start this show and start it soon, even though they are having problems with this ballots. Now, I was listening to Vashi right there. I was just talking to someone who is in charge of the balloting and what was happening. So yes, it's all the things that she was just talking about is these ballots got ripped when they were being opened by the machine. I'm hearing it's 800 ballots that got ripped, and they have to actually, if they were too damaged, they have to refill out a new ballot, in a complete new ballot, and all those scrutineers have to be around for each of the different leadership camps to ensure that it's filled out properly. For example, if it's for one candidate that it was voted for, they need to have that filled out exactly the same way. So that's why I was talking to each of the different leadership camps, they're not concerned about this. It's just a delay, so they're not concerned about the problems with the ballots because they have their scrutineers on the ground there, and those scrutineers are ensuring that those ballots are completed as they were originally sent in. I'm just going to look at my phone because I'm sending out lots of messages here about what's happening over the next little bit. The latest is, yes, there is another delay. We don't know why that delay is. If there are more ballots that have had that problem of being ripped. But also, Rosie, one of the other things I was told about these ballots is when they get sent in, sometimes the X or the number isn't marked in enough. So they have to go in so that the machine can read it properly, and they have to fill it out. Again, the scrutineers have to be there to ensure that all of that is happening. But yes, there is another delay, but what they're doing right now is they're sitting around and they're trying to settle how they're going to start the show. So I'm watching my phone, I'm continuing to talk to my sources, and I'll continue to bring it back to you as soon as I get it.
Okay, Hannah, thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Yeah, so we are hearing now that the show, the entire program, probably delayed until 9 p.m. Eastern. Remember, this was supposed to start at 6 p.m. Eastern, and we had heard that it might start at 7:30. That doesn't appear to be happening now. There have been no official party confirmation of this at this stage. This is just a variety of people suggesting this to us, that there is a new start time of 9 p.m., which would mean begin the program with the tribute to the outgoing leader, Andrew Scheer, a speech from him, and then move into results, which perhaps would happen on a faster pace than had been initially thought out, because we are getting into later hours and near, of course, TV newscast deadlines, which is of consideration for certainly for political parties that want to lead newscasts and have people pay attention to them. So we will bring you more information as we get it, but that is the latest in terms of timing here, that we are potentially looking at another hour and 15 minutes. So on that note, let's bring back at issue Andrew, Althea, and Chantal. They usually get, like 10, 12 minutes on the National, and we regularly hear from people on Twitter that it's just not enough time, and I couldn't agree more. So here they are. They've got an hour and 15 minutes. No, I'm just kidding. But they've got a substantive amount of time now to talk about whatever they want to talk about. So let me
regret those words.
Well, now you spoke first, so you can start first then. First of all, why don't you, have you experienced something like this? I mean, you were there in 2012 at the NDP thing. Other examples of delays like this, Andrew?
Well, if there's one rule more ironclad than leadership conventions using any kind of electronic voting or counting will screw up, is that the delays will always be at least 2 to 3 times longer than you're initially told. So it seems to happen virtually every convention.
Yes.
And it's the least of the sins that can be laid against the name of these one member, one vote leadership contests. Because, yeah, we've got a farcical situation right now. I don't know, they did no dry runs, apparently, no practice runs to see if these things would work or not. But worse than that is typically after one of these races is you get a leader elected by, as I said before, by tens of thousands of people with no connection to the party who just were signed up at the last second. The leader then leads the caucus that had no choice in selecting that leader, In many cases, the leader doesn't even have that much connection to the base of the party, the people who've been with the party for years and years. They're more elected by these entries. And leadership after leadership, they keep running into these disasters of leaders who aren't ready or aren't connected to the party or can't really speak well for the party. And nobody says, wait a minute, maybe we need to examine the process. Maybe this idea that this would be more democratic by going to a one-member, one-vote system where the people who elect the electoral college, if you will, that elects those leaders disappears that day, leaving the leader accountable to nobody afterwards. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all.
See, this is what happens when you have lots of time. Andrew just gets to go on. This is one of Andrew's things. Yeah, this is one of Andrew's things. Just bugaboos, in case you didn't know, this is one of the things that he talks about and writes about a lot because he wants.
Because I've got evidence.
Yeah, and you want leaders to be more accountable. I get it. Chantal, you mentioned you had experienced something with Bill Davisport. You can riff on what Andrew's saying wherever you want to go.
Yes, but it wasn't related to electronics. It was related to the two candidates ending up with the same number of votes. If you're going to drop a candidate from a ballot, you need one to have less votes than the other. It went on for hours, and there were no machines involved. But to Andrew's point,
yes,
which is well taken, but there is also, if you go back to what people consider the good old days, and I hate to admit it because it puts a stamp, an age stamp on me, but I was there for the convention that selected the successor to Pierre Trudeau. So the Turner versus Jean Chrétien battle, basically. And at those conventions, so-called delegated conventions, the ridings would send delegates who would reflect whatever the riding felt or whatever they felt like doing. But a third of the votes were so-called votes for the establishment. So senators, past MPs. So at the end of the day, the establishment still had a voice that was louder than the people who actually licked stamps in those days and asked for money. So we went from there, which was not a great system, to the let's call in as many members as we can. I don't think we're going to turn the clock back on that. And one of the reasons we won't is because it allows parties to build a solid bank of contacts and people to fundraise off.
Yeah. I guess the conservative logic to this is that it involves the grassroots directly. I guess Andrew's point is that it doesn't, that it's new people that they try and scoop up. But I'll get you to weigh in on that, Althea, and then Andrew. Because it does make people more. If you look at the turnout, you would assume that means that people are engaged. People inside the Conservative Party are more engaged.
Well, the goal is that all those new people who swelled your party rolls and who have donated to party coffers, because a part of what you donate to a candidate actually goes to Conservative Party headquarters. The goal is that those people are going to get engaged in their riding association, that those are going to be the volunteers in all the 338 ridings across the country who will be knocking on doors and signing up new electors and, preaching the conservative gospel across the country. I mean, that is the goal. Whether or not that system functions, I think, as it is intended, is perhaps more an issue of maybe you don't have the right leader, maybe you don't have the right policies, maybe the party's relationship with the grassroots isn't great. But at the core of it, I don't think it's wrong or bad that there is lots of people that get engaged in an election campaign. The problem is that they suddenly decide that they're less interested after the leadership race is involved, and they leave. Anyways, that being said, I think Andrew's argument is basically the argument that Alberta Premier Jason Kenney has been making, I think 4 times, if I'm correct, in the last 20 years on the floor of the Conservative Party conventions. And this is the big battle, or was the big battle, between Jason Kenney and Peter MacKay, and the desire from the MacKay camp to keep the system that he had negotiated back in 2003 as a foundational principle of the merger of these two parties, to have representation that Mr. MacKay believed at the time would ensure perhaps that he could win. We'll see whether or not that happens this evening. But there have been tweaks to that system. Like I think it was Scott Reid in 2011 at the party convention who brought in a system that said, well, I think, this is Scott Reed, obviously, I think it's not right for, a riding in Alberta that has 5,000 members to have the same weight as like a riding in PEI with 5 members. And maybe there's a way of mixing those two systems so that for every 100 members extra you have in Alberta, you would have one additional point or some type of system. And that, in the end, still the membership decided to punt a decision on that and not support it. So the membership has spoken out again and again and again, saying that they do not want a one member, one vote.
Yeah,
exactly.
Chantal wants in, and then Andrew.
Part of the reason why Peter MacKay was fighting for that was not only that maybe one day he wanted to be leader, but that the former progressive conservatives did not want to be swamped at every leadership convention by members from the West. Now, I invite you to consider the notion that this party has done really well in Alberta and Saskatchewan and really poorly in Quebec and not so well in Ontario. The notion that the decision would be among actual members, one member, one vote, no qualification per riding, is basically to say the people who really liked Andrew Scheer probably should vote for him back for leader because they voted for him. And what you end up having, and that is in part the problem with the NDP system, which is a true one person, one vote system, is that if you have someone, it doesn't need to be from a region, who is a rock star and can sign up thousands of people in his neighborhood in Toronto or elsewhere, that person becomes the leader of one of Canada's main parties.
Yeah, and doesn't.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that parties want to have rock stars sign up all of their social media following and take over their party, which would be, I think, the worst evil.
Who can't actually get elected broadly. Okay, I want to.
And it works, but I think to your point, Chantal, the problem is that if you have a one member, one vote system, you encourage sustained support in a part of the country where you're really, really popular, and you don't grow in the areas where you actually need to grow in order to win elections.
Okay, I want to let Andrew get in one more time before I have to take a quick break because they're letting me take a commercial break. Andrew.
Yeah, well, the system you prefer for electing a leader will have a lot to do with what you think the leader's job is. If you think the job of the leader of a party is to lead that party in Parliament, if you think Parliament matters, if you think members of Parliament matter, then you're going to be inclined to say it should be the caucus that chooses the leader. The decline of members of Parliament began when we started electing leaders by this phony populist method of one member, one vote, or delegated conventions for that matter. But when when members of caucus get to choose the leader, then the leader has to be accountable to those MPs, not just on the day of the vote, but every day in between. The people who elected Justin Trudeau, for example, aren't even members of the party. The people who elected Andrew Scheer, particularly those critical votes in Quebec from the Quebec dairy farmers, do you think they're sticking around to lick envelopes? No, they joined the party for one day and for one purpose only. It's a phony system. It's not a genuine, accountable type of democracy. And as I say, it keeps leading to these disasters of leaders who are, in many cases, repugnant to the caucus, who have very little connection to the party base at large, and ultimately wind up becoming not particularly successful leaders.
Okay, I got to leave it there. That was pretty engaging, I must say. You guys keep downplaying that you have anything to say or you're going to get yourselves in trouble, but that was a pretty interesting overview of how this should all shake down, and you all have different opinions. So thank you all very much, and I will be back to you, as you can well imagine, if we are now heading towards 9 p.m. Eastern. Andrew, Althea, and Chantal all dialing in from their homes. Okay, this is it. This is where things are supposed to unfold in about an hour's time. This is the Shaw Centre in downtown Ottawa. Results have been delayed now. We are looking at probably a 3-hour delay before the program begins, and a little bit longer before we get first round ballot results. You're watching CBC Television and CBC News Network. Our special coverage of the Conservative leadership race continues here. I'm Rosemary Barton. Keep watching. We'll be back. Hi there, welcome back. I'm Rosemary Barton here on CBC Television and CBC News Network. You are watching our special coverage of the Conservative Leadership Convention. I almost gave you the abbreviation there. We are waiting to find out who will be Canada's next leader of the official opposition. Results, in case you are just tuning in, have been delayed. We are hearing that they could come sometime in the next hour. Perhaps the program might get underway before that, which would include a tribute to the outgoing leader, Andrew Scheer. But the results, the first round ballot results, probably not released now until 9 p.m. Eastern. Remember, the party has had almost 175,000 ballots. That's about a 65% turnout for party members vote in terms of who will take over for Andrew Scheer, who we should hear from shortly. And there have been some issues in tearing open the envelopes that contain the ballots, sometimes slicing the ballots as the envelopes get torn open. And that has caused the scrutineers from the individual camps and party officials to make sure that they get those ballots counted in the right way before they are run through what are essentially vote tabulators, automated machines that count the ballot, which is a ranked ballot, and make sure that all the results go in there accurately. So not really unfolding the way the Conservative Party had wanted or predicted, certainly in terms of the ease of this, but results will come, and the Conservative Party obviously wants to make sure that they are accurate when they are finally released. Let's go now to the CBC's Hannah Thibodeau. She is in the West End, which is right next to the Shaw Centre, where the speech will happen by Andrew Scheer and eventually the new leader. But the camps, the various candidate camps, are inside that hotel waiting, I guess, anxiously for some of those results to start to be released. Hannah.
Yeah, of course. So you're talking about the processing of those ballots. There are about 3,000 to 4,000 that they're having issues with. They say there's about 97 or 98% of them have been tabulated, but they're having more issues. They have to get the rest of those ballots done before they can start going through the results. So let's bring in Dan Nolan. He is co-chair of the Leadership Organizing Committee. He's going to explain it all to us, what's going on. So Dan, thanks. Yeah, I know everybody's speculating about this. So Dan, let's just talk about what's going on. It's about 3,000 to 4,000 ballots that you're still having issues with. Can you explain to viewers what's going on?
Yeah, sure. And again, look, I feel for everybody. I wish we were done now. I'd love to be watching the Raptors and not, although you're lovely to talk to. So what's going on is that we have, we're going through the process. As you mentioned, we're something like 98% done the ballots, but there's a few thousand ballots that are left that were damaged by the machine that was taking them out of the envelope. So basically, they were cut. And if they're cut, we can't put them into the tabulation machine that way. They need to be either fixed, taped, or they need to be redone as new ballots.
Okay.
With scrutineers watching everything to make sure that the same intent is there. And the reason that happened, so this was an issue last time around, so we did actually think about that. The issue is the machines are all the same this time around, but the difference is the envelopes are slightly smaller. And the reason they're slightly smaller is because of COVID. So for the mail to be delivered on time, and you'll notice we've had far fewer complaints this time of people not receiving their ballots. The reason for that is because they were smaller. And when I'm saying smaller, I mean a few grams smaller to make sure they're in a different sorting facility through Canada Post. So unfortunately, here we are, and again, I wish we'd be done by now, but I can guarantee you we will have a leader tonight. It's just a matter of time. So.
Okay, so just explain how it's going to play out now, because you do. Okay, it's 8:04 right now.
Yep.
You do still plan on moving forward with the program at 8:30, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so go through that for us.
Yeah, so we're going to move through with the program at 8:30, which is going to include a speech from Mr. Scheer, and we're also going to go across the country talking to prominent Canadians who are going to be announcing the provincial results for us. So we'll be going across there and talking to those people. We'll also go through the rules, how the process works, and all that stuff. And then we will most likely take a pause when that program's done for some time. I'm not sure how long yet, because I'm not sure how long it's going to take to chew through those ballots. But that's and then we'll come back and announce the results.
The first round.
The first round.
The first round of balloting.
Yeah.
So we were hearing 9 p.m., but we're still not sure if that first announcement will happen at 9 as of yet.
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell you right now.
So explain what they're doing to fix the ballots right now. Do you know like exactly what's happening?
Yeah, so they'd be sitting, and if you can picture this, they'd be sitting at a table with the ballot in front of them. They take it out of a red bin because that indicates it's damaged. They take it out and they look at it to divine what the member's trying to do, and they'll try to either fix that ballot if they can, if it's minor damage. If it's more than minor damage, then they will redo that ballot with the intent of the of that voter being reflected, and that's on video. So with the scrutineers from each of the campaigns watching that within basically the distance from you and I are.
So when it comes to the scrutineers, did they have to give the okay, that ballot is now good?
It's more of the reverse. So they would object if they thought there was an objection, as opposed to they'd have to agree to it. It's more that they need to object, and there need to be some reason for it.
Oh, all kinds of interesting things. So when you talk to the camps, you've let them all know that there is this delay.
That's
is there
right.
any concern from any of the camps at this point in time?
Well, look, I mean, I'm sure everybody would like to have the results as quickly as possible. So, they're anxious. I think they've been anxious, all day, and probably this is the toughest time for any campaign. I've worked on a lot of campaigns on election day. There's very little you can do anymore apart from trying to get out your vote, and even that they can't do today. So I'm sure it's frustrating for them, but the team's working, and it's a team of volunteers that's been there since 4 o'clock in the morning, so they've been working very hard on this, and they want to get this done as quickly as possible too, because then they get to leave.
Yeah, and then for the program is going to change around a bit now. Even after you do the tribute to Mr. Scheer, you'll hear a speech from him, you'll hear from the representatives, but even after that, the program's going to look a little bit different.
Yeah, it'll look a little bit different, but we're going to try to keep to the same spirit, and we'll announce however many ballots there are. So if it's 1, 2, or 3, we'll go through that. So, is
there any concern from you about these last, few thousand ballots that, there will be a problem with them, or there will be any...
No. This type of issue happened last time, not to this extent, but it did happen last time. So this is something we have gone through before, and trust me, there's tons of eyes on everything that's going on, so there won't be an issue. And as I said, it's the last couple of % of ballots, so...
We're ready to go soon, hopefully. Yep. Okay, well, I know you have to hit the stage soon and prepare. Dan Nolan, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Really appreciate you explaining this to us, because we're all talking about it.
Okay.
Dan Nolan, thanks so much.
Okay, thank you.
There you go, Rosie. I hope that explains a little bit to our viewers what's happening, but he gave some great detail there as to how the process is going, and it's about 3,000 to 4,000 ballots that they have an issue with. Not many of the nearly 175,000 ballots that were cast for the new leader, but in such a close race, all ballots count, and we know that they're going through them and they're trying to get that done as soon as possible, but there's still no time as to when they will announce those first results as of yet.
Yeah, and now forgive me if I'm wrong, because I'm juggling a few things as I'm listening to you, Hannah.
Sure.
Did he say anything about rejected ballots yet, or no? Do we not have that number yet?
No. No,
Okay.
he doesn't think the ballots will be rejected at this point either.
Okay.
He's saying there's a few thousand ballots. The only thing is what they're doing is if it was damaged too much that the machine that reads the ballot can't read it, then they have to do a new ballot before that's happening. What he's saying about rejected is that if the scrutineers want to reject that, then they have to reject it. They can't say, okay, all good. That's what he was talking about when he was talking about rejected ballots.
Okay, and also interesting to note that they did run into this problem the last time in 2017. But
he mentioned that.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing anything about that. So maybe it was on a smaller scale. I'm not sure.
He did, he did say it was a much smaller scale the last time around. I actually don't remember either. I know there were a few delays during that. There were, 13 rounds of ballots last time, so quite a few rounds, and the delays probably would have been a bit smaller. And he also said that the number was a lot smaller last time around too. This time we're talking about 3,000 to 4,000, he said. And remember, it's of nearly 175,000 ballots, but it is a close race and all ballots need to be processed.
Yeah, 34,000 more ballots than 2017. So a big jump, and maybe one that the party, maybe one that the party wasn't expecting either. Hannah, I'm not sure how you're getting all those guests because you're not allowed to go anywhere, but I appreciate you somehow rounding them up. Thank you.
I'm working my magic for you, Rosie.
That's great. Thank you. That's CBC's Hannah Thibodeau down at the West in there where the officials are camped out and Hannah is camped out. She gets more information about this delay. So just to bring you up to speed now, because this is obviously an evolving story, high political drama here in Ottawa, we are expecting now now that the official program of this leadership convention will start at around 8:30 Eastern. But obviously nothing is written in stone here, because I've said different start times about 20 times since this started at 5 o'clock. But that is where we are now. And then that will include a thank you to Andrew Scheer for his work as leader, a speech by Andrew Scheer, sort of a departure speech, a farewell speech by Andrew Scheer. And then in principle, we should hear a little bit about how the race was run by Derek Vanstone. He's the chief returning officer for the party. And then we should get a round of results. What the party is not committing to at this stage is an exact time for that first round ballot results. We had heard perhaps 9 Eastern. But no one is officially saying that yet, because I guess they want to make sure that they have something to say by 9 Eastern. Anyway, it is happening, and you heard there from Dan Nolan, the co-chair, that there will be a leader tonight. So they've got 4 hours to make that happen before the day is over, and we will see how that unfolds. Let me bring in Vassy Kapelas and Catherine Cullen, both of them also working their sources to know more. I think that's sort of the timeline now that we're expecting. It was good to hear from Dan Nolan about exactly what the issue was, as well as hearing that it had happened before, because I have no recollection of that. It was a very long night as well, a long day, but I don't remember them running into this problem. But I think it's fair to say that they would like the program to get going, if at very least, because they don't want us talking about problems anymore that they are having with their envelope cutting machine, Vassy.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably true, though I did take away from Hannah's interview with Dan Nolan that they aren't sure about when the results might actually be announced, or when they'll be able to look. In theory, 175,000 ballots, 2% of them, there's something a problem with. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it seems like it is a lot, right? Yep. Let's be blunt. That means that there are thousands of ballots that were ruined, the envelopes were ruined, the ballots were ruined, that have to then painstakingly be put back together physically by someone in a physically distanced capacity, and then run back through the counting machine or remade onto a new ballot, all of which is done under the scrutiny of people from all the parties and various people in the party. My understanding is there's even like a different floor that this is happening on. So it's a pretty big deal. That's a high number of ballots that they have to do this with. My understanding is they were doing this at 6 o'clock or a few minutes to 6 o'clock, and they realized, look, this is going to take us longer than the anticipated start of the program. And now here we are, delay after delay after delay, with the co-chair of the leadership committee unable at this point to really for sure be able to say, hey, we'll have a result for you before 10, like even one ballot result, right? So this has very much, I don't think it's overstating it to say it's dramatically altered the trajectory of this evening for the party, right? We were supposed to be in the midst of regional results and maybe a second ballot and trying to figure out where each of the 4 candidates placed after the first one right now, and we are well behind any kind of announcement at this point. Obviously, as we heard, in about 15 minutes time, we will start hearing from various, like Andrew Scheer, for example, or people in the party throughout their regular program. But the actual meat of this, the announcement of who wins or who has won which ballot, we still don't have a clear timeline on. So this is, my guess is the post-game analysis tomorrow will have the party looking pretty closely at its process here. I take Andrew's rant there from a little while ago, certainly, but I also didn't realize that this had happened. And I was there at the last leadership election. I knew that there was time consumed by the various rounds. That seemed to me to be the dominant sort of, if you want to call it a delay. It wasn't even a delay, but I thought that's what was taking up so much time. I did not know there were any issues with the ballot. So if this has happened twice, my guess is there's some hard questions to be asked about the process.
Yeah, indeed. Catherine, let me go to you just to see what you've been hearing too around the delay. I don't know at what point, obviously this is out of the party's control, but I don't know at what point it becomes, a little embarrassing that they can't get this sorted and get a clear timeline and announce a leader. This was, just so people know, we would have known by now if everything had gone according to plan. We would have been at the 3rd round actually and had the full national results by now, and we would have had a leader and been heading home, perhaps, but
it's just a real mix of emotions when I talk to the various leadership campaigns, Rosemary. I mean, I certainly don't see anyone saying that this is an alarm bell for them in terms of how the process is working. You know, somebody from one camp saying that they just feel numb at this point, another person who's just dying to have a drink. Like, you know, the emotions are running high. Anxiety, enthusiasm, and of course they're getting these little drip drops of information about what might be happening from the scrutineers inside the room. I know Corey Tunick sort of nodded to that earlier in the show, but the truth is, again, so many factors at play here, right? Even when you are seeing those ballots coming through, they are, of course, ranked. One of the big questions, I mean, we've talked a lot about Peter MacKay and where he's going to fall on that first ballot, if indeed he is in first place. A lot of people talking about the importance of there being, we heard from Alex Nuttall, his campaign chair, there needs to be a 4 at the beginning of that, but there are all sorts of, in order for him to win, there's all sorts of other variable factors in there. I don't know to what extent we've been talking about Derek Sloan as a little bit of a wild card here, because I do hear from Conservatives that he might perform a bit better than people expected, because he does have, as Chantal mentioned earlier in the show, the backing of Campaign Life Coalition, because he is a vehement social conservative, very staunch in his views. He has a 12-point pro-life plan. So not only how is he going to perform on that first vote, but also will his supporters rank Leslyn Lewis, the other social conservative, second. Erin O'Toole made a very clear appeal during this race, saying he wanted the votes of social conservatives, although he considers himself somebody who is pro-choice, as he put it. So, you know, do social conservatives stick around for an Erin O'Toole and push him over the top? Leslyn Lewis, a lot of interest in her candidacy, a lot of enthusiasm around her candidacy, particularly late in the race. We heard from her campaign manager earlier, Stephen Outhouse, about, for instance, the fundraising numbers, right? Raising more than $2 million. I believe at one point she had more individual donors than Peter MacKay. I'm not sure whether that's still the case, but it's pretty incredible for somebody with not a lot of political experience. Both she and her campaign manager obviously having some sort of promising and increasingly promising future in this party whenever we finally find out who's going to run it.
Which we are told will happen today, but we'll have to see. Okay, thank you for that, Catherine and Vassy. I appreciate it. So just to bring people up to date, again, if you are just tuning in on CBC Television, CBC News Network, I did think it was funny that Dan Nolan, the co-chair of the Leadership Election Committee, did admit that he also wanted to watch the Raptors game, but he is sticking with us and with political coverage, I'm sure, tonight. Just to also give you a sense of because of the pandemic and the way this is unfolding, the count room, and I'm going to talk to Corey Tunick in a minute about that, the count room where this is happening, where the scrutineers are, where the envelopes were being ripped open and damaging the ballots, is actually not happening where the candidates are camped out or where reporters are. It's happening in a separate location at Conservative offices where they've spread out on a number of different floors to practice social distancing. And so people, with the exception of the scrutineers in the room, there aren't a lot of people around. That's the room where earlier today they were ripping open the envelopes and then sending the actual ballots into the tabulation room, which we did not get pictures of because the party was worried that that would reveal information around the balloting. But they did show the ballots coming in through the past number of weeks, and then this part of the process. And as it turns out, this part of the process is creating is the one that created some problems. So we are just waiting at this hour to hear more. We are hearing from our French colleagues that the program should start in the next 15 minutes. If they don't have ballot results at that point, first round ballot results, after that part of the program is over, so the tribute to Andrew Scheer, they will take a break and try and come back with a solid time. So it sounds like that's where we're headed, that we will get the beginning of the program, the show, if you will, from the MCs, and we will hear from Andrew Scheer, the outgoing leader, and then we will get a better sense of the timing of things in terms of those first round ballot results. But they are certainly not coming in 15 minutes time. The party just trying to get the show on the road, if you will, and probably retain eyeballs too as this continues to be delayed. Let me bring back Corey Tunick now to hear what he's hearing. Corey, so that's what it sounds like we're hearing anyway, that they're going to start things, wait, and then let us know when I mean, at what point does this become kind of embarrassing, even though it's totally out of the party's control? It's I know all the Conservatives I'm hearing from are like, oh, good grief. I don't know what you do. There's not much you can do, but it is not great. probably fair to say.
There's nothing that we can do from here.
Yeah.
But I said earlier I thought that there'd be some unsuccessful candidates crying in their pillows tonight. But we all may be crying in our pillows tonight if we don't get a result. It's going to be this isn't great for the party when there are delays like this, and look, there's a bit of embarrassment when processes don't go smoothly. Because I think people are looking for competence. You're trying to put your best foot forward in these occasions. But I think the bigger damage is that, this is an unprecedented opportunity to talk directly to Canadians, to introduce your new leader to Canadians. And you kind of want to do that in prime time. So I think all the comms planning that went into tonight was clearly around hitting prime time with the results starting to come in and then holding that audience as long as possible.
Yep.
But we're going to see the leader who didn't go over well and that we are saying goodbye to in late prime time instead of the new leader in prime time. So that's unfortunate. But I would agree with Michelle Rempel and others who said tonight. I think many people have said it. Getting the valid result that selects the leader. That's the most important thing. Protecting the integrity of the vote is the most important thing, obviously. But it's an unprecedented sort of occasion that this is happening in, and small little changes like a different sized envelope can create these sort of ripple effects that cause delays like this. It's too bad because it's a missed opportunity for us.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, listen, it's not like it's going to take anything away, but eventually it will happen. Let's hope. If it happens tonight, you'll be able to seize back the headlines. But yeah, it is not obviously the narrative that the people were working so hard to create and to program, because this is very much programmed. Do you remember
at the
an
end of the day, though?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry,
I was just going to say at the end of the day, look, we had a very similar situation in the provincial leadership race with Doug Ford. It was, I forget what the exact time was, but it was very late. It was like midnight before we had a result. And, he went on to win the provincial election. And let's hope that that's the sort of case that we have here tonight. I do think it is going to be an exciting night if we can ever start getting results to come out, because I think there's so many different ways that this could play out. So I do think I'm still sitting at the edge of my chair. I'm just getting a little hungry now.
Yes, fair. Fair.
It would be nice to have it start, but maybe anticipation has some value as well in terms of ratings and excitement.
Sure. I was just going to ask you whether you remember an envelope problem the last time round, as Dan Nolan had suggested, because I don't remember hearing anything about that. So maybe it was very minor.
Not to this level. I think the problems that were post-vote were, some discrepancies with like on-site ballots, and then the fact that a number of ballots were destroyed before, there was sort of consensus among scrutineers in terms of what the outcome was. And what I'd say is, like, it's only a few thousand ballots, but 4,000 to 5,000 ballots. In the last one, if you changed 60 votes in the right ridings, you would have changed the result. So while it's not a lot, this is going to be a very close race. And I'll also say that I think the margin is going to be slimmer than the number of ballots that are in question right now. So I think it's very important that this get done correctly. That is the most important thing. It's just sort of unfortunate that we're all sitting here having to tap dance together.
Yes, well, that I don't mind it. I don't mind it for sure. But I would like some results too. But that's fine.
Yeah, I'm sure we all would do.
Yes, but your point is a good one, because Eric Grenier makes that same point about the number of votes. It could be. The leader could be sitting in those thousands of votes, certainly. And so they have to make sure that they are all in agreement and everything goes well. So you're not hearing anything in terms of timing, are you?
No, but I do take enough planes and do air travel to know that they never announce the flight delay until right before. So it's, I'm sure we'll hear right at the last minute that it's delayed not another 10 minutes, but another hour or whatever the case may be.
Yes.
I think the truth is probably, from the start, it's not that people are trying to mislead someone. I think these are largely volunteer-led efforts. With people who are working in good faith to try to get it done. And they don't probably know how long it's going to take to sort some of these things out. So so that's a challenge. But, democracy can be messy, but it serves us well nevertheless.
Okay, Corey, you go get something to eat so that you don't pass out before I next come back to you. Thank you for that, and we'll talk again soon. Thank you. Power and Politics host, thanks. Talk soon. Power and Politics host Vassy Kapelas, the CBC's Catherine Cullen, both joining me now as we wait. We think now for the beginning of the program, which would mean an introduction of events, maybe an update. So we will take the beginning of that because perhaps the MCs, I'm just looking to see who will be there. Acting Executive Director of the Conservative Party of Canada is supposed to be up first. So maybe there will be someone who will have some information. The president of the party, Scott Lamb, is supposed to be there. So maybe they will give us some sort of update on the ballots before we hear from Andrew Scheer. So we'll be sure to tune in for that. But we were told that could start in about 15 minutes time, which might be 5 or 10 minutes away at this stage. Vassy, wondering if you're hearing anything about that.
Yeah, I'm still trying to find out if that might happen, and even more significantly, if the announcement of the first ballot result will happen, and I'm getting a big fat nothing. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's not the most promising of signs.
No.
So like you said, we're anticipating the start of a program. My understanding is that they would still run part of that program, and if they aren't able or aren't prepared to announce the first ballot, that then there would be another delay until that potentially happens. So we are kind of waiting and wondering and trying to ascertain from people in the party what exactly will happen. I thought Corey's point and your point was a really, really important one, that again, though we're thinking of, as Dan Nolan said, it's only 2% of the votes. As you said, the leader could lie in that 2%. Mm-hmm. Each of those votes are incredibly important in any circumstance, but especially in the way in which the votes are tabulated here, and the fact that there's equal weighting for each of the ridings. It's very important that those votes be accurate and be counted. And in that vein, the person I was speaking with who was involved in all this was saying that it was at least a few thousand that they had to physically tape back together, basically, and then hand them over to the scrutineers from each party and from each campaign and the party and they would check them before they could then transfer by hand, right, to another ballot, and then that would have to be counted. So it's an arduous process, and I think when you're talking about 2% of all of the ballots, so 3,000, 4,000 ballots, that's a lot, right? And that takes a long time, clearly, but it's important. It's really significant for the accuracy of the outcome of this. I have to say, I'm hearing from people from all parties who are talking about issues that they've had with ballot counting as well, and talking a bit about how there will have to be some sort of verification process likely after this as well, just to make sure that everything is kind of signed, sealed, and delivered and as accurate as possible. They're not casting any doubt on the outcome today, but this is it's not a small thing, right? You're talking about the validity of thousands of ballots in an election where those ballots could determine the outcome, and so it's not something that they can do quickly, and it is also something that they might have to keep verifying after.
Yeah, the credibility of the party and its ability to run this leadership race is very much on the line, and I do see someone sort of moving towards the podium or something, so that is promising for me. I'll just remind people something that my producer Phil is just reminding me as well, and that is because of the way this is a ranked ballot, because of the point system, and maybe I'll get the control room to queue up that explainer again, and we'll play it shortly. No one actually knows the results right now. So you can have leadership teams telling you all kinds of things, as Michelle Rempel-Garner said earlier, because they're seeing certain things on the ballots. But actually, no one knows how this is going to shake down. And they won't know until all those votes have been put through the machine, because there's no tally as it goes. The tally on the final votes comes at the end of the process. So until they're all counted, they do that. No one has the results in terms of how it's going to work. So just to remind everybody that people may say many things, but that is maybe just their feeling or their wishes too, if you will. And I do see there's a camera tilting. I'll bring in Catherine Cullen as we wait for something to get underway at some point here. We are thinking that part of the program will begin shortly, and we're of course trying to get more information about the ballot results. No one really being extremely forthcoming about that part of it, Catherine.
That looks like Dan Nolan and Lisa Raitt on stage. I don't know if we're getting any information from them. In any you'll quiet me down.
They haven't started yet, so you keep going,
Okay.
and I'll interrupt you.
Yeah, I would just say that, I mean, the latest I've heard is one camp is still expecting a significant delay on results, but this is getting pretty peak politics now. I'm hearing this. Are you hearing that? What are you hearing? So let's just wait until we have something that's a little bit firm to tell our audience. And in the meantime, Rosemary, I was hoping you could tell me more about that NDP pigeon. No, but I think it's a very valid point that there are so many factors. If there is an upside to this from a programming perspective, I think hopefully it's clear to people listening at home right now the complexity of the factors that play into the Conservative vote. So not only the ranked ballot itself and the question of whether or not somebody chooses to fill out their entire ballot and how that sort of like can bump a candidate up over the course of the points, but then also the regional weighting as well, with each riding being worth a certain amount of points. Alex Nuttall made the point earlier in the show that you could be in Bourassa riding in Quebec and your vote might be worth 4 points, whereas if you're in his riding of Barrie, where there are, or his former riding, I should say, where there are quite a large number of Conservatives, your vote is actually only worth a fraction of a point. So even when we're hearing the spin from the camps about what they're seeing in terms of the ballot, it would be very difficult, I think, for them to factor that level of complexity into all of this. And then you throw on top of that these ballots that have to be re-scrutinized, taped together, refilled out, whatever it might be. And it does make it incredibly difficult to predict. And I think that, combined with the tight race that we've seen, is what had a lot of Conservatives heading in today saying it really is too close to call. I'll tell you, the teams still say they're feeling good at this point, although anxious, as we all are, I would say. But we're not going to know until everybody finally comes out of that room, and we still don't know when that's going to be at this point.
Yeah, that is a good point. Eric Grenier is reminding us on our bureau email here. I'd forgotten this, but when they decided the leader of the Progressive Conservative Party in Ontario, they actually, it was delayed, as Corey said earlier, until midnight, but it was so delayed that there was a wedding scheduled for after the leadership race. Oh, you can see the lightning behind me. Yeah. There was a wedding scheduled for after the announcement, so they actually had to empty the room before they could actually announce who the new leader would be. So as Eric, who is that? Okay, we're going to take some. Look, something's actually happening here. Let's go inside. Let's go inside the room at the Shaw Centre and listen in to a little bit of the update here from the Conservative Party of Canada.
I want to start off this evening by thanking some of the most important people in our party, our volunteers. This party and our leadership race runs on the energy of our people, our members and our volunteers. Across the country, volunteers are our lifeblood. From our National Council, our Leadership Organizing Election Committee, the folks that run all 338 electoral district associations, we rely on the energy and the talents of all of our volunteers. Ce parti et cette course à la chefferie sont alimentés par l'énergie de nos gens, de nos
is driven by our members and our volunteers. Right across the country, our volunteers are the engine behind us, both through the National Executive, the National Council, and the people in the 338 electoral districts in the country. We rely on their energy and their talent.
Leadership races are a time of renewal. Thousands of volunteers have given their time to support a candidate, adding to the energy and excitement of this extraordinary leadership race. We wouldn't be here tonight for this announcement without our volunteers, who began arriving before 5 a.m. this morning to open, count, and record tens of thousands of ballots that we received over the past several weeks. I'd also like to say a very special thank you to the Conservative Party of Canada staff, who have pulled together and worked tirelessly long hours, often through adversity, to ensure that we could elect our next leader in spite of a global pandemic. Your resourcefulness and dedication to the Conservative Party and its goals have carried us through the challenges of the past months, and we thank you. Je veux aussi remercier tout
I'd also like
spécialement
to
les
thank the members of the Conservative Party who came together to work tirelessly, long hours, and often in adversity to help us elect the next leader of the party in spite of the pandemic. And we want to thank you.
how all of this came together.
To
the volunteers who made the 2020 Conservative leadership election possible, thank you. Avec une participation record à travers le pays, la logistique de la course a été, pour le dire à la légère, assez difficile. Thanks to our amazing volunteers, we were able to make this race a massive success, even during a pandemic. Merci à tous ceux qui ont donné leur temps. Nous n'aurions pas pu y arriver sans vous. Here are just a few of the milestones we were able to accomplish thanks to the dedication of our volunteers. Merci à tous nos membres qui ont voté et ont fait de cette course à la chefferie la plus importante de l'histoire du Canada. And thank you to all of the campaigns and their volunteers for helping build conservative momentum right across the country.
Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce our president of the party, notre président de l'exécutif national du Parti conservateur du Canada,
Scott Lamb.
Thank you, Jamie. And I want to say, without Jamie Gerard stepping forward last December to take the role as our executive director, the success of this leadership race in setting a record for ballots and votes cast could not have occurred. You've done so much for our party, and we are in a debt of gratitude to you and your team. It is my honor to say thank you on behalf of the Conservative Party of Canada to our leader, Andrew Scheer, for his years of service to our party and our country. Au nom du Parti conservateur
On behalf
du Canada,
of the Conservative Party of Canada, I have the honor of thanking Andrew Scheer for his years of service to the party and to our country.
As many of you know, Andrew's remarkable career commenced in 2004 when, at the political novice age of 24, he contested the riding of Regina Capel for our party against Lorne Nystrom of the NDP, a political legend who was a 25-year veteran of the House of Commons. Not only did Andrew beat Lorne Nystrom in 2004, he went on with that seat to win it a further 5 consecutive times. Andrew served as the youngest ever Speaker of the House of Commons in the Harper government, securing his place as a great parliamentarian. When Stephen Harper stepped down as our leader in 2015, I often caution people, we are a relatively young party formed out of 2 predecessor parties. It was a little bit like a startup company with a very successful founding leader who suddenly exits the company. Often startup companies fail at this stage. Our party had only known one leader for 12 years, and we have been in government for over 9 of those years. Like any startup company transitioning to a new leader, this was a daunting task to take on as the role of our new leader of our party. It required focus on party unity and moving our party back into contention to form government once again. On his election as leader, Andrew Scheer did just that. Andrew Scheer focused on fighting for all Canadians, and not just the favored few by the Liberals. You saw in Andrew Scheer's campaign against Trudeau's massive tax hike on small business, forcing the Liberal government to back down from many of their changes. Andrew Scheer kept the party unified. He has listened to and understood all points of view in our big Conservative tent. He built momentum to put our party into contention to win government again, winning key by-elections that we had not won in a generation, building our party's lead in fundraising, and welcoming Liberals to join our party, like Member of Parliament Leona Aselev, who crossed the floor of the House of Commons from the Liberals to join our party. In the 2019 election, Andrew Scheer took on Justin Trudeau's Liberals, who the media said after 2015 would hold majority governments not just for 4 years, but as much as 12 years. In that election, Andrew Scheer led our party to reducing the Trudeau Liberals to a minority government. Our party won the popular vote and formed the strongest official opposition in Canadian history with 121 Conservatives elected. Throughout his leadership and years as a parliamentarian, Andrew Scheer has always demonstrated fairness, decency, and intelligence. He's a dedicated family man and a friend to all. Andrew, you kept us united and focused on fighting for all Canadians. With you, we took a large step once again to forming a Conservative government. We thank you. We wish you and your family all the best, and we look for many years in the future of your service as a member of Parliament for our party. Thank you.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition. So gross and disgusting that this Prime Minister keeps using the pandemic as an excuse for his corruption. They will stop and take the time to reward their friends. That is the essence of this Liberal Party. It's just disgusting.
Justin Trudeau only pretends to stand up for Canada. Mr. Trudeau, you are a phony and you are a fraud and you do not deserve to govern this country. That was the weakest response to a national crisis in Canadian history. Now, I listened to the Prime Minister's word salad. The actions of these radical activists are illegal. Put an end to the illegal blockades and get our economy back on track. But I don't blame the Prime Minister for not getting up off the mat. And we know that he'd rather be sitting there signing autographs. If he likes to sign his name so much, maybe he can take out his checkbook and sign a check paying back taxpayers for the money he cost. He told Donald Trump that if he didn't get rid of tariffs, there would be no photo op. Well, that Donald called his bluff. He knew that the Prime Minister couldn't resist another photo being taken, and there he was signing along with the rest of the leaders. Now, for taking his picture with Donald Trump, did he get an end to the steel and aluminum tariffs? Even the Australians can't understand why we're buying their old planes. If the Prime Minister is so keen on buying fixer-uppers, will he come over? Because I've got an old minivan I'd love to show him. Meanwhile, families across the country are suffering because of their lack of action and their incompetence. When will the Prime Minister take responsibility for his decision and stop trying to blame other people? It is fashionable today to look down on the past. But that is a luxury that we enjoy from heights built by those who preceded us in this chamber. If you look back at our rich history and study the leading figures in its telling and see only the blemishes, then you are missing out on the beautiful story of a country constantly bettering itself and consistently offering a refuge to so many. This country has bestowed such fortune and opportunity on my family that I stand before you running to be the next Prime Minister, one generation removed from having 9 kids in a 2-bedroom bungalow along a dirt road. That right there is Canada, ladies and gentlemen, and it's worth fighting to protect. Canada must be a place where no ambition is too big, where no dream is out of reach, and where no government will stand in the way of people working hard to get ahead. Conservatives have put Justin Trudeau on notice. When your government falls, Conservatives will be ready and we will win. Tonight, we have accomplished what only 2 parties have ever done before by holding a first-term majority government to a minority. This is how it starts. This is the first step. And now we are heading back to Ottawa with a much bigger team, with more support from coast to coast, and with an endorsement from the Canadian people that we are the government in waiting.
Folks, the Honourable Andrew Scheer.
Well, thank you very much, Scott. Thanks, Lisa. Thanks, Dan. Bonsoir tout le monde.
Good evening, everyone.
What an incredible 3 years. I have been so honored to serve as leader of the Conservative Party of Canada and as leader of the official opposition in the House of Commons, leading our amazing team. Je suis très honoré d'avoir été
I'm very
chef
honored to have been the leader of the party and the official opposition in the House of Commons and to have led our outstanding team.
Looking back on where we started in 2017 and all that we have accomplished together, I am struck by the determination, strength, and resilience of our party. In 2017, no one thought we could win the next election. The media establishment was predicting that Justin Trudeau would easily win 2 or maybe even 3 majority governments. He would be Prime Minister for as long as he wanted. But we rolled up our sleeves and reminded voters that Conservatives are the only party fighting for hardworking Canadians. The fact that anyone even considered the 2019 election winnable is because of the incredible success of our entire team. And while we didn't get the result we all would have liked, we did reduce the Trudeau government to a minority and formed the strongest opposition in Canadian history. There are so many people I would like to thank. First off, my House leadership, and shadow cabinet, and caucus teams. Merci pour vos conseils et votre
Thank
soutien
you for your
pendant
advice
mon mandat.
and your support during my mandate.
One of the most frustrating parts of not forming government is stopping to think about what a great group of ministers we would have had if we had won. I know that Canadians would have been far better served during this pandemic had there been a Conservative government in power. And I look forward to the many great things that our next Conservative team will accomplish. J'aimerais aussi remercier
I would
Joan
also
Bayless,
like to thank
Hamish
Joan
Marshall,
Bayless,
Kenzie
Hamish
Potter,
Marshall,
Marc-André
Kenzie
Leclerc,
Potter, Marc-André Leclerc, and the entire team that encouraged me to run as leader and that stayed by my side. It was difficult at times, but I cannot imagine a better group of people to achieve that.
To the Office of the Leader of the Opposition and party headquarter teams, thank you for all your hard work over the past 3 years and throughout this leadership race. I know that the new leader will be in good hands with all of you. I'd also like to thank our entire Conservative caucus, National Council, Party President Scott Lamb, and all of our thousands and thousands of party members and volunteers. Each of you contribute so much to our movement and are vital to our success. But most of all, I would like to thank my incredible wife, Jill, for her love and support, without which none of this would have been possible. Jill, I love you so much. Thank you for all the sacrifice that you and the kids made over the past few years. I can honestly say that I have never been prouder to be a Conservative or to be a Canadian. La pandémie nous a mis au défi.
The pandemic challenged us, but it also showed us the best side of our fellow Canadians across this country. Neighbors helping neighbors, businesses finding innovative ways to serve their customers, and families coming together to celebrate important moments, even virtually. During this challenging time, our team, our Conservative team, has been focused on helping Canadians.
We have improved the government's response to the pandemic and have never backed down in our fight to keep our Parliament open during this crisis. As we look forward to the recovery, Canadians will be faced with a fundamental choice. You see, the left is offering the same failed policies that they always do. Bigger government, more government intervention, and less individual freedom. Mais un gouvernement plus gros et plus
But a
omniprésent
bigger
nuit
government and a more intrusive one does not help people.
The lie of the left is that the very people they claim they want to help are hurt the most by their policies. They pretend to be motivated by compassion, but there's nothing compassionate about big government intervention. Ever increasing intervention in the marketplace rewards big corporations who can afford expensive government relations experts. New rules and laws make labor costs so expensive that low-income workers and new entrants into the workforce lose their jobs first. And little by little, fundamental rights and freedoms are eroded. In the 1980s, the Soviet bloc and Eastern European countries all had the same rhetoric. Their policies were supposed to help the poor and promote equality. The exact same rhetoric that the left is using today. But all it caused was misery. Le défi pour les conservateurs aujourd'hui.
The challenge for Conservatives today is that many people do not understand the free market economy, individual freedom, small government, and more individual choices.
Today's voters didn't grow up. Many of today's voters didn't grow up watching the wall come down or looking at the bread lines in East Berlin. So we, as a party, need to constantly be looking for new ways to make the case for the core conservative principles we all believe in: freedom, limited government, and unlimited potential. Our values and ideals have stood the test of time. For generations, they have guided Canadians through adversity, and they will once again. You see, the Liberals are all candy before supper. They make superficial promises and hope you don't blame them for the consequences. Then, all you're left with is a stomachache and a serious case of buyer's remorse. Conservatives, on the other hand, we believe in a balanced meal. We look at the whole picture, and we see the harm and the misery that the policies of the left cause. The Liberals put all their faith in government. They believe that bigger government and more state intervention will somehow solve all of the world's problems. Conservatives fight for those who don't have powerful lobbyists getting insider deals. We fight for the men and women who don't have well-connected friends in Ottawa, who are too busy raising their families and working hard to attend the cocktail circuit. We are your voice. But the biggest risk to freedom and liberty is when people empower government to do more and more for them. It may be tempting to use the government to address the challenges society often faces, but once invited inside, the government is a terrible house guest. It may feel good to vote in a party that is going to overstep the limits of government in order to do something you agree with. However, that invitation is quickly used to justify all sorts of actions you might never have considered. It is far better to keep government within strictly defined limits and leave the rest of society to fulfill its proper role. That is why Conservatives put their faith in people. We know that there is more to society than just government, and that free people within a free market, working hard and enjoying the fruits of their labor, free to express themselves and live their lives the way they want. That is the recipe for success every single place it's been tried. When given a choice between societies where governments control more and more of their citizens' lives and those where freedom and opportunity are protected, people will always choose freedom. After all, no one ever got shot trying to jump the wall to get into East Berlin or paddle the raft to get to Cuba. We don't even have to go back into the past to see these examples. We just need to look at the mess happening right now in Venezuela and all the tragedy that it is causing. Vous savez, c'est aux conservateurs de transmettre.
You know, it's up
ce
to
message.
conservatives to get that message out. For us, there are no guarantees where elections are
At a
concerned.
time when the establishment elites are doing everything they can to defeat us, at a time when dozens of groups like Lead Now and Unifor pay millions of dollars to run ads against us and bash our policies, at a time when the mainstream media bias in this country has never been more clear. In times like this, it is up to the Conservative Party to unite Canadians instead of allowing the left to divide Canadians. At a time when our kids, when young people have never been taught the value of those free market principles, where they've actually been taught that there's something wrong with free markets and individual liberty. In times like these, it is even more important for every single Conservative to stay united and do everything you can to work together to spread our message of hope. So it doesn't matter what kind of Conservative you are. Our party needs all of you, and we need you to go out and find more people who share our beliefs. Please stay involved, be bold, think, challenge the mainstream media. Don't take their narrative as fact. Check out smart, independent, objective organizations that are growing all the time, like the Post Millennial or True North. There are other places to get information. Let's stop being the silent majority. Don't be afraid to challenge leftist professors or public figures. Millions of Canadians share our conservative values. They just don't all know it yet. Now, I know that we can win the next election. Quand je suis devenu chef du parti en 2017,
When I became leader of the party in 2017, we had 99 seats.
I am leaving the next leader with 121 amazing MPs from coast to coast. In 2015, we won around 31% of the vote. In 2019, we won 34.4%, won the popular vote, and formed the strongest opposition in Canadian history. I'm also proud to say tonight that the party, the Conservative Party of Canada, is officially debt-free. We are in an excellent position, but we cannot be complacent. Our party's unity has been tested in the past, and media love nothing more than writing about disgruntled Conservatives. So we cannot give them that opportunity. For the last few months, the different candidates and their supporters have been highlighting the differences between them. After tonight, let's all come together and focus on the things that unite us. We must stay squarely concentrated on working together and focusing on the many things we share in common. Les différences entre les libéraux et les conservateurs n'ont jamais
Differences
été
between
plus
liberals
claires.
and conservatives
Ils
have
utilisent
never been
une crise
clear.
pour récompenser
They
leurs
take advantage of a crisis to reward their friends. But we are focused on helping hardworking Canadians.
They will use the pandemic as an excuse to reward their friends. Conservatives will clean up their corruption. Where they will play the politics of envy, we will spread a message of hope and opportunity. Where they will attack our energy sector, we will champion it and celebrate the prosperity it creates for all Canadians. Where they will demonize people for having different views on issues facing Canadians, we will not attack people for their deeply held positions, but instead look to find the common ground. Alors qu'ils vont diriger une fédération centrée
Where they will lead an Ottawa-centered federation, we will respect provincial jurisdiction and the Quebec nation.
And when they let Canadians down, as they always do, we will be ready to offer them a Conservative government that puts people first. And after tonight, let's all rally behind the new leader and do everything we can to make sure that the next leader of the Conservative Party becomes the next Prime Minister of this great country. Serving in this role has been the greatest honor of my professional life. I want to thank all the members, all the volunteers, the member of our fantastic team so much. This has been such an honor. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for all the support that you've given to me and my family, and we will get them in the next election. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Leader. Okay, so I know that you are all anxious to hear the ballot results, and we're almost there. I am now pleased to turn things over to our co-chairs for this evening, the Honourable Lisa Raitt and Dan Nolan, for the news that I know everyone is waiting for.
Thank you, Jamie. We'll start with a short explanation of the process that brought us here today. À la date limite de l'adhésion du 15 mai, notre Parti conservateur
On May 15th, our party had 269,000 members. The ballots were sent by accredited entrepreneurs between the 3rd and the 13th of July.
Rank 1, 2, 3, or all 4 candidates in order. Members were required to return their ballots along with a signed declaration form and a copy of their identification to the offices of Deloitte here in Ottawa prior to 5 p.m. on Friday, August 21st. Starting back on July 20th, we began processing ballots as they were received, and over the last month, we succeeded in processing a record number of ballots for a Canadian leadership race. 174,849 ballots were verified. Once the validity of the memberships and the identification was confirmed, the ballots, which remained in their secrecy envelopes, were set aside in sealed bins. This morning, these bins were opened, and we counted the ballots using tabulators certified and supplied by Dominion Voting Services. From the tabulators, Dominion Voting Services will produce the first ballot results, which are then verified by Deloitte and then approved by the Chief Returning Officer. If subsequent ballots are required, the same process will be followed. Each of the 338 electoral districts or ridings are worth 100 points, And these points are allocated to candidates based on the percentage of valid votes in that riding. To win, a leadership candidate must receive 16,901 points, which is 50% plus one of the 33,800 points available.
At every step of the process, we had to ensure total transparency for the candidates and their teams. The scrutineers were able to be present during the manipulation of the ballots, and all of that was done under the attentive scrutiny of Deloitte.
Members also turned into our live 24-hour webcams that monitored the ballots and processing centers from the moment it opened until this morning. This was all done to ensure a process that was accurate, transparent, efficient, and fair for our leadership candidates and for the members of our party. We'd like to recognize the members of Leadership Election Organizing Committee and thank them for their service. Valérie Assoulin from Quebec, Sheer Barsley from Ontario, Jay Batty from Ontario, Lois Brown, former MP from Ontario, David Connolly from the North, Tanya Corbett from British Columbia, Stephen Delansky from Alberta, the Honourable Diane Finley, who Lisa will be talking about further, from Ontario, Marc-Olivier Fortin from Quebec, the Honourable Linda From from Ontario, Marie-Josée Garrett from Quebec, Scott Lamb, the President from British Columbia, Sam Magnus from Saskatchewan, Judy Manning from Newfoundland, the Honourable Don Plett from Manitoba, and Kevin Price from beautiful New Brunswick. Lisa.
Dan, I don't think the people at home know that you did not have the provinces next to the names that you just listed out. So I'm very impressed with the fact that you know where everybody is from. And I know that everybody likes to know the representation across the country. Now, before we walk you through how this night is going to unfold in terms of the election results, I want to take a minute to pay tribute to a dear friend and a colleague of mine who has just announced she will not be running as a Conservative candidate in the next election. The Honourable Diane Finley from Haldimand, Norfolk, who, as you just heard, is also on the Leadership Election Committee, has been our rock in the Conservative caucus since 2004. She's been a loyal friend to many, a strong mentor to caucus and staff alike, and she's always equipped with a dry, witty joke to brighten the mood. When Stephen Harper formed government in 2006, he entrusted Diane to run several senior portfolios, where she developed the Universal Child Care Benefit, retired and replaced the aging Sea King helicopters, and secured citizenship for thousands of lost Canadians who came here after World War II. I can tell you from experience that Diane was always well briefed and prepared at the cabinet table, and her staff and officials and some of my cabinet colleagues can tell you that briefing notes and memos always came back filled with commentary, further questions, and the occasional grammatical edit. Diane was also the first person to send a care package to every new female MP that was elected to our caucus, containing little practical items to help make the job easier. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Diane for sharing her late husband as well, Senator Doug Finley, with our party for so many years. Diane was Doug's rock, and he tirelessly planned and implemented victorious Conservative campaigns in 2006, 2008, and 2011. Diane applied some of the lessons that she learned from Doug over the last 5 years as she conducted election reviews across the country, served as our party caucus liaison, and was a vital member of the last 2 Leadership Election Organization Committees. Diane, thank you for your service to our country, to our party, and to Haldimand Norfolk. We're really going to miss you in Parliament.
Yes, thank you, Diane, from our part as well. Okay, so we've lined up an impressive group of high-profile Canadian Conservatives from across the country to help us make tonight's announcements. They'll be coming to us from their home provinces, and we'll read out the unofficial ballot results by province for each candidate in ballot order.
We have brought together an impressive group of well-connected Conservatives from across the country to announce tonight's results. Each is in their respective province, and we will be presenting the results per province based on the candidate's name.
Giving us the results right away, because we're still going to be waiting for the last of the processing to happen for us in the votes. But when they are ready to give us the votes, they're going to be getting a call from the auditors at Deloitte, and those results will then be read out to the rest of us.
Oui, c'est vrai. Ils vont recevoir un
Yes,
appel de
that's right.
Deloitte.
They will receive a call from Deloitte from the room where the counting is happening, and the results will be presented after that.
Les candidats et vous, les candidats et
The
vous tous
candidates
entendrez
and
les
all
résultats
of
pour la
you
première fois.
will hear the
Merci.
results for the first time. Thank you.
As I said, these folks are going to receive a phone call from our Deloitte auditors in the results room, where the ballot results will be pulled later. The candidates and you will be hearing these results for the first time right here together. We'll be checking in with the candidates when Dan and I announce the official national results at the end of the provincial results. If we go to multiple ballots, we may do this 3 times.
And we'll announce the total points for each candidate only. Official riding by riding votes and percentage will be posted immediately on the party website once they are announced to comply with our constitutional requirements. Nous annoncerons uniquement
We
les
will
points
announce
obtenus par
only
chaque
the
candidat.
number of points secured by each candidate. The votes and the official percentages for each riding will be published on the website subsequently.
16,901. There are a total number of 33,800 points up for grabs tonight. Each riding has 100 of these points, so the first candidate to reach 16,901 points, which is 50% plus 1, will be the new leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. We will go through this again when we get back to you when we're going to be announcing the results. But for now, let's take a look and see who we have gathered from across the country. And Dan, let's start with BC.
Okay,
James Moore
you are watching special coverage here on CBC News Network, in case you were tuning in for the national, and on CBC television, of the Conservative Leadership Convention results. Except the headline so far, there are no results. We are still waiting at this hour, 3 hours after the program was intended to begin, for any confirmation, frankly, of when first ballot results will be announced. We thought perhaps they would have more information after the tribute to Andrew Scheer, the head of the Leadership Campaign Committee, Dan Nolan and Lisa Raitt. They do not. We know that there are thousands of envelopes and ballots that were damaged while the envelopes were being opened, and that has slowed down the process of verification of those ballots. And in spite of the Conservative Party's desire to get things going, the program going, and people paying attention, there are no results and there are no times promised yet for those results. So we are a little bit stuck, I guess, in the dark about how this is going to unfold. Let me bring in my colleagues, the host of Power and Politics, Vassy Kapelas, the CBC's Catherine Cullen, and Hannah Thibedeau. And Vassy, I'll start with you. I'm not sure it's a particularly good sign when the leaders of the Leadership Election Organizing Committee are there, but don't have any further information for us in terms of when this is actually going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know if you were like me, but I was kind of on the edge of my seat when they started describing, okay, here's how it's going to work. We're going to go to these people from the region. I was like, oh, it's happening. It's actually, they're going and they're starting at least with regional results. And then they said, oh, but that's actually not happening. That's what we will do in the event we actually have all the ballots counted and we can tell you what the results are. So no updated timeline, unless I didn't hear it, but no updated timeline from them, other than they're going to try and do that as quickly as possible. I'm even sort of fielding various messages from people who are within the campaigns or organizers for them regionally, who are at a loss as to what's going on as well, and very, very anxious on the edge of their seats, understandably so, to try and get at least the the first ballot results. Obviously, though, given the nature of the voting, that it's all on sort of one ballot and is automatically counted, even though in some cases the whole problem tonight is that some of them had to be essentially recounted, or there were issues with the ballot, so put back together and remade and then counted again. They would have all the choices, all the ranks on there, so it's not as though you can just do one ballot and announce it and then come back and all of a sudden find out the next one. So it's a bit, so I guess that's why it's a bit more delayed, but we are coming up on 10 after 9. The initial results were supposed to happen hours ago, and we still have no indication of when they might be coming up now. So, not in any way what anyone there was expecting, how anyone was expecting the night to go.
No, and I should let people know that if you are watching this on CBC, the main network, we are going to leave this at 10:30 Eastern because there's a hockey game, and a lot of people are going to want to see the hockey game, and we obviously expected this to be over by then. So that's unfortunate for viewers. You can obviously go to CBC News Network, or you can stream it as well, no problem. But there are people who will want to see hockey too. So that will happen at 10:30 Eastern. If you're watching us on CBC, if you want to keep watching, you can switch over, and I'll remind you to do that in a little bit. I guess let me go to Hannah. I mean, at what point? I mean, I know Dan Nolan said to you there would be a result tonight, but we are now, at 9 p.m. Eastern, and no one is even giving us a timeline of anything.
Let me give you a timeline then, because I've been bugging my sources in here. What they're saying is that now it could be 10 p.m. They're not saying definitively 10 p.m., but it's clearly not going to be the 9 p.m. because we are at 10 after 9 as of now, and they thought that maybe that would be the time. I'll go through with viewers. What's happening here is that they're having problems with some of their ballots and counting some of their ballots. There's a few thousand, 3,000 to 4,000 of those ballots. As you're mentioning, the chair of one of the co-chairs of the Leadership Organizing Committee, Dan Nolan, told me earlier that they will have a result tonight. We're all crossing our fingers at that result because it's not expected to be a first round result. You never know. But it's highly unlikely that it's a first round result, that it could go to 3 rounds. So there's still some time in there to do it. They did say they would speed that process up. We're still waiting to hear how they're doing with those ballots. There are about 3,000 to 4,000 ballots at the machine that opens those ballots, slice them, cut them. They weren't able to go through the processing one. I'm going to look down at my arm just to see if that is anything. We get buzzes all the time. Yeah, still could be 10 p.m. before we get those first rounds of results. And what they did is they cut some of those papers on the ballot. They had to either try to find a way to tape it, or they had to redo the ballot itself to count those ballots. And the reason why this is so important, I think, our own Eric Grenier can tell you how close this could potentially be, is that those few thousand ballots could mean a lot in a very tight race. So it's important, and everybody's ballot is important too, so they have to make sure it happened. But in these tight races too, all of those ballots are vital to get them through. So, they're still counting them. I'm checking my phone and it's still looking like at this point, and I know I've come up and I've said a few different times, 10 p.m. before we get those first results.
Okay, and you're quite right. We've all said given different times as we hear different things, but given that we have nothing official coming from the party, as we might expect, and the situation is pretty fluid, to say the least, we give you what we have, and knowing that it could well change. Okay, Hannah, thank you for that. We'll come back to you. Let me bring in Catherine Cullen to see what she's hearing about things. So I guess they're running through these. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say a lot of waiting and a lot of people wanting to know what's going on. I was thinking about it, and we've said many times well before today started that this is quite an unprecedented race, right? Obviously because of the pandemic, all of the changes that the teams had to make in terms of conducting so much of their work via Zoom. When there was a debate, they showed up in masks, they had to be physically distanced, and all of the work that went into organizing this event, trying to find a way to drum up a bit of I'll say drama, I guess, when you can't have people in the room. And you got a bit of a sense of it there when the various representatives were speaking. There's no applause. It sort of loses a little bit of something. Everybody's been doing their best, and to think of all the various challenges they faced, that at the end of the day, it sounds like it's the envelopes that are going to be tripping them up. That's, I'm sure, quite frustrating for many people. I think it's probably important, too, since we have been talking about these envelopes for what now feels like about 3 days, to maybe just give a quick summary of where things stand in terms of what we are still expecting tonight, because we're still waiting for those results, right? That we were anticipating. Broadly, what Conservatives were saying is they didn't think that this was going to be decided in the first round. Everyone, though, I will say, did seem pretty open to surprises. The Conservatives that I've spoken to, this, obviously, not the surprise anyone was expecting, but that it could go as much as 3 rounds. Peter MacKay, Erin O'Toole, widely seen as the 2 frontrunners here. Many people expecting that Peter MacKay was going to come out strong in that first ballot. The question is, would he have the amount of support in that first ballot that started with a 4? Was something that was going to be big enough to push him over the edge, because Erin O'Toole has made an appeal to be the second choice candidate for people who are also supporting Derek Sloan and Leslyn Lewis. Leslyn Lewis in particular running a stronger campaign, I think, than a lot of people expected. A lot of enthusiasm in the party about someone who is a relative political newcomer, but who was seen as really a fresh voice, somebody who is a social conservative. But you've heard some of the guests on this show talking about the way that she articulated those socially conservative principles in a way that even people who didn't necessarily have those views had a lot of respect for. So the question is, if indeed Derek Sloan and then Leslyn Lewis are the 3rd and 4th place, where does that support go? Well, Rosemary, I can't tell you, and I can't tell you when we're going to find out. I can pull that move from Hannah and check my phone too. I don't see anything new. We wait, and yeah.
Okay, well, in some good news for people that were juggling multiple screens or not, the Raptors have swept their series for the first time. Yeah, it's only the first round, but that's because it's Canada's team. I feel like I can give that information neutrally, that it's good. So, of course, I know some of you are waiting for hockey too, and I'll bring you details on when that will happen on CBC television. We're just sort of waiting to see whether this timeline of 10 p.m. For first round ballot results, as Hannah is telling us, actually holds, because that would at least give us a sense of timing and how long this might go on, because as everyone here has made the point time and again, it would be surprising for this to happen on a first ballot. I think all camps would tell you that. For anyone to get 50% plus 1, 50% plus 1, that would be surprising. So even if we know the first round of ballots, which will give us a lot of information about the direction this is headed, certainly, I don't think anyone thinks that it will be over after 10 o'clock. So we are here for a little while longer. I hate to tell you, and I know some of you are mesmerized by the lightning behind me. Fortunately, I appear to be safe, but it is distracting, so maybe that will calm down as well. Let me go now to Corey Teneycke, who has been following along with us and talking to people. I don't know, Corey, I mean, are you hearing that this will happen tonight? Are we at a point yet where it's possible we just all say goodbye and try again tomorrow?
I think it's going to happen tonight.
Okay,
how
good.
quickly we'll find out. But I think nobody really knows for sure what's going on. But rumors are flying around at the speed of light in Ottawa and elsewhere by phone and text. So for the entertainment value of your viewers, I thought I might share a few of the things that are flying around, and who knows to what level these things are true.
Remember reminding people that you are not a reporter, so these are
I'm not a
rumors.
Reporter. I'm going to speculate wildly for your entertainment, based on rumors and texts and calls that I've been receiving from people in various campaigns. But I'll maybe preface it first by, if there are long delays, it is quite possible that those delays are coming from legal challenges between the different campaigns, as opposed to the vote count not actually being concluded. And that's something that we've seen in past leaderships. And if this continues on for a long period of time, I would speculate in an informed fashion that that's likely part of what's going on. Right. Now, one of the more interesting rumors that has been flying around is that as expected, that Erin O'Toole has led the popular vote, but is not leading in the points. In fact, the most delicious rumor so far is that he is narrowly in third in the points. and that Leslyn Lewis is in second. Now, if that's true, this is going to be the most epic, interesting race that we've seen in a very long time.
Yeah.
But it could also just be people playing a game of telephone with each other and nobody actually knowing what they're talking about. But on past experience, for instance, the Ford leadership, the vote count was done hours before any results were put out because of legal challenges from other teams. So that process can be quite time consuming. Lawyers don't do anything quickly, especially on things like this associated with political campaigns. So who knows how long this is going to go on and what's actually happening, but if nothing else, the rumors are fantastic, and I think we should just keep talking about them as long as possible.
Well, let me go to the part that seems the most plausible, and that is that scrutineers lawyers are weighing in. Because from what Dan Nolan said, it's not that you approve a ballot, it's that you say, no, I have an issue with the ballot. And then from your experience, what actually happens? Like, who adjudicates that or decides what happens next?
It can be that process, or it could be the software that's looking at the tabulation. It can be looking at whether or not the correct number of ballots were registered in each individual constituency association, because that's actually the thing, as we've talked about many times tonight, that has the largest impact on the vote outcome. So that's often, I think, where you have the most conflict between teams is between is areas around that. So it could be a handful of disputed ballots in some cases. It could be a count differential between one team and another in terms of how many votes they expected to see in an individual constituency, and trying to then go through and resolve that. As we talked about before in the last race, 60 votes would have been enough to flip the result. So every vote gets argued over if it's in one of these ridings where it has a big impact. But if that's the case, and as I say, we don't know for sure. All we're getting is rumors, and I can say, sometimes rumors are true and sometimes they aren't. But it is certainly plausible that those arguments are going on between the teams. And you only argue if the result is close, and you only argue if the result is not the one that you were anticipating for your candidate.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was just going to say, and teams that were, pushing membership drives and trying to coordinate votes and sent them in bulk, for instance, they might have an idea of what kind of numbers they're expecting in certain ridings. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, well, campaigns have their voter ID lists, and they might believe that they're going to get 90 out of 100 votes in one particular riding, just to keep the math simple. And then they look at the numbers and they only had 76. And so that would be an indication for them that maybe there's something wrong there, and you might try to throw a flag on that, or take a look at the math a second time. You really don't know until days after what actually has happened in some of these cases. And in some cases, you never fully know. Like in the last leadership race, a number of the ballots were destroyed the night of the vote, even though the vote was still in dispute. So I think this is one of the reasons why you have auditors there, why you have a whole bunch of people to try to ensure the integrity of the process, and why, if you're the people who are leading this process, you want to be really, really careful before you announce anything. At the end of the day, the only reason that we got an announcement, I believe, on the provincial election is because our campaign indicated that we were going to go out and announce the result if they didn't. Because the ongoing process of debate over this stuff was just a never-ending churn.
Yeah, and then you don't want to get into that situation, because then things get hairy and potentially difficult for the unity of the party, right? So obviously everyone wants to avoid that too.
Yeah, you want that avoided, but as tense as it is for people who are waiting for those results, the tension inside that count room for the people who are officials looking at it, and the teams of scrutineers and legal counsel that are looking at it, the tension there is multiples higher.
Sure. Okay. Thank you for that, Corey. We'll come back to you as things unfold. Thank you. Let me go back to the former industry minister, former heritage minister. I can't remember what other portfolio he had now at Denton's. James Moore. He's out in BC. Thank you for coming back. We didn't necessarily have you back, but we're glad that you are back. What are you hearing about the delay, and what are you thinking as you're watching things unfold?
Well, look, the most important thing is that the results be accurate, the results be credible, accepted, and precise, and certainly respected by all those who are contesting leadership and have the confidence of the members. So I think it's important that they get it right. I know it's enormously frustrating for you, enormously frustrating for your fellow broadcasters and the other networks, and certainly for party members and those who want to get the results. But it's important that this be done right and it be done precisely. And I think that's what matters most. As annoying as I say it as it is, at the end of it, we will have a leader announced. We will have the results, and that will be the topic and the story for tomorrow. And these kinds of interruptions, annoying as they are, frustrating as they are, tedious as they may seem, it's an unfortunate reality of having to get this done just right.
Listen, I did more than 8 hours on election night. I'm good. I'm good for another few hours at least.
Yeah, you worked through a couple tap dancing shoes.
That's right. And I'm okay so long as we know there will be results tonight. Do you think that will happen? That Dan Nolan certainly seems to think it will. Do you think that it will happen tonight?
I haven't been told that they'll be pushed back past tonight, so I'm expecting that there will be results tonight, and I'm looking forward to it. So I haven't heard any whispers or chatter in that regard, and I have confidence that we will have results tonight, and we can rejoice and have a good conversation about who the next leader will be and how that person measures up, as opposed to Prime Minister Trudeau.
Yes. Talk a little bit about that, obviously we talked earlier, although people may not have seen that because it was in the 5 o'clock hour, but we talked earlier about the message from the next leader, which has to be one of unifying the party and that kind of stuff. But what about right out of the gate positioning themselves against Justin Trudeau and whether, I don't know if they would mention the We controversy already, but how do they address that right out of the gate? Do they talk about the Prime Minister? What would you expect on that front?
Well, I've been of the view that when conservatism loses optimism, conservatism fails. I think conservatives have to provide, a broad, forward-looking vision. And I think if all we're doing, if all we're doing is rehearsing and retrenching ourselves in the speech that we heard, frankly, from Mr. Scheer tonight, and I think that misses the moment. I think what we need to do is look beyond, look ahead 5-10 years, and think about the kind of Canada that we would build that would be different than that of the Liberals. So I think that is clearly very, very much, I think, what is on order, and I think that's what people have an appetite for. In the immediate term, tactically, of course, there's a very different reality if it's Aaron O'Toole or Peter MacKay, as Aaron, of course, made a big point of his campaign that he's ready to go and he'll be there in Parliament in 5 weeks when Parliament comes back, and Peter MacKay will have to find his way into Parliament pretty quickly. Yes. I suspect he's got a plan to do that. So, both of them will have to speak beyond Parliament and within Parliament, but I think they're both ready to hit the ground running, move forward, unite the caucus, build out, and get ready for the next campaign, which could come very soon.
Okay. James Moore, thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. Thanks for, I know you're watching the results, so I appreciate you standing by, and we may have to call you back if things go sideways again. Thank you so much.
Well, let's hope not.
Yes, let's hope not. Let's all together hope not. Thank you. Talk again soon. All right. That is James Moore out there in British Columbia, where he is watching along with other Conservatives as we wait for some results at some point. Let me bring back my colleagues, Power and Politics host Vassy Kapelis, Catherine Cullen, and Hannah Thibodeau is sticking around as well to talk more about what we are expecting now. So we are at 9:25 Eastern. And the latest we had heard was that we might start getting something in half an hour's time. The way things had been planned before, Vassy, was that there would be almost no pause between the first round of results and the second. Like, it would happen at a fairly steady clip. So I don't know if that means that, I'm not sure how quickly they could get that done. I'm just going to look at what the sheet from older times said about how quickly it could happen. So if we were supposed to start ballot 1 at 6:30, they said we could be done by 8. So that's an hour and a half.
RIP that schedule.
Yeah, RIP all the schedules. I don't know if they would try and shrink that down even more? Because an hour and a half seems like a long time if you're only starting at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, so my understanding is from a couple of conversations that they are trying to, and Lisa Raitt had indicated this, I think, when she spoke with Hannah, they are trying to truncate the schedule to a certain degree as much as they can. They're very cognizant of the fact that this is very late and that it is very delayed, and that, like James pointed out, beyond just the broadcasters, the party, the members want to know what's happening as well. So there seems to be some conversation in that area, though again, that isn't, nothing is confirmed. And as well, even the 10 o'clock start, I'm hearing, they aren't even saying that's 100% at this point. Just based on one other thing that Corey had mentioned around whether or not there might be legal challenges or if that's already starting. I've reached out to most of the campaigns, and so far they haven't said anything specific about bringing in the lawyers, but they are getting way more frustrated, I will say, than they were, let's say, an hour and a half ago or even 2 hours ago, where they kind of understood that there were some technical difficulties and felt like, okay, we'll be patient. There's a much higher level of frustration right now, especially around not having any answers about when this might actually be done. That was at first fueling some worry, and now it's led to some frustration.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I mean, these four individuals have put their lives on hold for an extended period of time, are waiting to see if they are getting a big job as a leader of the official opposition. I mean, that would be frustrating and difficult to live through if you were a candidate, I would think.
Yeah, definitely, and that's definitely the vibe that I'm getting from their campaigns. We're all sort of saying the same thing. We are like, what is going on? Why isn't this happening any faster? They're very anxious for answers, and understandably so.
Yeah. Okay, Vashi, thank you for that. Maybe I'll go to Catherine Cullen now to get your take on what you're hearing. I see Hannah texting away, so she'll have something to say in a minute, undoubtedly. Over to you, Catherine.
About the significance of the timing of all of this, Rosemary, and the frustration that Vashi was just talking about, because of course the later and later this gets and the more we crash into like various deadlines for various media and the hockey game and whatnot, the concern, I think, on the part of the camps, yes, is just like a human concern. As you say, people, not only the aspiring leaders themselves, but their entire campaign teams have put their lives on hold in many ways, but also because of this idea that a switch sort of flips, right? Once the leader is announced, and the effort begins immediately to introduce, or in the case of Peter MacKay and to some extent Erin O'Toole, reintroduce that person to Canadians, right? Especially with this idea that there could be a federal election in the fall. Now, that certainly remains uncertain, but there is a confidence vote. And so I think the Conservatives understand there is great importance in getting Canadians, letting them know this is our new leader, getting them out in front of people. And the more that the audience sort of falls away and they lose that big bang tonight, like, of course the story will still get out, but not getting that big push and the audience for that story that they might like is certainly a bit disappointing, beyond just that human frustration of wanting to know what the heck is going to happen. I'm also hearing the same thing, Vashi, is the possibility of truncating all of this. A hope that there's some universe in which this whole thing could be wrapped by 10:30, but let's see. Let's wait and see. Maybe Hannah's gotten some text to that effect. Maybe she can tell us.
There seems certainly to be an awareness of the pressures of hockey and other things that this TV network and others have to deal with, and certainly a desire to make sure you make deadlines for newspapers as well. And I think you're right to point out that the Conservative Party also knows that one of the most immediate things they have to do is make sure that their leader is well known to many Canadians, and that will be a challenge depending on who wins, a challenge of varying proportions, but it is something that they have to start right away. You're quite right. Let me go to Hannah, who is on the ground there still, texting and hearing things. Okay, yeah. So what are you, have you got anything for us?
No, the last thing I did hear, and I hate to say no.
Yes,
no,
that's
see
okay.
No, the last time I was speaking with you is we heard that it would be a 10 p.m. start. Now, I'm just talking with all of my sources behind the scenes. I'm watching my phone. They say they're going to have an update for me in about 5 to 10 minutes to let us know what is happening. So we are going to hold them to that, Rosie. And I said, if anything happens while I'm on air, we'll definitely bring that to them. Of course, as you know, everyone's saying that we're wondering, once this starts, I assume it's going to be a truncated announcement, that they'll go through it much more quickly because of the fact that this has been delayed for so long. I put that question out there. We're waiting to see if we get some answers on that. Of course, this has been delayed because of those thousands of ballots, but from the rooms themselves, from the different leadership camps, they're still having fun, but I think if you get the feel down here, a bit of the huzzah has gone out of it a smidge just because of the waiting time. And I don't know if you heard it or not either, but even when they had that first part of the program, there was a huge thunderstorm. And it sort of, it's like almost this ominous feel right now because the thunderstorm was coming down during that part. They have to get to this. They have to get those ballots read because there is a little oomph being taken out of the announcement of this leadership race because of the delays so far. And again, this is because of those 3,000 to 4,000 ballots that they're still trying to get through the machines. We don't know how many still they have left to count, but we're still waiting to hear how long that might take, and I am keeping an eye on my phone every second because I've got a lot of calls out there. And one of the other things, I'm reaching out to each of the rooms and they're saying, well, it is slow, but they are still, hopeful that they'll get this done soon. I want to bring in, I have a guest for you too, Rosie.
Oh,
guess what?
Look at you go. Off you go.
Yeah. Off we go. We have Marilyn Gladu. She is a Conservative MP, but also she was a candidate at the beginning of this race and had to drop out, because of different reasons. And Ms. Gladu, first off, how's everybody feeling with the delays that are happening right now?
Well, obviously everybody was really excited for the results, and as the hours go, that becomes less, and of course people are concerned to find out what the problem is and to get to the actual results. So hopefully we'll be seeing those any moment.
Yeah, is it kind of taking a little bit of oomph out of this? This is kind of what I feel, in the room. There was a lot more excitement when we first got here, but now it's kind of like, oh, we really need to get going now.
Well, I think many of you will remember the provincial Ontario election where I think, they were stalled for about 8 hours with a problem with the ballot counting as well. And, like you said, at the end of it, most people had left the room. So hopefully folks will stay engaged because we need to hear the results. But I think they are 97% complete, I believe, is what Lisa said.
They're getting there.
Yeah, so they're getting there.
So we're staying positive about that. I want to talk to you a little bit about Andrew Scheer's speech. That was his farewell speech. The last time we'll hear him as the Conservative leader. What did you make of it? Did you feel it was a unity speech, or give me your thoughts.
I think Andrew was summing up, what he's achieved over his years. I know that people in the moment in politics are not always kind, but I think when you look at what he did achieve in terms of gaining seats for the Conservative Party and winning the popular vote and really putting together a very strong team, that is his legacy. And I think many of the things that he wanted to see come to fruition in the Conservative Party have happened. So I think he's positioned us well for the next leader, and I wish him and Jill all the best. I'm sure, this is going to be a huge relief in some ways to him, getting back to spend time with his children. This is a very demanding job. So thanks to Andrew for everything that he did, and for Jill for all that she did to sacrifice for her and the children all the time they spent.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about being a candidate in a race. You were a candidate at the beginning. You had to drop out. What is it like, in these times? It must be stressful, but also you were one of 2 female candidates. Now there's 1 female candidate. What is it like being a female candidate in a race amongst?
Well, I would say that, much of the logistics of the thing is the same for everybody. It's very busy, lots of interviews, lots of work being done. But one of the things I would say, and I think it was pointed out today, there's less coverage for women running for the Conservative Party. And I know that there was a lot of chat on Twitter today about how Kamala Harris has had 31 articles in the Toronto Star versus Leslyn Lewis with only 4. And so, to me, well, is that systemic discrimination, or is it discrimination against Conservative women? I mean, why is it that there is not the same attention paid? So I did notice that myself in my own leadership race, and I've noticed it as well for Leslyn.
What type of advice would you give for Ms. Lewis, even after today?
Well, I think she's done incredibly well in this whole leadership race. I mean, she's eloquent, she's intelligent. I think she has surprised everyone with the way that she's resonated with the public. So I would say that my advice to her is not to give up. You know, if she's not successful tonight to become the leader of the party, there's still a place for her. I hope to see her as an MP in the House of Commons, and I think she has a lot to contribute, and I think she can really diversify the party, and I just love the way that she had her own view but respected other people's views. I think we need that.
And only quickly, don't have much time, but for the next leader, what is the first thing they need to do?
Oh, the first thing they need to do is unify the party. Okay. Make sure that the West understands that we will stand for them. Oil and gas, I mean, is in my blood because, of course, Sarnia Lambton.
Absolutely.
But we need to unite that way. We need to make sure that the social conservatives know that they have a place. It's a big tent party. Let's unify the party, and then let's expand the party to the youth and the women and win the next election.
Marilyn Gladu, I want to thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Rosie, throwing it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Hannah. I appreciate it. And we'll come back to you and everyone else as soon as we get more details around the timing of things. Let's bring back At Issue for a quick go round. You should know that Chantal Hébert is juggling this and Radio-Canada RDI's coverage in French. So we're trying to move around between everyone else. And of course, Andrew and Althea doing their day jobs as well as we try and make everybody work and keep everybody awake. So thanks for coming back. I didn't really talk about Andrew Scheer's speech, so let me just do one round with all of you on what you made of the speech. Andrew, I'll start with you.
It was sad. It was as cruelly limited as the man, uninspired, unoriginal. It read like the speech a campus conservative president would give, railing against communism, etc. It was just strangely off key. He had 7-8 months to prepare this. And I think you saw in that speech why he was not more successful as a leader. It didn't reach out. It didn't stake out new ground. It didn't strike any high idealistic notes. It was just really limited.
Althea, what did you make of his messaging there? I didn't find it the most uplifting. I will say that. I'm not sure how you're supposed to leave the party, but I didn't find it super inspiring, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I probably did not have as much emotionally vested in the speech or expectation than Andrew over here. Sure. But it sounded like typical. Oh, well, it's me. Like, it did not surprise me. I felt like that was actually typical Andrew Scheer. He looked a bit more uncomfortable than I expected him to, but I think that he has stuck to the same talking points that he basically has been talking about since the last election. And he wants to be really remembered for somebody that did grow the party. And I think he's trying every chance he gets to reaffirm that and remind people that he won the popular vote and that, you know, the party is in better footing than he got it from Stephen Harper back in 2007, well, 17 from Ron Ambrose, but you know what I mean. So unsurprising, and I don't know. He seems like a guy who lost the fire.
Yeah, and maybe rightfully so. Chantal, last word on that.
What fire did he lose? Excuse me. But I did not know that he was known for fire. I wasn't surprised. I didn't think it was the speech that he should have delivered. But I wasn't surprised because one of the problems of Andrew Scheer's leadership has been that every occasion he would have had to look prime ministerial and to rise above the factionalism that he has driven the party into. He missed all those opportunities, including, you know, they were showing highlights of his career as leader, going into the debate by telling the prime minister that he's corrupted, etc. That makes you someone who wants to audition to be the leader of the official opposition at best. But it does not make you someone who is auditioning for the job of prime minister. And that was kind of that again, but it also kind of showed that Andrew Scheer missing the point of, he has brought the party back to its Reform Party roots. I'm not saying ideologically, I'm saying in the way that the votes have now lined up behind the Conservative Party. And his appeal, for instance, to don't watch the mainstream media anymore, go to this and that. That is kind of saying not only is our tent not big enough, But why don't we shut all the doors and make sure we live in that echo chamber where we will stay in opposition?
Yeah, good point. Let me just give people a little update, and I'll get you all to weigh in on the sort of the state of affairs. Dan Nolan, the co-chair, has just said that now, after they were at 97% of ballots counted, they are at 98+% counted. Which isn't really promising given how long it's taking us to get past that percentage point. They have said they'll have results when they have results. They are taking a pause in the program now, and that's where we are at. I mean, at what point does this, I mean, it's obviously an issue. We're into many hours of coverage here. I can go many more hours, but this has become an issue for the party, and they are missing opportunities here to get on newscasts and other things. Chantal, I'll go to you first in case you have to jump away.
Okay, so it's a major inconvenience to the party, a big letdown for them. It's not terribly, well, actually, it is terribly pleasant for us to get all this time when we're usually limited. So we can keep going for quite a while.
Sure can.
I'm totally enjoying the new experience of doing it in French and English. It's almost as if I've managed to be in two places. But seriously, having said all this, what really matters in the end is the outcome and the shape of the outcome. And when they do give us those numbers, we will be writing the same analysis that we would have earlier. Maybe it's going to be a bit foggier because we're going to be more tired. But I'll be just as interested at midnight in their results and tomorrow and in the week going forward.
Well, that's very kind. Andrew, are you as generous towards the experience?
Well, it does look like amateur hour. People are entitled to take some shots at them for it, but I agree that in the fullness of time, this will be forgotten. Much more will be attached to who gets elected as leader and the business of building in as quick a time as they can for the next election, which is probably not coming this fall, but is certainly going to be coming before too long is out. Yeah. And with very, very big issues and big stakes on the table, when you look at what the Liberals are preparing, and people are going to want to know what the Conservative answer to that is, other than just no.
Yeah, Althea, how about you? What are you making of the ongoing delay?
I would say probably the people who are most annoyed and embarrassed by this are Conservative MPs and people attached to the camps who are really hoping that the party would be able to put its best foot forward. And, the fact that the government has been monopolizing the airways for the past several months in the response to the COVID-19 pandemic, here was the chance to, showcase how great the party is and drum up some excitement. And instead they missed that opportunity. And I think a lot of questions are going to be asked about, well, why didn't you start counting on Friday night? Or why didn't you start counting on Saturday? Or when did you know there were problems? And maybe you should have punted this result until Monday when everything was sorted out. But I don't know the answers to any of those questions. No. We'll be here as long as you want us here and as long as the party wants to keep going until they tell us to go to bed.
Yes, that's right. Or if they say, forget it, we're just going to try again tomorrow. Although no signs of that yet. And we are hearing, I know we were talking a little bit about whether there were legal challenges. At least one camp is saying there are no legal challenges at this stage. So it really is a question of just getting it all through and done, especially if there are a few thousand left to count, if we're only at 98%. Yeah, go ahead, Chantal.
You know that they have to finish tonight now because they have scrutineers in there from every camp. Mm-hmm. So unless you want to live in rumor city and trial balloons, et cetera, they have to finish.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. Okay, well, on that note, I'll let you all go briefly, and we'll come back when we have more to say, when something else happens. Thank you all. Go get a snack or a cup of coffee. Appreciate it. That is that issue. We'll be back with them through the evening on CBC, CBC News Network, and on the National if we get to that point. Okay, I just wanted to remind everybody a little bit about the voting process. We've talked about it over the course of the past number of hours, but it is a complicated process. So we thought we'd remind you again that this works not just by votes, but by share of vote per riding, something that was negotiated when the party was created with Peter MacKay and Stephen Harper back in 2003. So another reminder now about how this process works in terms of the ballots and the votes and how we're going to get to a winner eventually. Take a look. Every riding in the country is worth 100 points. The share of the vote in each riding determines the number of points a candidate wins. 100 points per riding, 338 ridings, for a total of 33,800 points. To win, a candidate has to win the majority of points, or 16,901. That is the number to watch for tonight. So how does the voting work? Party members use a ranked ballot. That means they can choose up to 4 people for leader, ranking their preferences from first to last. The ballots have already been mailed in and are counted in rounds. If in the first round no candidate gets a majority of points, the person with the fewest is eliminated. Ballots get counted again. Points get reassigned based on members' second choice. That process continues until a winner emerges when one candidate hits that magic number, 16,901 points. Okay, thought that would be worth sharing again because I thought it was very well done by Phil, my producer, but also because it's important to keep in mind here as we do eventually start getting results about how this has all played out. It means essentially that even if a candidate has an enormous amount of support in one province or one riding, that won't actually translate into more points because of the way that system was created. It's designed to give and spread power sort of across the country so that Western Canada doesn't have more power or say in who is the leader than Quebec, Ontario, or the Atlantic provinces. And it's something that will be really a determining factor in who becomes leader. The other determining factor, of course, is the ranked ballot system that the party has as well. So there are 4 choices, as you probably know by now, on that ballot. You can choose, so you rank who you want, first, second, third, and fourth. All of those choices are made at the same time. So the ballots that are still being counted now have different choices. And those ranked ballots also become a really important part of seeing how the vote breaks down. Because if someone drops off after the first round, obviously, as you saw there, that support goes somewhere else. So those are all the factors that will be important once we get some numbers. And of course, that magic number there that we talked about, 16,901 points, would be the majority that you need either in the first round or a following round in order to become leader. If you are still joining us, if you are still watching, or if you were just tuning in, we're about 10 minutes from the top of the hour where we are told we might get some results on the Conservative Party leadership. You're watching us on CBC Television and CBC News Network and across all of our platforms here in what has turned into a long evening with a lot of disruptions and frustration for a number of the candidates, all of the candidates undoubtedly, and even many of the Conservative Party members who are obviously all anxiously awaiting to see who the next leader will be. And I am going to bring in my colleagues now. Power and Politics host Vassy Kapelos, Catherine Cullen, Hannah Thibodeau, to see what more we know or don't know. Hannah, I'm going to start with you because you had the 10 o'clock idea, so I just wanted to see whether that has firmed up at all.
Has not firmed up. I am so sorry, but
no,
you know what? I can pick up. No, I cannot confirm that yet. But we are hoping that eventually we will be able to confirm that. But I do have a guest with me. This is Alupa Clark. Alupa Clark was a former Conservative MP in Quebec. He's now, didn't win in 2019, but is now campaign chair for Erin O'Toole in Quebec. So I want to talk about that point system, Rosie, you were just discussing. And in Quebec, it's quite interesting because there are 78 ridings, but in those ridings, there are fewer number of members.
Yes.
So, for example, maybe 200 in a riding, as opposed to in Alberta, there might be 1,500.
2,000, yeah.
Yeah, so that makes those ridings really important to get. Can you explain that a little bit for us?
No, of course. I mean, because it's a system by points. And as you pointed out, Madame Thibodeau, in Quebec, it's very precious. And that's why in the last month, we have seen a real breakthrough for Erin O'Toole in Quebec. When I decided to endorse him in February as his chairman in Quebec, it was at 5%. But I knew that Erin O'Toole had 2 major qualities that would bring us in a real breakthrough in Quebec. First, it's his real leadership skills, and secondly, he knows how to be close to the people is sanguine and he is really emotive sometimes. You know, during the debate in French, we saw it. And most people I met on the ground after the French debate were really impressed by the fact that he spoke well in French, and it was kind of Latin a bit, you know. So, but besides that, the breakthrough came in reality in the last 2 weeks. I've toured the province in 8 strategic ridings, okay, where you have between 100 and 150 members. And so I went and see to 600 addresses by car, 3,000 kilometers, 10 days nonstop. And I went to see all the members who were non-identified by us, the campaign. We didn't know for who they vote, and they didn't vote it yet. So I went to each of those members' houses, and I was very impressed to discover that on the ground, the same phenomenon that I saw in the numbers was there. So a lot of non-identified members just right on the spot gave me a ballot for Erin, you know, and they showed me it was marked Erin O'Toole on the ballot. So I was really pleased by that, and my tour gave me the opportunity to bring back 70 more ballots this Friday, which corresponds to maybe 1,000 ballots in Alberta.
And when it comes to if it is Erin O'Toole or whoever it is, let's say, how important is it to bring in Quebecers to get their votes?
Well, we want all provinces to be behind the next leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, Mr. O'Toole. And we saw that in the last election, last October. Well, myself, I lost my seat, you know, so of course we wanted to show that Erin O'Toole can be strong in Quebec, which is the case, because at the worst scenario, we think it's going to be between 35% and 40% of the points in Quebec.
That's what we have to watch for.
Yeah, and at the third ballots, it will probably win the province of Quebec. So it's a major highlight of this campaign, and I'm very glad, and I want to thank the whole team in Quebec City, in the province of Quebec, to have made this possible.
And one thing I want to ask you as well is we're having all these delays right now.
Yes, it's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate.
Yeah.
You're sitting with Mr. O'Toole and waiting for the results
that's right.
to come in. How's he feeling?
Well, it's funny you ask that, because just 20 minutes ago, you know, the whole family just sat on the couch and we were thinking that Lisa Ray was going to say, okay, here is the first ballot announcement, but it didn't happen. And so we just say, well, okay, so we have a Zoom live in the room with all the volunteers across the country watching live the people in the room. So Mr. O'Toole went on the camera of the Zoom and spoke a little bit, did a speech and spoke about what's going on in the room and the delays and everything. So no, it's a disappointment, of course, and it's unfortunate. It's more stress, but I think everything is being looked upon in a very official way. It seems like there's like 4,000 or 5,000 ballots that were damaged by a machine.
Is there concern from your camp about these ballots?
No, because we trust the Conservative Party executive and officers. But the reason why it takes a long time, you know, each ballot is connected to a specific riding, so they cannot just reproduce ballots easily. They have to print ballots from each riding, and they have to
feed it through.
So it's a long process. I ask Canadians to stand along with us and to wait for those important results, because tonight we will know who's the next Prime Minister of this great country. And I'm very confident that Mr. O'Toole will win, not only because of the numbers that we have been seeing all along this campaign in the last weeks, but also because of what we see on the ground, which is really positive.
Okay, Alupa Clark, I want to thank you for your time and
problem.
giving us the scene in Quebec.
Okay, thank you.
Alupa Clark is the chair in Quebec for Erin O'Toole. And Rosie, I'm going to throw it back to you. And let me just check my phone. Still no details.
Okay,
Sorry.
Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate it. That's all right. I appreciate that. And that gave me an opportunity to have a little snack. So that worked out fine for me.
Good, I'm glad.
Some people on Twitter also asking, do I have time to go to the corner store? I think you have time. I would go now, though.
Go now.
That's my best advice. That's right. Let me go back to Catherine Cullen. Thanks, Hannah. Let me go back to Catherine Cullen now. To see if you're hearing anything new.
Hey, 10 o'clock, Rosemary, 4 minutes away. The camps are saying they don't think that's happening.
No.
I'd say that seems like a pretty reasonable suspicion. I would point out a couple of things. One, some people on Twitter are feeling a little sorry for us that we've had to tap dance all this time. I would point out some of the scrutineers from the various campaigns have been in that room since about 7 or 7:30 this morning. Can you imagine that? They've been stuck in this same room with these ballots, going through the stress of everything that's going on with these envelopes for, we're going on 14 plus hours now. So that's unpleasant. And how much more sad will they be when they finally do leave the room? This is some of the scrutineers, not all, and see that none other than Elizabeth May, Green Party leader, is throwing a little shade at the Conservatives on Twitter. She tweeted, Green leadership results due October 3rd. Will we know who is leading the Conservative Party of Canada by then? That's no fun for the Conservatives. But results, like, I feel like it's starting to look a little bit repetitive here, throwing my hands up, but people are saying, it's a little bit nuts. They're feeling increasingly skeptical about what's going to happen. We wait. We had that update, I think, a little while ago from Dan Nolan. I think we've heard that they're down to about 1,000 ballots now. Or you had heard that, Rosemary?
Yep. And Dan Nolan actually did reiterate before he went off stage that there will be a leader tonight. So we can promise people that. But it might be a good time, if you're political junkies like the rest of us, to refuel and get yourself sorted for another couple of hours potentially. And I will say too that we appreciate everyone's good thoughts, but this is actually what we live for. So we're doing just fine. We can adapt pretty easily. Thank you, Catherine. I'll bring in Vashi now. It does seem slow going though, Vashi. If they went from 97% of ballots approved to 98% and just over 98% in a many hours, it does seem to be a heavy process, a difficult process that they're going through here. And I don't know if this is going to speed up now, or what you're hearing about that.
Assessment that it seems particularly slow, and I was looking back through some of my communication around what was actually happening throughout the day, and the identification of the fact that there were these ballots that ended up being ripped because of the envelope machine. My understanding was at around 1 o'clock they started putting them back together, and then basically by 6 we had learned that there were thousands that at this point that they had put back together, but that had to be recounted, and by being recounted they also had to be sort of remade, I guess is the best way to put it. So if they've only gotten through, let's say there were at the top end of this 4,000 and there's still 1,000 left, that's not going to happen in a few minutes, right? And so that is a substantial amount. This is a substantial issue for the party, for the results. The fact that we were thinking maybe 10 o'clock and it's now 10 o'clock, so it certainly won't be 10 o'clock. There's no other indication from the party at this point, at least that I can see right now, giving a more concrete timeline. I wouldn't even bet, I know that they're promising us that there will be a leader tonight at this point after the last 4 hours. I'm not even going to bank on that. Let's see how that tabulation goes. I think the other question is, of course, around the validity and whether the party is on board, or sorry, the campaigns are on board, as Hannah's interview sort of exemplified. Right now they feel pretty confident that their scrutineers were able to check the accuracy of those ballots, and that is actually what my understanding is taking extra long. They have to comply with physical distancing in there, so just the process of looking at each one, passing it over, then remaking it, putting into the counting machine. It's maybe not as easy as it might have been pre-pandemic, but it's still a lot of them, and not a huge amount of volunteers, I'm told as well, that were tasked with that, because they didn't anticipate the size of this issue, or that this issue would really be there to the degree that it is. They didn't necessarily, they didn't have 300 people there ready to go start recounting all these ballots, and as a result, we are where we are.
Right, and I should remind people that I have Conservatives saying to me, "Well, this is just the machines. It's not our fault." I totally take that point. I don't think anyone's blaming the Conservative Party. I think the issue, though, becomes about missed opportunity in terms of the timing of events only, and then how that unfolds and whether you can get it done. Sounds like they're fairly confident they can get it done, but as Chantal said in the last ad issue, we'll wait until there's a leader, and the story tomorrow will be the leader. But for now, as we're waiting for something to happen, this is what we have, right? This is the reality of the situation.
Yeah, and I would say that it's not necessarily a flippant thing to point out either, right? I mean, part of the problem for this leader is going to be a wider introduction to the rest of the Canadian public. And a big portion of that is the momentum that builds. Think of so many other campaigns, both in this country, south of the border, even the momentum that builds on a night like this when you are able to present yourself. And for many Canadians who haven't been finely attuned to this race because they're in the middle of a pandemic or because it's the summer or whatever it is, that could be their first opportunity to hear from the new leader and to hear about what kind of vision that leader is putting forward, what kind of party this party will be under that leader. And depending on who the leader is, I mean, more Canadians know who Peter MacKay is, let's say, than Derek Sloan, but it's important for all of them. And from my conversations with people in the campaigns, there's a heightened awareness about that, right? They understand that this is their moment. This is the start of what will be their time as leader, but also potentially a campaign, however long it ends up being. And they were hoping to seize that opportunity, and they're slowly seeing it trickle away.
It's been a few hours, so
I'll string a sentence together one day. Yeah.
You're allowed to do that. Okay, Vashi, Catherine, Hannah, thank you all. I'll come back to you, of course, as we wait for any kind of update here on when we will get first round ballot results. We had heard 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock has come and gone. 10 o'clock Eastern, of course. You are probably standing by for the National, as you well should. The National will come on as soon as we have some results in your area. And we will get you an update on the timeline as soon as we get one too. We simply aren't being told anything about when those first ballot results will occur. Corey Teneycke standing by in Toronto with whatever he's hearing now. I am getting some flack from Conservative friends about how we shouldn't be talking about the machines, and I obviously this isn't anyone's fault that we know of.
Well, it's somebody's fault.
Well,
I'm not sure I quite buy that either.
Well, it's not the Conservative Party's wish for this to happen. I think that's fair to say.
No. I think that's fair. It's not the Conservative Party's wish, but I do think. I do think it is a problem. I do think it's a problem because I think the brand of Conservatives is really managerial competence. Probably one of the only parts of Andrew Scheer's speech that I thought was kind of on the mark was talking about liberalism being candy before dinner, and conservatism is often a little bit viewed as tough love for voters, but we get things done and make sure that the budget's balanced and make sure that the economy is well looked after and well managed, and are viewed, I think, often politically as the responsible adults of politics. So this is, I think, does brand damage to us in a way that it doesn't for Liberal parties when they mess things up like this, or the NDP. So
do you really think that? Do you really think that? I mean,
I do, because
yeah.
Well, I'll explain to you why. Not because of the politicos who are watching. As politics, much like sports, it's about 20% of the television audience that tunes into politics or into political media in an ongoing way. And party leaderships are largely about just those people. But on things like the night that you select your leader, or the day after, when people read in the media about the leader that you selected, that reaches a much broader audience. And really the culmination of the entire race is really about a couple of media cycles you get right around now, where you punch through to the people who are going to vote, but who don't follow politics closely. And this is our chance to engage those people. I will say, Corey,
to push back, Corey, I don't remember that being a story with Doug Ford when there was a long delay. I don't remember that being a story when Tom Mulcair won. I mean, it's a story right now because it's happening and nothing else is happening, right?
Look, it's not going to, sewer the party in the next election, but it's an embarrassing lost opportunity to get a clear, clean message out. And to profile whoever a new leader is going to be, and we don't know yet, but the people who are going to hang on till 1 a.m. or however long this takes aren't going to be the casual observers of politics, and there's an opportunity cost in losing those eyeballs. And from a comms perspective, that's the thing that causes me some consternation. That those people, kind of tuned in to get an answer and got to snicker up their sleeve a little bit about our inability to get it done. So there'll have to be some sort of reckoning after this in terms of what went wrong, because look, we had very similar problems in the provincial leadership here in Ontario with our vote under a very similar system. At some point, we gotta nail this stuff down and find a way of getting these things done that demonstrates a little more competence. This is not rocket surgery. This is something that can be done. So let's figure it out.
Maybe just open the envelopes by hand. I don't know. I know it's a
maybe
lot of envelopes, but maybe
it can be done.
It can be done.
I don't know. Look, I agree. It's not someone's fault, and that someone has has engineered this to go sideways. But that is egg on our face right now. It's not.
Okay, we will leave it there, and I'll come back to you when we know more, or you can come back to us if you know more. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Great.
That is Corey Teneycke, of course, in Toronto, as we all try and sort out what is happening now with this leadership race. So we are now... we're now 4 hours past when the official program was set to begin, and it was around 4 hours ago that the party realized that they had this issue with the envelope slicing machine that would open up the envelopes to reveal the ballots and have the ballots put into the tabulation machines, which would do the count and look at the ranked ballots. Some of those ballots were damaged, as we've been reporting, so that has delayed things considerably. And it does seem to be very, very, very slow going in terms of making up the difference of the ballots that were left. So we heard it was between 3,000 and 4,000. Now hearing it's 1,000 or under that they have left to do. But this does seem very slow going, and perhaps something that should have been dealt with before, as we were talking about there. So we don't have a timeline for you if you're tuning in here on CBC News Network and CBC Television. Safe to say we are a little ways away yet from the winner or from any results being announced. But at this point, you've hung in for so long, it would be foolish to turn away now, because then you won't know what the outcome is. And you've hung in this long, or if you've just tuned in now, you're doing fine. Let me bring back Vashi and Catherine to bring them a little bit more on what we're expecting. It's true. The Raptors have already won. I mean, what else are you going to do on a Sunday night? You're stuck at home. There's very few places to go during a pandemic.
We get to the knock-knock joke portion of the evening soon,
yes,
I think, right? Like the real entertainment.
Yes, we're getting a little punch drunk, but, we're doing...
Oh, they think they'll start at 10:30.
Okay.
Yes.
That's
from
not
an
as
official
definitive
party,
as I would have liked,
That's an official
Catherine.
party source. Yeah, they think they'll start at 10:30, and we'll give a 15-minute heads up. So that's from a party communications person. I'm not just pulling that out of thin air. So I don't know how many knock-knock jokes from here to there, Rosie, but we're getting there is basically the takeaway.
I can do 20 minutes. I can do 20 minutes, not of knock-knock jokes, but of actual content. Okay, so that's what we're hearing then, I guess, 10:30 for the first round of results.
Aspirationally, yes.
Aspirationally, very much so. And we will see how quickly that might unfold, because it could happen very quickly if they want it to, and if they realize that there is some time pressures on news organizations or other pressures. So we'll see whether they make that happen quickly or not. As we wait for that to happen, let me ask this question, which I haven't asked yet tonight, and I think it's an important one. And Vashi, I'll start with you on it. It does seem, as you sort of go through the different candidates' positions, particularly with Peter MacKay and Erin O'Toole, sort of the two top contenders, we believe, in this race, that there are not vast policy differences between the two. And there seems, and I think Catherine alluded to this earlier, there seems to be a different sort of tonal approach, but there don't seem to be real huge distinctions in terms of what either of those the front runners, those two men, might represent for the party. And I wonder how difficult that will be, or whether that's actually a good thing, because you're sort of getting a bit of what you want, even if you didn't vote for one of them.
Yeah, that's a good question and a good point. I think probably on the subject of actual policy differences, you're totally right. As we were looking through them over the past few days to kind of refresh my memory, I was like, oh, okay, well, they're both going to be hard on China. They both want a better tax review of the tax environment for business. They have various approaches to the pandemic recovery that are fairly similar as well. Not so much detailed at this point, but essentially the same approaches. I think where they do split, or where they were different, is in the way in which they characterize their messages, or the way in which those messages were communicated. So. Right. By and large, I mean, Aaron O'Toole tried to be, true blue. That was his thing. I'm going to bring the fight against Justin Trudeau, trying to convey that he was more of your traditional conservative, hearkening back to, for example, former Prime Minister Stephen Harper. Sometimes Peter MacKay, but also others in other campaigns would characterize him as the more progressive candidate. Yes. I'm not sure. I mean, there are certain ideals that both of them share that could be quote unquote termed progressive, in that they're not, that they were willing to march in a pride parade, for example, or that they weren't inherently against or weren't against things that were helpful for transgender people. But even then, there were some minor controversies throughout the campaign. So they weren't saying they weren't basically avoiding the question the way that Andrew Scheer was. I'll put it that way. Yep. But otherwise, again, it just seemed to be okay. One was a bit more combative than the other. I guess the question, as you put it, though, is how does that translate depending on who wins? And that I should say, if it's one of those two who does end up winning, because you never know. We don't even have the first ballot results right now. I think probably it becomes a little bit easier if it's either Aaron O'Toole or Peter MacKay for party members to line up behind either one of them. Even behind the scenes, it wasn't, it was snippy, I think is the word that Hannah would use, but it wasn't vicious. I've covered worse leadership races where the campaigns behind the scene were really, truly trying to destroy the other person. I would even say maybe the last leadership race for the Conservatives at times got a bit more vicious. There was definitely a bigger divergence of views represented within those candidates, because there were so many. So I don't know if it's going to be as hard to build off of it, or to unify, whatever the word is, after the results, if it's either Peter MacKay or Aaron O'Toole. If it's one of the two others, it's a different ball game. I'm not sure how familiar most Conservatives are, the majority of Conservatives are, with everything Leslyn Lewis has said, or Derek Sloan, which I think we can all agree has a far less chance or lower chance of winning than Leslyn Lewis or the other two. But that might be a bigger hill to climb kind of thing. But I do think that just given unless somebody comes out with a wildly different set of policies than they've put forth during this campaign, I don't think the bridge is too big a divide to conquer.
Sure, and I will say about Derek Sloan, who won in the last election. Sometimes candidates do these kinds of things in order to get recognition or to push an issue that is important to them, not necessarily because they believe they will become leader. I'm not saying it's impossible, but often that is part of the positioning of a candidate during a leadership race. I think it's safe to say that is probably what he is hoping for here. He calls himself a conservative without apology, and he has actually come under a fair amount of criticism from his own caucus for some of the positions that he's tried to take. He questioned the chief public health officer. He's done other things around social conservative issues that people don't agree with. I'm just looking through some of his other policy planks. Anyway, there are no current members of the caucus who support his nomination. So, if he gets any kind of support, in some ways that could be a validation that there are people in the party who see themselves in his positions, and he could take that back to caucus and say, see, I do represent a portion of this party. So that might be the sort of the side benefit for Derek Sloan. I think Leslyn Lewis, as someone who ran before in 2015, she had to sort of jump in to replace a candidate and didn't win. this is it's a sort of a different ball of wax for her. I'm not sure she even expected the kind of attention and support she's received. And so surely that will make her sort of reconsider maybe her future in politics, and will certainly elevate her to a different place in the party if we do see strong results for her the way we have seen in terms of the fundraising and other kinds of support.
I'd even go out on a limb, Rosie, and say even if the results aren't super stellar for her tonight, I think she's made a point almost within the party, certainly within the membership itself. Maybe not yet broadly throughout the rest of the public outside of the Conservative Party, but I think those fundraising numbers on their own, I'm seeing, and I'm getting messages from so many people who have a lot of respect for not only the campaign that she ran, but her campaign team as well.
Yes, yeah.
They really are sort of the story of the campaign, right? Everybody was talking about Erin O'Toole and Peter MacKay right from the start. They weren't necessarily talking about Leslyn Lewis and the potential that she had, but especially the big change seemed to be throughout the debates, most especially the English debate, where she was kind of, just by virtue of the format, put on an even footing with all the other candidates and given equal exposure. And she had some really key moments in those debates. I remember specifically one around explaining and talking about systemic racism and how the party, the Conservative Party, should attempt to tackle that, or what she might do if she were leader. I know that from discussions with people on her campaign, that's when they really saw an increase in fundraising for her. So I think she's almost, depending on whatever she decides to do, and I don't want to preclude her, she could win, so who knows, that might already be decided for her. But I think if she were to decide to run for the party, she would be welcomed with open arms. And I think, from all my conversations with people on the inside of party, even among people who are running other campaigns, her future is nothing but bright within those circles. So it will certainly, I agree with the contrast, very different take on Derek Sloan, certainly not any level of support among caucus. The things that he said were, yes, to get attention, but as we've learned from Maxime Bernier, can also do a lot more than that.
Yes, that's right. And for people that don't know Leslyn Lewis, she is a lawyer. She has a master's in environmental studies, a PhD in international law. She is from Jamaica. Her family immigrated from Jamaica. As I said, she's the first Black woman to run for leadership of this party. So, I mean, she has an impressive sort of a curriculum vitae, and for all those reasons, and particularly around the way she helped the party raise so much money, she will be someone that the party will seek out and hope to keep and make part of their bench as well, and their bench strength. So, of course, if she wins, all these things, as Vassy said, have been decided for her. But if she does not, there will be lots of people clamoring around her to see how they can convince her to take on a different career path, as she has done so many times. And I'll bring Catherine in here, because part of this, of course, is that all these people did have to put careers on hold in order to do this, even though it wasn't the campaign that they expected. It wasn't traveling to barbecues and different. There was some travel. Everyone did a little bit of travel, but it was limited by the pandemic and by the issues around travel. And so a lot of it was done virtually and wearing masks and things that none of them could have expected. And so for that alone, I mean, they are to be commended for doing something that was pretty crazy when you think about it, at a very, very difficult time for their families and for the country and the rest of it.
Yeah, I mean, broadly in the democratic process, I think every time we have one of these leadership races, we really do have to applaud all the people that get involved, certainly on a volunteer level. But as you say, the people who are more intimately involved, I remember speaking with her campaign manager, who had initially actually wanted to stay out of this race. He'd been involved in 2017 and finally decided to jump in. And it turns out that is ultimately, I think, quite a good decision for him. Just furthering what Vassy was saying before, my understanding is now publicly Peter MacKay and Erin O'Toole have said that they would like Leslyn Lewis to be a part of the party going forward, so perhaps running in a future election, or perhaps there's some other role for her. I'm told that behind the scenes, the same sort of conversations are happening. Obviously, nothing happens in a very specific way at this point, because Dr. Lewis, Ms. Lewis, still hopes to win the leadership race. But there are, I think, sort of quiet asides being made to both her and members of her team, saying, we would like to see you as a part of this party as we go forward. So it's certainly something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, for sure. So those are sort of where things are at. We are still hearing, it sounds like more people are hearing it now too. 10:30, Catherine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Off you go.
I was just going to say vis-a-vis Leslyn Lewis too, on top of the fact that there's a prospect. I mean, I think for a few weeks now we've really been hearing this. Perhaps it's a bit of a long shot, but the possibility, or certainly it did seem so a few weeks ago, I think even now, that she might surprise everyone and leapfrog one of the two more well-known candidates, find herself in second place. And even if she doesn't, it's just a real question about to what extent she could be a spoiler. I mean, to a conservative, I have not heard anybody say a negative word about her. Rather, it has been how much they like having her in the party. They think that she also maybe frustrates the box that the Liberals try to put them in sometimes, suggesting that they're a bunch of like out-of-touch older white guys. Well, this is somebody who calls that into question. People like the way that she participates in the dialogue about where social conservatives belong in the party. But again, it runs into these questions of, if, for instance, the support for her is coming from social conservatives, do those people say, this is my issue, I'm only going to vote for Leslyn Lewis and or Derek Sloan, and then that is the end of the voting that I'm going to do? Or do those votes, is a third or fourth candidate on there, would that candidate in fact be Erin O'Toole? Certainly that has been the pitch he has been making. Will that even matter if Peter MacKay comes out of the gate as strong as he hopes to? That's all of the things, some of the big issues we're going to be wanting to watch for in that first round of voting.
I would say the only vocal criticism we've heard of Leslyn Lewis is around her French. She does not speak French. She read things in French during the French debate. So it was a very poor performance, obviously, but she doesn't speak French. So it was a difficult thing to do as well.
And then one conservative did say to me, it's worth noting that she might not have been tested in the same way that, say, Peter MacKay and Erin O'Toole were in this race, because everybody wanted her second ballot support. If you look at the English debate, I agree with Leslyn. I agree with the point that Dr. Lewis made. So perhaps she didn't go through the fire in quite the same way, although I think to some extent that was also a function of the fact of having a successful campaign that they knew people were tuning into. There was one interesting moment a few weeks back where Erin O'Toole started talking about the importance of his own place in the House of Commons, why that was important for a new leader, and I'm led to believe that that was actually in some ways a response to the success that Leslyn Lewis was starting to see. Even though people perceive that as being about Peter MacKay, O'Toole's team was very cognizant of the fact that she was starting to do really well, and they wanted to say, like, well, that's great, but we still want to win this race.
And I'll bring in Vassy here. I mean, the issue around French, it is always an issue, obviously, for any federal leader. There is an expectation that you are at least functional in French and preferably bilingual. And in this case, we will see tonight, and Eric talked about it earlier, if Quebec doesn't have as many members as Alberta, for instance, and it doesn't really matter, because it still has an enormous amount of weight and power in deciding who the leader will be. And if they see someone and they don't feel that they are communicating enough or well enough in French, that will be a turnoff, and that will be a problem. And I don't mean just for Leslyn Lewis, I mean for any of the candidates, frankly, Vassy.
Yeah, and I'll even take it a step further, because I remember one of the things after the last election that really I guess surprised me was the people who were angriest, the Conservatives I spoke to who were angriest about the loss, actually were in Alberta and Saskatchewan, because they had come out in such record numbers, and they had really anticipated or hoped for, I guess is a kind way to put it, a better result. They wanted to win.
Yes.
And I say that it's important because in the context of speaking French, because you have to be able to speak French in order to become Prime Minister. It's just a fact, right? And I think that that's why I was a bit torn over. I know there was a lot of momentum for Leslyn Lewis out west, in particular in those two provinces I mentioned, but many people I had spoken to there were enthusiastic about her campaign and enthusiastic about what she brought to the table, but they cared about winnability, and they cared about the ability of a candidate, right? And even though Jason Kenney was very heavily in favor, for example, he came out and endorsed Erin O'Toole, there were many who were considering both O'Toole and MacKay because of that very factor, right? Because they want to win, and it was very important to them. So I'm not saying that doesn't mean that they won't vote for Leslyn Lewis, but it's sort of it complicates it. They are accepting of, and they understand, members across the country are, that if you are bilingual, you have a much you can be Prime Minister. If you are not, you can't. And so I think that that was a factor in their ultimate decision, or maybe in I should be more particular in the order that they rank them in. So Leslyn Lewis had a lot of support, but whether or not they still had a high level of support for the other two frontrunners, because they really do. The big thing that they were upset about last time around was the fact that remember the turnout in Alberta and Saskatchewan was so incredibly high. They swept those two provinces and they still didn't win. Yeah. Right, and that really bothered them. So I think it is a factor this time around too.
Yeah, I mean, part of Andrew Scheer's problem was not that he gained more seats and had more votes. It was where those seats and those votes were. And so the Conservative Party, I think anyone inside the Conservative Party understands that in order to form government, they need to pick up support in other places, namely in and around the GTA and in Quebec, where they only won, I believe it was 10 seats. So, like, that's not enough if you're trying to form government, and it's certainly not enough if you want a majority government. And part of what Andrew Scheer experienced was people saying to him, "That's this isn't enough for the party." And so the candidates that are there today, not only do they have to speak French to some extent, but they have to be able to appeal to those other places. I wouldn't say, and Catherine, I'll get you to weigh in. I wouldn't say that Peter MacKay and Erin O'Toole speak great French. Certainly, as someone who's bilingual, and you are too, but they can communicate to some extent to Quebecers, and Quebecers are quite quite willing to accept someone who's making an effort.
And it was quite interesting going into the French debate. I mean, Peter MacKay in particular, when he launched his campaign, when we talk about some of the gaffes that we saw over the course of the campaign that were attributed to him, there were some significant grammatical issues in a speech that he was reading in that very first day of the campaign, and it did get things off to a rough start. It was making headlines in Quebec just for all the mistakes in him, in the way he was expressing himself. So a lot of build up to that French language debate. I'd say his French, in my estimation, and this is a very subjective thing, has seemed to be just a bit worse than Erin O'Toole's. I mean, they're both able to communicate in their second language, but MacKay seems to struggle a bit more, particularly when it comes to grammar. And yet when it came to that debate, I think Peter MacKay surprised a lot of people, because while his actual French itself may not have been quite as good as Mr. O'Toole's, the manner in which he approached things, he seemed to be a little bit more at ease. Mr. O'Toole he did get visibly frustrated with Mr. MacKay at one point during the debate. So he showed that Peter MacKay and Erin O'Toole, frankly, they've both shown that they can communicate in that language, that they can sort of a bit of push and pull. Though I do wonder over the longer term to what extent they have to up their game if they want to appeal to people in Quebec beyond the Conservative base. I do think that some of that work has been ongoing, but it is certainly going to have to continue if they hope to win over more Canadians.
or how they plan to debate a prime minister whose first language is French. I mean, that's
a very significant issue.
We saw that in the French debate in the last election for sure.
And we've talked a lot about the regional issues that play into this. I do think something that you hear from one campaign after another is the significance of the Wexit movement, and particularly a concern that if Peter MacKay is to win, he might not be seeing as much support in Alberta. What kind of overtures will he make in order to show that he's really listening to that province and more broadly that part of the country? But another interesting discussion, something I've been hearing from a lot of Conservatives, actually has to do with more of a generational divide. I mean, obviously geography plays a role because you want a certain number of seats, but hearing Conservatives talk about, they want a vision from this new leader, and they want that vision to be something that is going to resonate with sort of people of the next generation. Now, Erin O'Toole has made a real effort actually to get support from sort of the more millennial MPs. I think to some extent he's tried to show that he can reach out to younger Canadians, but regardless of who wins, they do need to do something to go beyond their voter pool as it exists. Everybody agrees on that. The question is, what does that pitch look like? That micro-targeting that has worked for the Conservatives in the past, I think there's a feeling amongst many Conservatives that it just might not work anymore.
Okay, Catherine and Vashi, thank you for that. I'll be back to you, both of you, shortly. But for those of you who might be tuning in right now to see hockey on CBC television, you are watching at this hour special CBC News coverage of the Conservative Party leadership. There has been a long delay in the release of the results. So for those of you who want to see the Vancouver Canucks versus Vegas Golden Knights, it is available on Sportsnet Pacific and Sportsnet 360. We here at CBC television will join the game once we have a final result and a new Conservative leader, a new leader of the official opposition opposition, as I've been saying. You've been here a long time hanging in for this result, as have we, so we're not going to leave you now. You do have a place where you can go and watch hockey, and once we're heading off, you can switch back to us to see the rest of the game. All right, we are now at 10:30 Eastern, so 6.5 hours at this stage past when the program was supposed to begin, and we were expecting final results if they went all 3 rounds at around 8 p.m. Eastern. So we are now well delayed on those results, and we have heard and we've been telling you about the reason why, and it has to do with envelopes and damage to ballots. We are hearing now, and I'm hearing from a variety of people as well, who know the party, that we should get something at around 10:30. It is 10:30 now, though, and we haven't been given any update from the stage or from party officials officially. So we are hopeful that they will have some first round ballot results for us quickly. When we last had heard from people, they were down to less than 1,000 ballots to validate. But obviously, this has become a tedious process, certainly for the scrutineers who represent the different teams inside those rooms. And for the people, the volunteers who are working to get the results, a frustrating process, certainly for the candidates who are really wanting to know what their future will look like, the 4 candidates. But this could unfold very quickly once they start giving us the results. Because as you may have known, this is a ranked ballot. There are 4 selections. All of those selections will have been tabulated by these automatic machines that the Conservative Party uses. And so the results will be known. Each round will be known. And so they could speed this up in a really dramatic way if they needed to, if they wanted to, and if they didn't want to drag things out a little bit longer. So we are standing by, apparently, to bring you the executive director, the acting executive director, Jamie Gerard of the Conservative Party of Canada. She is coming into the room here at the Shaw Centre to give us an update on where we are headed and if we are going to find out things soon. Remember, the party was, I think it's fair to say, somewhat overwhelmed by the enormous amount of ballots that were submitted by Conservative Party members. It's about 10,000 more than the last time round. In 2017, the party has managed to boost its members too since the last leadership race. So they're close to 175,000 ballots that had to be validated and looked at and then counted as of today. And so that was perhaps more, frankly, than the party expected, and so has thrown them a bit of a curveball when they ran into this problem with the envelope opening, because these are the kinds of thing that can happen. Okay, Catherine Cullen is telling us that we will get a 15-minute warning when things happen, and we don't have a 15-minute warning yet. So as should be expected with this convention, with this leadership convention, we are going to push back again what we were expecting. So probably not at 10:30 Eastern. They still say they can get it done by the end of the night. So we will be hopeful that they do indeed do that, and we will bring you analysis if we have time for it, if we're still standing, as soon as it does happen. All right, we will go to Corey Tenaik. Is he standing by? Yeah. In Toronto. Let me go back to Corey. Hi.
Hi.
So we were told 10:30.
You're doing a great job, Rosie. It's a lot of tap dancing.
It's a lot. It's a lot. So I learned from the great Don Newman. So there you go.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So we were told 10:30. Now we're told we'll get a 15-minute warning. So we will wait and see how that shakes down. Okay, let me just ask you again, for people who might be tuning in now or who have forgotten what you said before, what indicators you will look for in the first ballot if no one gets a majority? What kind of things would be important for you to watch?
Yeah, I think, the front runner in these races generally doesn't grow at the same rate as people below them on the ballot. So, the perceived front runner in the race has been Peter MacKay. I think if he's not above 40% on the first ballot, then I think he's going to have some difficulty. I think the other things that I'll be looking for very carefully is what is the gap, not just who's in second and who's in third, which I think it's safe to say it'll be either Erin O'Toole or Leslyn Lewis in second and third. What is the gap between them? And then what is and is that gap, what happens when Sloan drops off? Probably goes to Lewis. So, if Lewis was, say, in third, but you add Sloan's votes to hers and she leapfrogs, then that is, that's very meaningful. It probably means that either Peter MacKay or Leslyn Lewis would be the leader. If Erin O'Toole finishes the first ballot in first place, almost regardless what the number is, I think the odds are that he would win the race, because I think he will draw more votes from Lewis and Sloan supporters for reasons that you've talked about tonight, perceived as more friendly to social conservatives, etc. But I think the interesting X factor in all of this continues to be Leslyn Lewis, because I think she's not just drawing support from social conservatives. Yes, she is a social conservative, but she's quite a nuanced social conservative compared to someone like Sloan, who's very much in your face. She's much more nuanced, and I know many social moderates, many fiscal conservatives, many urban females and others who are not typically captured by that social conservative cohort. In fact, many are often quite hostile to it, who are voting for Leslyn Lewis as their first choice. So, she has the potential, sort of this crossover appeal within the party membership, where she can actually, I think, attract votes that are not traditional. And where those people go on their second choice, I think is more up in the air. And I think the other dynamic that's been playing out is this animosity between the MacKay and the O'Toole campaigns, which is really Freud's narcissism of small differences. These are two candidates who are almost carbon copies of one another. I think that MacKay is a more charismatic but a less policy-oriented, candidate of a very similar nature in the minds of some, and that appeals to some people. And I think O'Toole is maybe a little more policy-oriented in the perception of some people, and a little bit less charismatic. But when you average those traits out, you come out with almost an identical figure for a lot of people. But their sameness is what I think makes the animosity between their camps so intense. When you don't have big things to disagree about, you can get very personal and very small about it. And I think you've seen a lot of that. That has another interesting dynamic where I think that we've talked about before, that we've seen in races like the Ray Ignatieff, Stéphane Dion race, where the two front-runner or perceived front-runner camps get into it so much that the only thing that their supporters can agree on is that the person who's perceived to be in third is better than the person who they're having a fight with. So that's why I think the gap between these candidates is going to be very important to look at. I think any one of the three of them has the potential to win tonight. Their paths look a little bit different, but any of the three of them have potential to do it. But until we see the first ballot results, it's all guessing. It's all rumors. Rumors are fun. Guessing is fun, but knowing is even better. And who knows when that's going to happen?
As a journalist, I would tend to agree. Okay, Corey, I'm gonna leave it there. Thank you, though, and we'll come back to you, because something will happen eventually, and we'll want to hear from you. Thank you again. And let me just tell people. Okay, talk soon. Let me just tell some of you who might have turned on CBC television because you're diehard Canucks fans. You are watching right now the CBC News coverage of the Conservative Party leadership race. It has been significantly delayed at this stage. In fact, we thought we might be wrapped up by 8 or 9. We have not heard any first round ballot results right now. So if you do want to watch the playoffs, if you do want to watch the Vancouver Canucks against the Vegas Golden Knights, you can go to Sportsnet Pacific and Sportsnet 360. CBC television, as soon as we get a result and a new Conservative leader, we will go to that game if it is ongoing. So those are many ways to keep watching hockey, keep watching this. You can do both at the same time. Many of you are doing that, multiple screens. And I encourage you to do that if you need to. Let's go back now out to Calgary, to Michelle Rempel-Garner, the MP for Calgary-Nose Hill, to see how she's holding up. I guess you do have the advantage of time zones on your side here, Michelle, so you are probably better prepared for the long haul than I am. Are you, first of all, let me just ask, are you hearing anything? I know that we are hearing some of the camps are obviously a little frustrated and impatient with how things are unfolding.
you're right. It is still prime time in Calgary. But certainly, what I'm hearing from folks in a few different camps is that they want the party to get this right, and this delay is part of it. The reality is that when you look at the history of recent leadership races in Canada, I think about the 2012 NDP convention had a bunch of issues. I mean, even the Iowa caucuses, I believe, right, for the Democratic Party, they were 3 days delayed. That becomes a footnote after the results are announced. It will be, what are they going to do? So I think, just as a member myself, I would rather the party take the time, gets it right, make sure that every camp has the results, certified in their mind, and then we can move on from there.
So let me just, you may already know this, but I'll give you and viewers an update on how the results will be announced. So we're close to getting the 15-minute warning. So for round one, provincial representatives will read the province-by-province results. They're just going to read the results. And then round 2 and 3, if needed, we will only get the national results from Dan Nolan and Lisa Raitt, the co-chairs. They won't do the provincial breakdown in order to cut down on time. So that's good. I mean, that means we'll get some sort of result faster than maybe the party would have liked. I mean, I do think the regional breakdown is super important to understanding things, but I guess we can look at that later. I asked Corey the question. Let me ask you the question as well as we stand by and wait for the warning. The thing, other than the 16,901 points, the majority on that first ballot, what will you be looking for as an MP? What should people be looking for?
Yeah, I think that the regional results are important, just as a data point for the new leader to understand, if there's a big discrepancy, if there's a regional issue that they need to address going forward. I think that is important, but we're not going to know that until we see the results, right? So, I bet you a lot of the leadership camps right now are thinking about tomorrow, thinking about what they say if they win in a scrum the next day, and that's probably at this point in the night, that's what they're thinking about. But sure, I guess the other thing I would say, Rosie, is that there were a lot of different groups that bought memberships to participate in this race based on specific issues. You and I talked earlier tonight about, for example, the firearms community in Canada. I think that understanding a week, 2 weeks from now, after the results are done, where those votes went will be important for whoever wins in terms of addressing those policy issues.
Yeah, and seeing whether those people are real members and want to contribute to the party. As someone that cares so much about Western Canada, what would be important for you to hear from whomever wins tonight? I know Vashi earlier was reporting that that Peter MacKay would make, that would be his first visit, for instance, if he wins. But what would be important for you to hear as a Western Canadian from the new leader tonight?
Well, first of all, acknowledging that there is a significant problem, and it's not a problem that can just be solved by repealing a couple of pieces of legislation or by defeating Justin Trudeau, which of course would help our cause. But I also think that a lot of the people that I represent are tired of the cyclical nature of the challenges that we face. So I think that, what I would like to hear, and I know many of the people that I represent would like to hear from our next leader, is a commitment to addressing some of the structural inequities that essentially puts Western Canada by the wayside. Even, listening to you guys talk about, wow, we're in prime time tonight, or we're out of prime time, and we're sitting here going, well, we're in the middle of prime time. So
I know. I keep saying Eastern because I'm from Manitoba, so I know what that feels like. I keep saying Eastern, but yeah, I know it's not. It's prime time now for you. I got it.
Yeah. So. Just saying that, look, it is prime time for Western Canada. That's a good analogy for the leader to kind of use. And I think that that's something that I really hope that they will address. We have to fix this problem. And I hope it's not just the lead of our party, is that every political party is not using Western Canada as a political wedge, but sees us as an equal part of Confederation. And I'm not optimistic that Liberals will do that, and that's why the next leader of our party is really going to have to be a champion on this particular file.
Okay, well, we are close. We're close to knowing the end. I hope your pals are still watching with you, and you're going to easily stay awake. Okay, good. All right. Thank you for being available to us again, Michelle Rempel-Garner. Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you again. And if people are tuning in on CBC television and you're expecting to see hockey, you can still see it. And I would be remiss, and I apologize to my friends at cbcsports.ca, where you can also go and catch the game. So you can have your computer open with the game on or me on at cbc.ca, and you can be watching hockey on your TV screens too. So lots of ways to still stay on top of who will be the next Conservative leader of Canada and who will win an important Canucks game. I probably have a producer named Phil who's doing multiple screens right now because he cares about hockey as much as he cares about politics. So cbcsports.ca is also where you can see that important hockey game. But in the meantime, we are waiting to hear now from the Conservative Party for a ballot update right now. We had heard that we would get about a 15-minute warning. We haven't got that yet, but we are hopeful that will come soon. We do have information, though, about how this is going to unfold a little bit, so let me tell you about that. Once we get that 15-minute warning, the first batch of results, the first round of results, first ballot results, will be done province by province, or in the case of the territories, grouped together, and representatives from each of those provinces will give us their regional results, and we will hear the national result at the end from the leadership co-chairs. If a second and third ballot is needed in order to determine the leader, and certainly many people believe it'll take more than one ballot. That will be given by the co-chairs, Lisa Raitt and Dan Nolan. Only the national number will be given, not the whole provincial roundup that we would have gotten for the first ballot. And that is in part to save some time here and make sure that people can keep watching and get the result as soon as they have it. So the program definitely reduced down significantly from what the party had anticipated, but given the very significant delay here in getting the ballot results, you can understand that they might want to make sure that they do this in a really concise way. And so that's what we are expecting. When last we heard, they were about 98% done, the ballots. That was probably an hour or so ago. So we anticipate that they are close to getting us some sort of result. All right, let me bring back my colleagues, the host of Power and Politics, Vassy Kapelas, Catherine Cullen, and Hannah Thibodeau, who is down at the Westin where the candidates and their teams are hanging out. Maybe I'll start with Hannah because we haven't chatted with her in a while. Hannah, we're expecting something soon, maybe a 15-minute warning of some kind, and I would expect that we are getting near the end of this.
I think we are getting close. We heard about 20 minutes ago that there are about 800 ballots left to be tabulated. So crossing our fingers that they're moving forward with that. And one of the reasons, I just want to explain why there is such a big delay, because imagine during COVID in this room, and there are 3 rooms that they are using in an Ottawa office space downtown for the processing, the verification, the tabulating, the opening, all these different things. But there's one room specifically for the tabulating, and there can only be a certain amount of people in there because of COVID-19. So they have fewer people in there able to do this. And also you have to limit it because of the scrutineers who are in there as well. So about 20 minutes ago, we heard there were 800 ballots. We are getting close. Stick with us, everybody. You know, this is a really important thing. You know, we're kind of poking fun a little bit on Twitter. I've seen people sending pictures of Scotch tape saying, hey, I'll come and help you tape the ballots. Elizabeth May was poking fun a little bit, saying maybe we would find out the Conservative leader the same time we find out who the new Green leader is in October. And, you know, people are poking fun, but this is a really important thing. This is the official leader of the opposition that will be announced tonight. And these ballots are very important, too, because there is a close race, and we've heard that there's that perceived close race between Peter MacKay and Erin O'Toole. So every ballot could potentially count in this. All ballots do count, but in particular when it's such a close race. So they have to be careful with these ballots. We're hearing that it's going to be soon. So Stick with us. We're seeing pictures from out of the different suites. We saw some coming from Peter MacKay's suite. He has his whole family there with his young kids. It looks like the kids are getting a little restless. We also heard from Alupa Clark, who's in with Aaron O'Toole and sitting in there waiting for the results. At one point, they thought the results were coming. They stood up, they got all excited. And then I'm talking to a bunch of different people off to the side saying that they are getting tired. And it kind of has taken a bit of the huzzah, the oomph out of the air here. There was a lot of excitement with the fact that this was a campaign during COVID, that they were still able, with all the big news, to get attention on this campaign. There was things like the $300 billion deficit, the pandemic, the resigning of the finance minister, the WE scandal, but they still grabbed the attention for this campaign. They raised over $8 million between 4 candidates, and they had nearly 175,000 people cast a ballot. So there was excitement for this, and a little bit of the air got taken out tonight because of all of the delays, because of this fault in the balloting system.
Okay. Hannah, thank you for that. I want to make a clarification if I can. So I had said on the second and third round of the ballot announcements we wouldn't have the regional breakdown. In fact, we will. It's being clarified by the party, except it won't be by provincial representatives. It will be by the co-chairs on stage. So that's important because, as we've talked about, understanding where the support is will help us understand how the race has unfolded and how much support the leader has across the country. So we will get regional, provincial breakdowns for each ballot round, but they just won't be announced by their special provincial representatives, with the exception of that first round, which we are hoping will come soon. We do see some activity over there in the Shaw Centre. That is where the speech will happen by the leader once we get one. It's where the announcements will happen by the election leadership campaign, and that should happen shortly as well. Let me bring back Vashi, the host of Power and Politics. There I see Lisa Raitt and Dan Nolan. They may be making their way into this room here. I'm not sure of the layout of things. It looks that way. So maybe I won't go to Vashi quite yet, as we see if they're coming in to give us an update on events. Or maybe I will go to Vashi just as they get wired up, because that will still have to happen. Yeah, so they're just getting their masks off, and presumably they will start. I'm not sure they're going to start to give us numbers, though. Vashi, tell me what you're hearing, because I'm not sure that they have numbers yet, but I don't know if you've heard anything.
I'm not sure either. I mean, last time they came out to this position was shortly before they actually started talking, so I'm going to just take a leap of faith and say this might be a reason for a tiny bit of optimism,
yeah.
but
listen,
like,
Phil reminds me we haven't had the 15-minute warning, so this might just be the 15-minute warning here. Yeah, we'll see.
But they could just miss that warning too. After the night that we've just seen, who knows? Yeah, I'm not sure about whether or not. Yeah, I don't know about the 15-minute warning. Don't know about the certainty of the results. But I can tell you those are the two co-chairs, as you mentioned, of the Leadership Organizing Committee. They will be the ones on the stage announcing the majority of the results after the regional ones for the first ballot roll in, at least for the second and subsequent ballots, if in fact the race has to go to that point. So it looks like something is happening and something could be happening. So hopefully we start, because once the ball gets rolling on once the ball gets rolling on the first set of results, it shouldn't be too difficult to get the rest, because the rankings are on one ballot. So it's not as though a whole other tabulation has to be done or anything to that effect. They should have everything, and at that point it's just for the sake of the show type of thing. It's not actually legitimate delays because of the things that we've seen over the past number of 5 hours. I guess I could be specific.
Yes, 5 hours indeed. Okay, I'm going to stand by here and wait to see if. Oh, Catherine has something. Catherine.
Yes, I can confirm that this is not the 15-minute warning, Rosie. Yes, that we will get an official.
We just like you now. We just like you now, Catherine.
We will get an official 15-minute warning. This is not it. In fact, if you want an important piece of detail, Dan Nolan and Lisa Raitt were tired of the room they were sitting in, so they've gone to sit somewhere else. That is the point.
Well, I'm sure we can all relate at this stage, yes.
Yeah, but we will get that 15-minute warning before the results do come in, and I know the folks that I am speaking to are just as anxious as we are to finally hear what is going to happen, but unfortunately we are not quite there yet. One of the campaign teams says to me they have to imagine that they must be getting there soon based on the information that they've been getting. But again, since we haven't had that 15-minute warning yet, I think we should proceed with caution is the lesson we're being taught over and over again by events this evening.
It's very 2020.
Yeah.
It's just very 2020. Okay. We will get that 15-minute warning, and then we will start to get some of these results in. I think it's probably a good sign that they are on the stage and taking position because, because that's probably a good thing. They are also hopeful that that we will get some results sometime soon.
Yeah, and I know it's funny. I remember earlier in the day sort of trying to get a feel from the various campaigns of what the candidates had been doing, spending a bit of time with their families, which in some cases they haven't seen necessarily a lot of in the last few days of this campaign, because while much of it was conducted through Zoom meetings and whatnot, in the last few weeks, depending on the campaign team, some of them have certainly been out in the field. We know Leslyn Lewis, Peter MacKay, whereas Erin O'Toole has been a bit more oriented towards phone calls. But they've been spending that family time. They all did a walk through the facility, and I'm sure, saw where they would walk, the podium where they would speak at, got to imagine that big moment. I remember about an hour before the special started speaking to someone with O'Toole's team who said, he's making the last tweaks to the speech right now, and we had this sense that this was something that was going to happen imminently, and of course that is not the case. But you can imagine tonight they have been communicating with supporters, all the various teams, or at least with their own campaign team, making those last little adjustments to the speech, hoping that they are the ones who get to deliver it, and also, of course, as we are trying to make sense of everything that's been happening vis-a-vis these envelopes and what the challenge is, what the holdup is in trying to resolve all of this.
Yes, that's quite right. And we are, just like everyone watching or people just tuning in now, are certainly here for the long haul. We want to see who becomes the leader of the official opposition. The Conservative Party is pretty open about saying that this could be the next Prime Minister, and that is, of course, what they hope for. And if we have an election sooner rather than later, this fall is a possibility, this spring perhaps more likely, this person will have to put their credentials on the table as to why they should be leader of the country. So as Hannah said, this is no small matter. This is a big deal, not just for Conservatives, but for Canadians writ large at an important time in this country, of course, as we struggle all through the pandemic, what seems to be the end of the first wave, uncertain about how the fall is going to go in terms of managing the pandemic as the government grapples with restarting the Canadian economy and knowing how to prop up businesses and Canadians and who to support and when to remove that support. We know a throne speech that the Prime Minister has billed as a potential to build a, quote, better Canada is going to very much be the Liberals' attempt to put forward what could be viewed as the beginning of an election platform, certainly, and that they want Parliament to vote on that throne speech. It's a confidence vote, but it will also be a vote on their own mandate because, of course, when the Liberals were elected, almost a year ago now, 10 months ago, it was on a very different agenda, a very different mandate, because of course we didn't know that COVID-19 was going to hit. And so now the government is looking for ways to not only reset its agenda, but adjust the agenda to the realities that we are all living with right now. And the Conservative Party and the other parties all have to take that into account as they think about when the next election might be and what they would hope to do and what they would do differently than what we see the Liberals doing right now. I'm told CBC poll analyst Eric Grenier is joining us now from his place. Hi, we still don't have any results for you to analyze.
Hi. No, that's all right.
That's okay. Okay, good. So we think that we are somewhere in the hundreds of ballots. Last we had heard hundreds of ballots still to be tabulated. Do we have any idea how quickly these machines can do that, and then how quickly it takes for that to happen versus getting actual results?
Well, it's the same system that they used last time in 2017, and that system was more or less that it took in all of the results, it took in the round by round voting, it weighted all of the ridings based on on the rules that they have in place, and more or less they could just push a button and the next round of voting would be given to the party. And if we remember what they did in 2017, they did that round by round. So technically, as soon as they're finished, it shouldn't be long to actually get the results.
Okay, it's just long to get to that point, unfortunately. Okay, let's talk. I did the little explainer again about the point system. Let's talk a little bit about the ranked ballot again. Why is the party so committed to a ranked ballot? Because I know some people think it's the best thing under the sun, and other people have issues with it. What does the party see, or maybe you can explain the benefit of a ranked ballot for an exercise like this one?
Well, it kind of goes back to the old way of the delegated convention, right? Because how that used to work was that the people at the convention would get to vote. If no one had a majority of delegate support, then someone would drop off, and then there'd be another round of voting. So this is just, in a way, replicating a delegated convention, but giving every single member an equal vote. And the idea is that whoever the leader is, at least a majority of members found that leader acceptable. It might not be their first choice, but they at least preferred them over somebody else.
Does it give additional credibility then to a leader, a bigger mandate to a leader?
Well, if we think about in 2017, Maxime Bernier on the first round had something about 28% support among members, and by the end of it, Andrew Scheer ended up with just under 51%. So at least Andrew Scheer could look at those results and say that he had a mandate from a majority of members, though what actually happened was that about 16% of people who voted, their votes ended up being exhausted by then. They had ranked neither Andrew Scheer or Maxime Bernier, and those ballots were discarded at the end. And that's actually one of the things that could be a big factor here, because we know that from some polling and what we've heard from some of the campaigns is that a lot of the people who would have voted for Derek Sloan, especially Derek Sloan, but also Leslyn Lewis, might not have ranked Erin O'Toole or Peter MacKay anywhere on their ballot. So if you only put one person or two people, as soon as you get as soon as the people that you've voted for drop off, your ballot disappears, and that benefits whoever is at the top of the race at that point.
So you can choose 4, or you can choose 1, or you can choose 2 or 3. So you don't have to fill in all 4 slots. We talked about how it's possible that someone could have more votes but still not win. Explain why that's something that could happen.
Yeah, it's because of the point system, which gives equal weight to every single riding. Doesn't matter if there's 10 members or there's 1,000 members. And so what could happen is that someone like Erin O'Toole or Leslyn Lewis could have a lot of support in places like Alberta and Saskatchewan, where there are lots of members, whereas Peter MacKay might have a lot of support in a place like Atlantic Canada or Quebec, where there aren't as many members. And this is what happened in the 2018 Ontario PC leadership race. Yeah. Christine Elliott had more of the vote than Doug Ford, but Doug Ford won because of the point system. And in 2017, in the federal Conservative leadership race, the actual popular vote was about 53% for Andrew Scheer and 47% for Maxime Bernier. But on the points, it was 51-49. So we could see the opposite of that happening here, where the person who has the most votes actually doesn't get the most points.
Okay, I'm just trying to think of other questions that we're going to have as we wait for these. What would you say Erin O'Toole needs to show in a first ballot? Let's sort of go through the list. If it was going to be Erin O'Toole, what kind of number does he want to see in that first ballot that would be encouraging for him?
I think the number that he wants to be is not necessarily where he is, but it's where Peter MacKay is. If he's not too far behind him, 5, 6, 7 points, something like that, then that he might be able to catch up. If you're looking at the Derek Sloan and Leslyn Lewis number, if you add that to Erin O'Toole and you get well over 50%, that's probably good news for Erin O'Toole. If instead you get around 50% or just a little bit above that, then that might be good news for Peter MacKay. While we're expecting that a lot of that Derek Sloan and Leslyn Lewis vote, if they get eliminated first, would go to Erin O'Toole, some of them will go to Peter MacKay as well. So he will be able to build up a bit of support. But for Erin O'Toole, it's about how close he is to Peter MacKay. It was the same thing in 2017. Andrew Scheer was close to Maxime Bernier, just close enough to catch him on that last ballot.
And for Peter MacKay, he has to be significantly higher. He has to be around 45, I think is what you said last time.
Yeah, anything over 40 gives him a chance, but the closer he is to 50, the better. If he's at that 40-41% mark, then we could be looking at a scenario where it is 50-51 who ends up winning. It was, again, just the same thing Maxime Bernier. We were looking at 30% is what he needed on that first ballot to squeak by. He had 28%, and he ended up losing by 2 points.
And if Corey tonight keeps saying, well, we all have said it, it is possible that Leslyn Lewis could come up the middle. What would be the indication that something has happened there and she is perhaps leading?
Yeah, if we see on the first ballot, if she isn't third, if she's in second, then I think we can assume that she'll end up on that last ballot. But if on that first ballot she's in third, if you add the Derek Sloan vote to Leslyn Lewis and she goes past who's ever ranked second, then she'll be in a really good spot to end up on that last ballot. So again, it ends up, it's not so much the numbers they hit, but where they are in relation to everybody else.
Right.
So I think those will be some of the big questions, yeah.
Okay, that's great. I can't think of anything else I have for you. So I think I'm ready. I'm ready for some results. Okay, Eric, thank you for.
I think we all are.
Thank you for staying with us, and we'll come back as we get some results, hopefully. Thank you very much. That's Eric Grenier. He is back at home. I want to dip back to Vassy if I can, because I think Vassy has a little bit of news about where we might be in terms of the results. Vassy.
Yeah, I have 3 campaigns confirming that they are hearing from the party that they are just under 100 ballots left to go.
Amazing.
So that sounds like if we started at 4,000, if that they were saying somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000, and we're getting down to 100, it sounds like maybe, I don't want to make any prediction because I've been wrong so many times before, but it sounds like we're nearing the end at least, and we're nearing a point in which we might have some sort of time frame laid out for us as to when the first ballot will be announced and subsequent ballots should the need arise. You can see on the screen there, Dan Nolan and Lisa Raitt, the 2 co-chairs of the Leadership Committee, had moved rooms because of, as Catherine pointed out, they were getting tired of sitting where they were. We can all empathize with the feeling. And now they will be poised at that point to, once they're able to deliver the results, start delivering them from that stage. Still no 15-minute warning, but we are hearing from multiple campaigns that the final stretch, that last 100 ballots, and remember these are the ballots that would have been had to be remade or taped and then re-entered through the system, those are being counted. And I should say that the scrutineers, the people from each party, have been watching as that happens in order to validate the accuracy of those ballots and kind of sign off on them and say, I'm okay with these changes. You can now count these. So that is clearly a painstaking and very lengthy, might be the my underestimation of the evening, lengthy process.
Yeah, but as we've been saying, it is critically important, even 100 ballots, because we know the last leadership race, it was 60 ballots basically that made the difference. So those 100 ballots, they're not going to be flying through those just because they're nearing the end. They want to make sure that they have all their votes and that everything is ranked properly, because that could make the difference for someone here tonight. It's a big deal.
Yeah, it's a huge deal, and it's also why the scrutineers, why their role is so important for each of the campaigns. I think Catherine was pointing out they'd been there. I think at that point it was like 12 hours. It's now over 14 hours. They've been locked in those rooms, right, doing that. But I think your point is actually a serious one and a very significant one, in that this could come down to very few people. And so while I'm kind of joking about there only being 100 and there being thousands, I mean 3,000, 100 votes, all of those votes are extremely important because of the way in which things are calculated, and it could actually make the difference because of the ranked ballot system and because of the way in which each riding is weighted. So it's actually pretty serious, and it is pretty important that they get it right and they be accurate. I think that's why we're hearing from so many people in the party that they're extremely frustrated with how long this is taking, but at the same time they wouldn't want to sacrifice anything. Yeah, they want to get this right, and they have to get this right in order for the results to stand up, right?
Yep. Let me just remind people before I go to Catherine that you are watching special coverage on CBC News Network and CBC Television of the Conservative Leadership Convention. If you were hoping to see the Canucks game, fear not. There are places to watch it. You can go to cbcsports.ca so you can have that screen on and watch us at the same time, or you can go to Sportsnet and catch the game there, and we will join the game if this ends in time. It's possible the game will be ongoing, so we will we'll keep you up to date. But if you're looking for hockey, that's where you can find it. If you're looking for politics, you've come to the right place, because we've got lots of it tonight as the Conservative Party waits to find out who will lead the party into the next election, who will become only the third permanent leader ever of this party. Because remember, the party was formed with a merger between Stephen Harper and Peter MacKay back in 2003. Stephen Harper ran the party for the vast majority of that time. Andrew Scheer came in next. Of course, Rona Ambrose was an interim leader, but not a permanent leader. And so this person, this next leader, the third permanent leader in the party's history. A significant moment for that person, certainly, but also for the party and the direction of the party as it seeks to find a way back to power and back to forming government. All really important things for Conservatives and for all Canadians who are interested in democracy and the political scene in this country. Let me bring back Catherine Cullen now as we wait with the exciting news that we are down to less than 100 ballots that have to be looked at here, and you can tell me what you're hearing about that too, and then maybe I'll get in Hannah if I can.
Yeah, well, certainly the same thing as Vashi, this idea that they're down to 100 ballots. I did think, given that we seem to have a bit of time still, Rosemary, it might be interesting just to quickly explore the other side of the coin. Certainly, I think all of us have been hearing that there's a prospect that this is going to be a very close race. You know, we were talking earlier in the show about what happens if it's a sort of 51-49 split like we saw in 2017, and how does the party address that. But maybe let's just take a quick moment to talk about the prospect that won't happen, too, that this could be a little bit more of a blowout on someone's behalf than we expected. Yep. I think one factor certainly that would play into this, I mean, we've been talking a lot tonight about the, I'll call it the complexity, although I think, you know, you and Phil have done an excellent job of laying it out relatively clearly. But yes, it's a bit of a complex vote, but the other thing to consider is just voter turnout, right? Mm-hmm. Record-breaking number of ballots cast in this leadership race, breaking the Conservatives' own record. It's a record for any Canadian party, 175,000 ballots cast almost. So what does that do to voter turnout? Now, if you talk to people in both the Peter MacKay and the Erin O'Toole campaign, they talk about how impressive, and this isn't just, you know, campaign team, but supporters around them, how impressive they believe their camp's get out the vote effort was. Erin O'Toole's campaign has also talked about the exit polling that they've done. They feel that they've gotten a real significant chunk of the electorate. They appreciate that people who are responding to them are more likely to be their supporters, but they still believe that the numbers that they're seeing show that they have an incredibly efficient vote. They keep insisting Peter MacKay's vote not quite as efficient. And really, I mean, that matters a lot in races like this, particularly in a question of where that vote is, right? If it's somebody who's in, for instance, a bit more of a far-flung Quebec riding where there might not be a lot of Conservative Party members, that could actually make a difference of quite a few points and could be a big part of pushing you over the edge. So all of that really only adds to the sense that this is unpredictable. We've talked earlier, too, about Leslyn Lewis's fundraising numbers, for instance, and whether or not that indicates even more support for her than we thought. So all that to say, who really knows? A close race is what people are expecting, but I think people are prepared to be surprised.
Yep, that is a very good reminder. We really aren't sure about how this is going to play out. So it could be very close, and it could be over before we know it. So that is good to remind us all. Thank you for that, Catherine. We'll come back to you and to Vashi. And of course, a reminder, just in terms of what Eric Grenier was saying earlier, if we are going to multiple ballots, it's really important to see the space between each candidate. Oh, Catherine wants back. She's got something else to say.
I looked at my phone. I looked at my phone.
Okay, that's allowed, yeah.
And one of the campaign teams is telling me they just got a 20-minute warning. So, you know, we want to wait to hear this repeated by the party, but it sounds like we can see the light at the end of the tunnel, Rosemary. Hopefully.
Okay, and we also have looking like an 11:30 Eastern start. Okay, so that's about 15 minutes. So we will wait for that to happen. Thank you, Catherine. Yeah, that's important stuff. Knowing when we're actually going to know something, I'll take it. Thank you. So that gives us a little bit of time to bring back our At Issue panel. Andrew Coyne, Althea Raj, Chantal Hébert. We've got maybe 15, maybe 20 minutes. I really touch wood every time I give any kind of deadline because I've done it now, I think, 15 times. So potentially some results soon. Althea, I'll start with you. I don't know if you're hearing anything from the various camps, how people are feeling, you know, whether they think, as Catherine said, that, you know, whether anyone really knows anything about how tight or not this might be.
Truth be told, Rosie, I went on a mad run to try to find coffee, so that has been my focus for the last 20 minutes.
That's good and honest, and I appreciate it. I appreciate
but
it.
now I'm caffeinated. So actually, I have no idea what's going on. I haven't even looked at my phone since your producer messaged us and said you wanted us on the air.
Come back
So I
on.
don't know what's going on, but I assume I haven't missed anything because the results haven't started yet.
Yes, no, and caffeine is important. Go ahead. You were going to say something. I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I think we haven't actually talked about what we think the ballot question is on this leadership camp, what we expect, the question weighing in on voters' minds are, and I think maybe we should do that before we actually have facts.
Sure. So what do you think conservatives are thinking about these days, and how would that affect their vote here?
Well, I think that, kind of touching on some of the different themes that we've spoken about all evening, it's just we actually did see, although Erin O'Toole and Peter MacKay, and everybody says it, are not actually that different from each other. The conservatives they are speaking to are different types of conservatives. Like the Peter MacKay campaign has tried very hard to make the case that their guy is the most likely person to beat Justin Trudeau. That is the argument that they have spent the last 8 months pounding the pavement with. And Erin O'Toole's argument is slightly different. While he does cast himself, obviously, as being the guy who can bring the Conservatives to power, the conservatism that he speaks to is basically to the Conservative membership, whereas Mr. MacKay is speaking to potential Conservative voters as well. So the aspirational aspect, I think, is very interesting between their two strategies.
Yeah, and particularly interesting because in a leadership race, you don't necessarily spend a lot of time worrying about what the rest of the country is going to think of you. You do that later. Andrew, let me ask you in terms of Peter MacKay, as someone who founded this party, who was a cabinet minister for a long time, who left politics, who decided to come back and try and reclaim, I guess, maybe that's the wrong language, but come back and lead the party that he founded. How big a moment is this for him and his future, his political future?
Yeah, it's make or break. He's been campaigning for this for most of his adult life. The trouble is, it's always tough being a front runner in these races unless you absolutely sew it up. If what you're selling is inevitability, is winnability, and if you are making mistakes along the campaign trail, as his campaign did, and if people start having doubts about whether you are either inevitable or the most winnable candidate, then it can really come to bite you. So that's the danger for him, is that he didn't sort of sew this up right away, or so it appears. In which case, as we've been discussing, some of that second ballot support may well start bleeding towards Erin O'Toole, and he's in a lot of trouble. So. Front-runner campaigns are always difficult to run unless you've absolutely got the thing sewn up, because you become too cautious, you become too risk-averse, and you wind up not giving people enough reason and energy to vote for you.
And it's worth remembering that Peter MacKay, before he actually entered the race officially, he was giving a talk, I believe it was down in the States, where he was asked about the results and Andrew Scheer's election performance, and he said that Andrew Scheer's positions on abortion and same-sex marriage had hung, quote, like around his neck like a, quote, stinking albatross. And he sort of, he went after Andrew Scheer, and at the time, I mean, it was obviously very apparent to everyone that was that meant that he was going to run in the race. But Chantal, I wonder if that too, if he can't pull this off tonight, he may have jumped the gun in his criticism of Andrew Scheer. I'm not sure that Andrew Scheer is any great fan of Peter MacKay's either.
Probably not, but no. I'm not sure that really matters. So what possibly matters a bit more, and I don't think it's related to those comments on abortion rights, is the fact that Jason Kenney, who has quite a lot of influence within the conservative movement, actually put Erin O'Toole's campaign on the map when he announced that he was backing him. And while I'm sure that Mr. Kenney backs Erin O'Toole for all kinds of positive reasons, it's not a secret that he was looking for a horse to back that could stop Peter MacKay. So there are forces at play that go beyond whatever Peter MacKay said in Washington or elsewhere about the albatross. I also think that those first ballot results, and Andrew is right, if he can pull it off and come out strongly on the first ballot, it won't matter. Where those comments will matter more is if he starts needing second ballot support to make it, and then has to try to draw that from social conservative backers who will not be inclined to go to him.
Okay, so let me ask all three of you, and Chantal, you can start us off on this question. If Peter MacKay is not leader tonight, what does that mean for the progressive conservatives of that party? Is it a signal in some way? Is it the end of that faction of the party? Is there anything we should read into it around that?
Now, I've just spent the evening in French and English hearing a lot of other people saying that Erin O'Toole and Peter MacKay are not that different. So it would be difficult for me on that basis to say that if Peter MacKay loses, the progressive side of the conservative movement is gone, as being chased off. In the same way that I wouldn't have said that because Michael Chung didn't go very far in the last leadership campaign. It would be putting a lot on Peter MacKay's shoulders to say he is the last progressive conservative standing and he's about to be knocked off.
Yeah. But it is part of the way, Althea, that Erin O'Toole has framed things, obviously, calling himself the true blue conservative, suggesting that Peter MacKay is not that. But Chantal's quite right. If the policy decisions are similar, I guess I'm wondering if the foundational part of the party, the Progressive Conservatives and the Reform Party, has changed or sort of evaporated a little bit if we see Peter MacKay lose tonight. Maybe that's not fair, but it's something to ask about, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's funny because I asked James Bazan, who's Peter MacKay's Manitoba campaign co-chair and the co-chair with the kind of the caucus team around the MacKay, that very question earlier this week, and I said, well, does this if Mr. MacKay wins on Sundays, does it mean that the parties are officially merged? And he was like, yes. And I was like, well, then it means that if he loses, the party is not merged. And he's like, oh, no, it doesn't mean that. Right. And actually, I do think that when you look at, the former PC members who are part of the Conservative caucus and who they've supported, there is no neat breakdown that, everyone has swung to Peter MacKay. In fact, Peter MacKay's team includes a lot of social conservatives, people like Ed Fast, people like James Bazan. And so those old PCs, Scott Bryson, they already went to go for the Liberals. Sure. Bill Casey ran for the Liberals. Like that the people that you're thinking about from 2003 have already jumped the ship. This is a really new Conservative Party, and I really don't think that, except for that battle between Kenney and MacKay that you have at the convention floors, that battle has not really been part of internal caucus dynamics or even the membership. Like, this is a new Conservative Party.
Yeah, I would agree. I certainly haven't seen it in caucus, but Andrew, does it mean that we are now, well past any remnants of that division, or is there? Because conservatives themselves would say all the time that they are worried. I mean, that's all they've talked about tonight is showing unity after this, and there are conservatives who are worried about old splits, even if we don't really see them in any public way. Andrew.
I'm more worried from their perspective about new splits. That is to say, some of the new tensions that have been revealed in the country and in the party as a result of, these very tough decisions we're having to make about climate change versus in energy development. These are much more severe strains in a way than previous fights about energy, and will play out in our politics. But I don't think the party is in that kind of divided state. I think most of those divisions, the old divisions, have been basically healed over. So to come back to your point about O'Toole versus MacKay, they are very similar. Peter, keep doing this. Erin O'Toole kind of refashioned himself for the campaign, gave himself a new coat of blue paint. I think to people who follow politics closely, not terribly convincingly, but for quote unquote low information voters, it might be just enough to position him closer to the center of gravity of the party, where he has more appeal to the SOCONs, to the quote-unquote true blue conservatives, while not completely losing touch with the center ground of Canadian politics. And it may, from that standpoint, may give him, may better position him to try and make what I imagine the party wants to do, is to try to make that appeal to center ground voters, to voters who could switch between the Conservatives and the Liberals in the general election. That he will be able to hold the party with him, whereas there may be such residual mistrust amongst a lot of hardcore Conservatives for Peter MacKay that he might have a harder time keeping the party behind him.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also worth reminding people, and I haven't said it all night, and so apologies to Mr. O'Toole for that, but Mr. O'Toole was placed third in the last campaign in 2017. So we do know that there are people that like him and thought he could be leader. I mean, obviously it's a different field this time, but he did, he did give it a real shot back in 2017 as well. Maybe I'll just ask you that question as well, then, Chantal, whether you think the foundational parties that made this new party are no longer, and we are really in a phase of a Conservative Party that doesn't have to worry about those old divisions anyway.
I agree with Andrew that the divisions that they may face are significant, but very, very different from that battle, which, and I think the level of comfort, don't forget, this is a Conservative Party that doesn't do well in Quebec, but where it does well is in Francophone Quebec. And the Quebec members who are members of the caucus, by all accounts, we hear them on radio, TV, seem comfortable being in the party. And that would speak to the fact that the party has put those differences behind it, because the perception in Quebec was that the Reform Party was born in part of anti-Quebec feelings. And you do not get, you hear Quebec members saying this or that, they might have different takes on pipelines, for instance, but it's not a, our party is difficult on Quebec. These issues or these fault lines do not surface in the same way.
Well, I mean, that is surprising and impressive, I suppose, for the party, given that their base remains in Alberta and Saskatchewan. I mean, there's there's only one other seat to another party in Alberta, and they only have 10 seats in Quebec. So the fact that it hasn't broken down like that on regional lines, or that there hasn't been regional acrimony inside the party, is to their credit, I guess, Chantal.
Well, you could argue that a Conservative Party that is national in scope is at least as important to national unity as the Liberals think they are.
Sure. You could argue that.
You could.
Okay, I'm going to leave it all there. I'll let Althea get some more of her coffee so that everybody's ready when we get some results, and I need to come back to you. Thank you all very much. Again, Chantal, Andrew, and Althea at issue, standing by for results and analysis when we have some. Okay. Here's some breaking news. We apparently have a 15-minute warning. I'm being told by our producer, Kristen Everson, who is on the ground there with Hannah. 15-minute warning before the first round results. So that brings us to around 11:45 Eastern, which is when we will get those first ballot results. Again, the magic number, because this is a point system, 100 points per riding, 338 ridings in this country, and the magic number that we will be watching for someone to reach at some point is 16,901. If someone gets that on the first round, party's over. But if not, we will go for 2 more rounds or until someone reaches that number. So 15 minutes time. If you are tuning in to CBC Television or CBC News Network, we are going to find out the Conservative Party leader very, very soon. It's been many hours, but we are going to get some answers to what we've been talking about throughout this evening. If you have been looking for hockey, let me reassure you that you can see it at cbcsports.ca or on Sportsnet Pacific, Sportsnet 360. And if we finish up here and the hockey game's still going, we will bring that to you here on CBC Television. All right, let me bring back my, I'm sure, extremely happy colleagues, Vashi, Catherine, and Hannah, who have also all heard that we have a 15-minute warning from the party. Yeah. So we are closing in on the end of this. Hannah, what's the mood like down where you are then?
Yeah, 11:42 is when that came through. That's when we're going to hear those first results, and I'm holding them to that 15-minute warning. I counted. So 11:42 is when we should first hear that first ballot result. Everybody is waiting anxiously for that. Of course, we need to know how those ranked will be. We know that from the Peter MacKay team that they're looking for anything above 40%. Anything below that, we know deep down that they are feeling that they're in trouble. We heard from the O'Toole campaign manager a bit earlier, Fred Delory. He was saying that they expect to lead on the first ballot. So it'll be interesting to see if their exit polls are accurate and that they will lead on that. Also, we want to take a look to see how well Leslyn Lewis has performed, because of course in the last bit of the campaign, and Catherine did some really good stories on Ms. Lewis, that she started performing really well. People were taking notice of her because of the fact that she was really presenting her ideas out there. Yes, she's a social conservative, but she really also considers herself a fiscal conservative. So she was able to present herself that way, and people were really paying attention. You could tell because she raised $2 million. That's a big chunk of cash. And then finally, that we're looking at potentially in fourth place is Derek Sloan. And take a look at his numbers. Does he get past that 11% threshold? I know Eric can explain these numbers way better than I can, but we're going to look at that first ballot. Who's in first place, and can they maintain that first place on that ballot? So we're, starting to get a little bit more excited down here, starting to think about what those ballots could potentially mean, and hopefully we can forget about all this long wait and get on with who will become the next leader of the Conservative Party.
Okay, thank you for that, Hannah. Yeah, you're excited. That's good. Well, that's why we keep you down there.
I'm
She's
trying to
still
keep you
full
excited.
of energy. I know, it's good. I am. I'm excited. 15 minutes, we're going to know something. And as we heard there from Eric, it almost, obviously it matters where you rank in those initial results, Vashi, but the big thing that candidates would be looking for if they don't clinch the majority is the distance between one another. How far apart are people? And I thought that was an important reminder from Eric in terms of what we should look for, not necessarily what percentage people have, but how far apart they are, and what that could tell us about the second ballot if one is needed.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point too. The distance there will be crucial to figuring out, I guess, how close on the heels of each other they are. And as well, I think both Hannah and Eric outlined sort of the conventional thought as to if this person is doing well, who might their second choice be? Who might their third choice be? How far below is fourth place, for example, on the first ballot? And then we circle back around to the second and potentially the third. I don't know. We shall see. It sounds like the good news is, and I think this is just for people who have been following alongside with us, that we won't be looking at like a drawn out reveal, which we had originally anticipated of those ballots. It looks like we'll get the first ballot results on a regional basis, and then we're going to hear get the tally of them all, and then we'll see where things stand at that point. We're going to be looking, as Eric points out, at the distance, but also the actual numbers behind each of the candidates. And then very shortly thereafter, it looks like Dan Nolan and Lisa Raitt, who are the two individuals up on the stage right now, will be the ones to deliver the news around the second ballot if needed, and the third ballot if needed as well. Definitely depends on who you're talking to. I feel like the campaigns have totally sort of morphed into a conversation most of the time over the past few hours over this glitch and over these technical issues. But prior to, Erin O'Toole's campaign, certainly the most confident, I think it's fair to say, that they have secured something based on their exit polling. MacKay team a little more nervous from my conversations than they might have been a few days ago, thanks to their late fundraising push, which they felt had given them a lot of momentum. They just don't seem to have the raw data that Erin O'Toole's campaign does, or at least based on their exit polling, that campaign does, in order to give them the confidence to be able to project what they're projecting. I feel like we've gotten away from all of that, just given all these technical issues, but certainly those were my conversations leading in to this evening's coverage, and so now we're thankfully not too long away from finding out if that kind of stuff comes to fruition.
Right, and people should know as well that we would expect, and I think this would still happen, a speech certainly from the new leader once we get one. There was the possibility of a press conference. I don't think there was a high expectation that would happen, and I would imagine given the late hour it might not. But there will certainly be a speech to party members and to the country, to people watching, with everyone seems to agree, some sort of unifying message and perhaps some sense of positions and sort of where the leader wants to take the party. So that too will happen. This is all going to happen very quickly. The news business is also one where often one where you hurry up and wait. And so that is where we're at now. We're at the end of the waiting and the almost hurry up part, and things will unfold pretty quickly. As Vashi pointed out, you can see there the co-chairs of the leadership campaign, Lisa Raitt and Dan Nolan. They will be the people leading this on behalf of the Conservative Party as we find out results. I'll bring in Catherine for a thought here as we wait now, maybe 10 minutes, maybe less. To hear some results.
Yeah, I understand the party has all the victory speeches, right? It's just a question at this point, Rosemary, of which one gets loaded into the teleprompter.
Very good.
Ooh. Yeah, and so, that this is it. This is the moment that candidates have spent. I mean, we can say the 8 months of this campaign, certainly longer than expected because of the pandemic.
Yeah.
Folks may recall that it got put on pause at some point. But when you look at particularly the two front runners, I mean, listen, we're talking about a lot more than 8 months. Erin O'Toole having run in 2017. Vashi did great profiles of all the candidates that have come out over the past week or so, and in the one of Peter MacKay used a clip that I think it even predates 2003, at least that old, where he talks about, never say never to leadership, right? So this is a moment that is in some cases almost decades in the making in terms of the political aspirations of some of these candidates. They have written their victory speech. They have really been put through the ringer in terms of the suspense this evening with all this question around, can you believe it, the size of the envelopes causing problems in the results being determined? And now we've got this 15-minute warning. We're almost there. You talked about the importance of a unifying message. In some ways, whichever speech we hear, two audiences, a unifying message to Conservatives and also reaching out to broader Canadians, right? That positioning of who you're going to be, but also the new leader saying, I am here to speak to you. There is an alternative to Justin Trudeau. One of Erin O'Toole's supporters, I said, what does it mean if Erin O'Toole wins? This person said to me, it says that the party was interested in having its core values affirmed, that they wanted to hear from somebody who said, yes, this is what it is to be Conservative, I will protect that. Whereas Peter MacKay, in this person's estimation, and take into account that this person is coming from the O'Toole perspective, yes, wants to broaden the tent, but if those people aren't in the tent yet, how can you get their support in a leadership race? So it really will, I think, to some extent be a clash, as we've been talking all night, of that sort of chippier, feistier view, tone that was put forward by Erin O'Toole versus Peter MacKay's sort of more grander, unify, build message. But then the question becomes, to what extent does that message stay the same or be moderated as they try to speak to a broader audience?
Yeah, I think that's an important point, because for all the kudos that various Conservatives tonight on over the course of many hours gave to Andrew Scheer for his work as leader of the official opposition, even after he announced that he would leave, which was back in December, and he did work hard and effectively in that role. It is different to be the leader who is now putting forth a vision. That's something that Andrew Scheer, by virtue of being on his way out, could not do. He could not sort of paint into a corner any of the candidates who are now literally waiting in the wings. So, that is probably something Conservatives are hungry to hear because they haven't heard it in some time, and it's something Canadians writ large might want to hear of too. They might want to hear a different perspective and a new perspective and a fresh voice. And you're right, this will be an important moment for those candidates. the candidate, the new leader, to present themselves in some way to Canadians tonight, even if they don't flesh out. I mean, I'm not expecting them to flesh out every policy plank that they would have during an election, but some sort of inspirational, visionary kind of speech about where they see the Conservative Party going and the country going at a defining moment too.
Well, that's it. And I mean, the thing. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was going to say the thing about vision is that it's a catch-all, right? So for different Conservative Party members, that can mean different things. But I think you touched on some very good points there.
Okay, as we all did. Thank you, Vashi, Hannah, and Catherine. Okay, I just do want to tell people that we are standing by now. You can see more people sort of gathering. Oh, that's Andrew Scheer, actually, and his wife, Jill, gathering to chat with the co-chairs. They're just sort of hanging out. I imagine they, too, want to see the results, and Andrew Scheer will certainly have a handshake for the person who is named his successor, which we expect to happen within the next 5 to 10 minutes. They've said 15 minutes, but if tonight has taught us anything, it's that this is really a moving target in terms of when this will happen. Certainly the party knows that they are, we're getting close to midnight here, and it would be good to get some results before the day is officially over here on CBC Television and CBC News Network and CBC.ca. All of this will come to you live streaming until we get results and after, for lots of analysis today and tomorrow and in the many days ahead. As we wait for some results, let me bring back Corey tonight one more time before those results, hopefully. To see if he's hearing anything. We're going to find something out, Corey, so that's good news.
Yeah, no, we are. As fun as this has been, I'm ready. I'm sure everyone's ready. But I thought it might be good to chat a little bit about how we bring things together and what the next challenge is, because the number of votes needed are not contained in that room or in that voting pool, as large as it was. 175,000 people. It's a huge number. But we have to remember the Conservative Party is at least 1 million votes short of what it needs to form a majority government, and that's really what the mission is. And how that looks, the focus is going to turn from this inward-looking, introspective Conservative Party experience that we've had for the leadership, and it's going to shift to trying to create a winning voting coalition. And we haven't gotten a lot of big clues from these candidates in terms of how they want to change the nature of the Conservative Party to broaden that appeal, and that requires you to keep the people who are already voting for you, but to expand that base by a substantial increment. And this is where I think there's challenges with some of these candidates of articulating a vision that is expansive, that's not just more of the sort of boutique tax credits and things that worked in the 2000s for the Harper administration, but continued to work less and less well over time. So we haven't had much articulation of that. So I think there's a healing of the family. That's actually the smaller of the two tasks that are coming, and sometimes they're in opposition to each other. And I'll give you a poignant example of this. Doug Ford would not have become the leader of the Ontario PC Party without the support on the second ballot from Tanya Granick-Allen. And she also got shown the door, rather quickly afterwards as a part of an effort to build a broader coalition with appeal to particularly suburban women. So the search for support from social conservatives is at its absolute peak during these leadership events. And then, the nature of that quest changes. And that doesn't mean that social conservatives aren't a huge part of it, but it means that the piece might not look exactly as people think.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, and it's really important for both Conservative members and for Canadians watching tonight who are going to hear a different message, and it'll be the same speech, but they might be hearing different things because, as you're right, the critical thing that the new leader has to do tonight is at least extend a hand to Canadians that would be willing to consider Conservatives. And I said this earlier in the show, Corey, and because you were his former director of communications, someone said to me that was something that Stephen Harper was just awfully good at, was sort of keeping people, all the different coalitions inside the big blue tent, pretty satisfied. Like, no one was thrilled, but all the time, but there wasn't a real sense of disillusionment from the different parts of the party, and that's why he was good at holding it together.
Exactly. But in that circumstance, in those circumstances, and the balance that I think he was able to effectively walk was keeping people just happy enough, but not scratching every itch that they have.
That's right.
And that's a challenge. And one of the lasting legacies of Andrew Scheer, I think, is that the nature of that caucus changed considerably. There were candidates that were nominated and elected and put in that caucus that never would have being allowed to run in a Stephen Harper government, is my belief. And I think one of them is on the ballot. I think Derek Sloan would fit into that category. And so I think you're likely, there's still a path for Leslyn Lewis, but if it's either Aaron O'Toole or Peter MacKay, there's going to be an immediate tension, I think, because some of the social conservatives within that caucus are more hardcore than the ones that you would have found in that caucus under Stephen Harper. That's not good nor bad. Like, they were elected. I'm not begrudging that, but it's going to create a tension inside the caucus that Harper didn't face to nearly the same degree. So it'll be very interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I mean, also because Stephen Harper was. What's the polite way to say it? He was tough. I mean, he was tough on caucus, and he didn't accept people rolling around talking about things or saying things if he didn't want to hear it. I mean, he was tough on the way that operated.
Yeah, I think that's very true, and a very different approach than, say, Brian Mulroney had, but he had a different way of doing it. You can get there through charm and charisma and remembering everybody's birthday and doing all those kinds of things that created such an intense loyalty within the Mulroney caucus towards him. So there's more than one way to skin this cat.
Yeah.
But whoever wins, they're going to have to find their own path to doing that. But the speech tonight is if done right, it's maybe 25% trying to heal the wounds of the party and 75% reaching out to that additional million people that you got to get to vote for you, because this is one of the only speeches that they're going to see. So. There's a lot of focus on people, punditry talking about the healing the family. That's part of it. The other part is reaching out to those other voters, and that process really begins today.
Okay, really good points, Corey. Thank you for that. Glad we got you in before results, although who knows? Who knows how long it'll take. But
may never happen.
It may never happen. No, it's not. It's going to happen. We'll come back to you once we get some. Thank you for that. Corey Teneycke, he's there in Toronto. And really important points that Corey's was mentioning there in terms of when you're listening to the speech, if you're a Conservative Party member versus someone who's, considered voting for them but hasn't, there will be a message there to try and broaden the tent, the infamous Conservative tent. Everyone's got a tent, but this one is blue, because one of the issues that the Conservative Party has struggled with for many elections is not being able to grow its popular vote in a really significant way. Andrew Scheer certainly did that in the last election, but wasn't able to grow in key regions of this country, whether it be Ontario or Quebec. Lost virtually, I think, all the seats, almost all the seats in Atlantic Canada. So it's not just about expanding the tent; it's also about making sure that you broaden the support across the country, but certainly all Conservatives know that they just need to boost the numbers and have more people vote blue. So part of what will be said tonight will be about trying to start attracting Canadians to take another look at the Conservative Party, knowing that a campaign could happen, an election could happen as early as this fall, as much as that seems out of the realm of possibility during a pandemic, perhaps more likely in the spring. Remember, minority governments in this country typically last for 18 to 24 months. The Liberal minority government so far has lasted 10 months. So it'd be a little bit soon to go in the fall, but you never know. Okay, we are standing by to hear some results. We have been waiting for many hours now to get some. Remember, this was an evening that was set to start at 6 p.m. Eastern. We are now close to midnight Eastern time, different time zone for all of you watching in the West, as Michelle Rempel reminded me. But we are expecting some results soon. We are about, we were told, we were given 15-minute warning. That 15 minutes is now come and gone. So I would imagine we are very close. So let me bring in my colleagues who might have emails and texts and information that would indicate where we are in terms of things you see on your screen at the bottom right there. Lisa Raitt and Dan Nolan, they are the co-chairs of this leadership campaign, and they are the ones who will bring us the results as soon as they are available. It does seem as though the counting has stopped and things have been tabulated. Vashi, are you hearing anything about when this might happen?
I really hope you mean that. Which minute are you choosing? So, because like you point out, Rosie, the 15-minute warning has come and gone. Our producer, Christina Lopez, has heard that the scrutineers have been released, so that is another positive sign. Those scrutineers have been there for going on, I think, about 15 hours. Those are the people representing various parties as well as the party itself who actually scrutinize each of the ballots. And in this case, they were tasked with the additional idea of looking at each of the new ones that were made, which then had to be recounted, or not recounted, but counted for the first time, basically. So that was, we're talking in the neighborhood of thousands, the party has said, over the last number of hours. So that's what they were doing. If they've been released, that means that part of the process is done. So this so-called 15-minute warning should apply in some general sense to when they're able to get up there. The closest thing I'm getting, and maybe Catherine's getting something more specific, is just any minute now, any minute now. So something should be happening soon, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Catherine, are you hearing anything about the timeline here? Because we are past the 15 minutes. I'm assuming it's going to be any moment now.
Any moment now. Why don't we go with that, Rosemary? Again, there's another catch-all.
Now I feel like you're all mocking me, but yes.
No, I will tell you there's a little bit of flurry of activity right now around some questions about just how many ballots were affected by that envelope machine. I know we heard earlier when Hannah was speaking to, I believe it was Dan Nolan, who was saying it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 4,000. One of the campaigns is saying that they are under the impression it's a greater number than that. We're still trying to get some official sources on that, so that's where some of the concern is. But of course, as it has been explained to us, the scrutineers have watched as these ballots have either been taped back together or the information transferred onto another ballot. And so what we're really interested in at this point is, of course, what this result is and when precisely we're going to hear it. But it does leave a bit of a question looming in the background, I think, of all of this, which is just to understand a little bit more about what happened here and the scope of it. Hopefully, I think most people would hope that whole conversation sort of gets left in the dust tonight as we turn to a conversation about where the party goes from here. There's been a lot of talk about unity tonight, and I think that too is twofold, right? There's the question of unity within the conservative movement. Particularly, that conversation always seems to hinge around the question of the place of social conservatives in the party and how vocal they are, but also within caucus itself. And so another thing that we're going to want to watch, what is in the speech tonight? What are the first few actions that we see from the leader? Vashi talking about the prospect of Peter MacKay going out to Alberta, but also how do they try to mend those fences, right? So, this might be a little bit inside baseball, but there are things like critic portfolios, the Conservatives like to call it their shadow cabinet. So how do the two teams now merge, the MPs that were supporting the various camps, if indeed it is one of these two perceived frontrunners? If you're Peter MacKay, what job do you give Erin O'Toole? If you're either of them, what job do you give Andrew Scheer? There's a really interesting question, right? Derek Sloan, what role, if any, does he play? Certainly Mr. MacKay made a point in the French language debate of sort of gently, I'll say, but taking him to task for some of the things that he said about particularly wasn't so much about gay marriage, but in fact, Derek Sloan made some comments very early on in the race about how being gay he didn't believe it was a choice, but he's not a scientist. Yes. We might recall. And so, where if anywhere, does he fit into all of this? So these are some of the considerations that, frankly, the leaders and their teams have been thinking about for days. There's also the question of staffing up the leader's office. And while that might sound incredibly mundane, the question of what kind of team you have around you, especially for Peter MacKay, who had a few stumbles in this race, things involving tweets and fundraising letters and whatnot that went out that he said weren't reflecting what he truly thought was his message. Can he build a strong team around him? Erin O'Toole's really sort of revived his team from his 2017 campaign. I think it's a bit more clear where he would go. But can Peter MacKay surround himself with the right people? And if it's Leslyn Lewis, her team's really going to have to grow.
All hands on deck. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, it's for someone who hasn't been elected before. Although for Leslyn Lewis and for Peter MacKay, they have the same challenge immediately to try and get a seat in the House. It's obviously not unheard of. Jagmeet Singh went for many months, I think certainly more than 12 months, if I'm not mistaken, before he ran for a seat, which was eventually in Burnaby, even though he was leader of the party. So, you can take some time if you don't want to get into the House right away, but you would imagine that you would want your leader in there pressing the Prime Minister as soon as possible, particularly given the context in which we are right now. Okay, thank you for that, Catherine, and I'll go to Hannah now to see if there's any news on the ground about how things are unfolding there, Hannah.
Soon is what I keep getting told.
Now you're all mocking me, for sure.
I was laughing when you said that to Catherine. It is funny. Okay, so what I'm hearing is that they're doing the final regional calculations. So soon. Yes, we do know that the scrutineers are out of the room. These are the people who are keeping an eye on those thousands of ballots that had been cut by the machine. They are now out of that room. They're with their teams, and we're waiting to hear those numbers. So we can see that they're talking on the stage there, and I'm just checking my notes as well because let's see. Oh. Okay, so some of the teams, we heard this from Fred Delory a little bit earlier in the O'Toole team, the campaign manager for O'Toole. They're still thinking, of course, that their guy is going to be number one on that first ballot. So this is, I'll come again back to this, looking at that first ballot. Who will be in first place on it? Will it be the popular vote or will it be the point system? This is something that's really interesting too, and this is something that Eric knows way better than I do. But you can win the popular vote, but not win the leadership race. So that's something we have to keep an eye on. I know we're starting now to get a bit excited more about who may potentially take this race as opposed to what happened in that room. But as Catherine was saying, is that Dan Nolan told us a bit earlier that the numbers of ballots that were, having problems were in the 3,000 to 4,000 range, but it could be higher than that, and that could be why we've seen such delays throughout the evening. But they are finishing up, tallying those regional numbers, and we should get them. They have 4 minutes to do it before tomorrow Eastern. So otherwise,
that's good. That's a good ultimatum to send them. Yes. Okay. Thank you for that. Come back if you've got anything, Hannah. I appreciate that. I will say that I heard that about half an hour ago, Deloitte, which is the auditing firm, the accounting firm that was the third party managing this for the Conservative Party, did pull the ballot. So they did that last click, send out the results. So over the past, let's say, 20 to 30 minutes, certainly the party has been tabulating the results and is well aware of the results of the first round ballot and others. So these are all good things. We are moving in the right direction. We know that they have results, that they are working now to tabulate them per a province or region. And we know that the two people you see there on your screen, Lisa Raitt and Dan Nolan, will bring us those results. Here's how we are expecting that to unfold, which will be very soon. We will, for that first ballot, because this is a ranked ballot, remember, we will get party provincial representatives in each province and a combined one for the territories to give us their results as they go through. So that'll start to give you a picture. I should point out that it starts out in British Columbia and it ends in the province of Ontario or Quebec. It leaves Ontario and Quebec until the end. And then we will get a national number from Ms. Raitt and Mr. Nolan, and that will give us a sense of whether things are done on that first ballot, it's a possibility, or whether we're going to a second one. When we get to the second or even third round, and there can only be 3 rounds at this stage because there are only 4 candidates, that will come directly from the 2 co-chairs in order to cut down a little bit on the time here, because we've now been at this for 6 hours since when the program was supposed to start and where we are now. So I think all the campaigns and all the teams are certainly wanting to get this done because they've got a lot on the line, all of them, and a lot of people who have been working for them. And they want to see what the next few weeks and months will hold for them and for whoever that new leader will be. A reminder, this is an important moment for the Conservative Party. The leader of the official opposition will be named tonight. This will be the person vying to become Canada's next Prime Minister, whenever that election might happen. It's one that could happen soon if the Conservative Party can manage to convince the other parties inside Parliament that they want to take down the Liberals. That will be no easy task, but if it's somewhere where they want to to go, then they will have to start reaching out to the Bloc Québécois and the NDP in order to do that. But it's also an important moment for the party because it's only their third leader officially for this party. After it was founded in 2003, this person will be the third official party leader, permanent party leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. So that's a big deal for them too. As we wait for some results from Lisa Raitt or Dan Nolan, I'm going to go back to Vassy Kapelas if she is there, if she doesn't mind, in terms of what else, I guess, we might expect in the days ahead. Catherine gave us some good thoughts there in terms of signals the new leader would have to send in terms of unifying the party. Often shadow cabinets and those positions become important if you're trying to elevate someone who was previously your opponent. But what other things might we look for immediately from whoever wins here tonight, do you think?
I think the thing that I'm most curious about is whether or not there's a pivot from what we have been hearing from the Conservatives as of late. And I don't mean that in a negative way, but there has been a huge focus on the We controversy, for example, and by extension on Justin Trudeau. That's not new for the Conservatives. It certainly was a part of the campaign for many of the people running to replace Andrew Scheer this time around. But it is something that didn't necessarily work for them in the last election. A lot of Conservatives I spoke to after the last election, they share in their distrust or dislike of Justin Trudeau, the one that was sort of espoused by Andrew Scheer and the campaign itself. But they really acknowledge that it didn't exactly resonate with the voters that, as you and Corey and others have laid out tonight, they need to be able to resonate with in order to build their coalition, to expand on their base so that even though this time around they were able to get more votes, they can actually translate that into a win next time around. And so I'm very curious to see if the rhetoric of the campaign, which, you know, ranges from I'm the only person who can beat Justin Trudeau to Justin Trudeau has ruined our country, will change at all and will pivot, towards more of a focus on what this new leader plans to do, how they might lead the country, what they will say about the specific set of circumstances we all find ourselves in with the pandemic, right? This is, I noted, for example, during the Democratic National Convention last week, so much of, apart from all the stuff that was said about Donald Trump and things like that, it was very focused on the leadership during the pandemic, right?
Yeah.
And leadership out of the pandemic, whatever that may look like. We know that's what we're going to hear from Justin Trudeau and the Liberals when Parliament resumes at the end of September. And in no way am I saying there's a shortage of things to criticize the government for, and I'm sure the Conservatives will do that. But they are going to have to plot their own path out of this or against it or whatever you want to call it. There needs to be a very specific vision. And I'm not saying that as, a pundit sitting here or a reporter sitting here. I'm saying that based on the conversations I have had with people who voted Conservative in the last election but were disappointed that they weren't able to win. And so I think that's what I'm looking for over the next few days. Yes, there will be the logistical stuff for sure when it comes to shadow cabinets, when it comes to a whole host of other things, where they travel, who they talk about and who they talk to. But I am curious, especially in this initial speech, if it ever comes to fruition this evening or whenever it happens, I am very, very curious to see, is it all about Justin Trudeau? Is it all about being negative about Justin Trudeau? Is it the same tone as we just heard from Andrew Scheer, which was kind of almost a puzzling negative tone, right? Like, is it going to be like that, or is it going to be something different than Conservatives have been hearing for the last number of months and maybe even years? I don't know. And I'm not, again, that resonates with a lot of people. But I think if tonight is an opportunity, as Corey and others have laid out, to expand beyond those whose vote you have already secured, that kind of stuff becomes pretty important.
Yeah, and I will say I agree with you, and I think the one thing probably all Canadians would agree on right now is that people are anxious and worried about the future, whatever that may mean, financially, their health, their children, whatever the situation is. There is anxiety in the country because of the pandemic and the many unknowns economically and, as I said, health-wise. So you would expect some sort of messaging, I think, from the new leader around that, because that is top of mind, and that could include criticism of the government's handling of the pandemic, certainly, but you would want some sort of sense about what this party is hoping for, what it will do to try and push the government to help Canadians, the kinds of things that people are thinking about all the time. I'm not saying, as you said, that they won't mention the WE controversy or other things, but I think the pandemic and the economic recovery looms pretty large for most Canadians, and if they don't mention that tonight, that would be a missed opportunity probably for the new leader.
Yeah, and I don't think it's, I think also, and this comes at me from, and all of us, from partisans on both sides, like it's not an either or, right? I think that that you can consider all of the things that have been going on when it comes to ethics and the WE controversy, the resignation of the finance minister. You can certainly talk to Canadians about your read on the ethics of this government, but at the same time, I think while Canadians can care about that, they can also care about the way in which you plan to or hope to lead this country forward through and out of a pandemic. And so I think that that expectation is there of all Canadians for each. We expect our governments to be ethical. We expect them to try and help us deal with the worst health and economic crisis in generations and generations and generations. That's not, I don't think that should come as a surprise to any political leader, but it doesn't always come through in their discourse. And I'm not just speaking specifically of the Conservatives here, but I think that's why I'm so interested to see, is this all about, again, how terrible they think Justin Trudeau is, or is there something more concrete that's put forward? I'd imagine from my conversations with most candidates that they will aim to do the latter, but we shall see. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't even jump the gun there. Yeah.
I know. So I will say we don't have an update now on the number of ballots, and we are officially after midnight Eastern. So for part of the country, we're Monday, but for the rest of you, you can hang on to Sunday, and you'll still have a leader maybe on Sunday, a new leader come Sunday. So we are waiting to hear the results for this first ballot round. Maybe I'll go to Catherine Cullen. She is also standing by and waiting eagerly, as well as we are, to hear from those co-chairs that are there on the screen and have been sitting there now for, I don't know, 45 minutes because they wanted a different view or a different chair to get busy. When we last heard from Hannah, they were tabulating regional votes. So because they are going to then send those to the people that they have designated in those provinces, and those people will read those numbers out loud. So that's probably also delaying things, because you have to actually call someone or email someone, and here's your number. I'm not sure what the delay is at this stage, but I expect it's something like that.
Yeah, I see little things flashing in the corner here, Rosemary. I'm just trying to make sure there's not any news. And I don't think that there is. Welcome to day 2 of our coverage for those of you who are in Ontario. I stole that joke from Alex Boudelier from the Toronto Star on Twitter. I thought it was really good, and I wanted that laugh, so sorry, Alex.
But you credited him, that's fine.
There we go. I got away with it. But it continues. You can only imagine the candidates, their families sort of chomping on their fingernails. I mean, think about earlier in the night when we saw Erin O'Toole, for instance, was doing Zoom calls with the supporters, trying to keep everybody sort of jacked up. Can you imagine if you've done door knocking for these campaigns or whatnot, and now you have been waiting since 6 o'clock when this was officially supposed to start Eastern, so more than 6 hours? Or imagine if you are some of the poor scrutineers who were part of the last group that had their ballots counted, who had been in there since 7 o'clock in the morning. It is actually so late that I've just sort of lost all concept of what would that be, 17 hours, something in that neighborhood. Just wild.
Devoted partisans. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and to just get really Pollyanna for a sec, that is what it takes, right, for political parties. And I think it's part of the reason that we as journalists love covering politics and party politics, is because, yes, it can be messy. And tonight, this is one particular example of that. But also the incredible amount of volunteer hours that go into making something like this happen. And I was saying earlier tonight, the amount of effort that goes into making a leadership vote during a pandemic work, and then to have things sort of fall on their face a little bit when it comes to these envelopes. I think it's not nearly the main question, but one question that will remain out of this is we want a sense of the scope of this problem, precisely how big it was. That said, I don't hear any campaign saying to me at this point that they think that this is something that, in any way undermines the results. That's not where the discussion is now. The discussion is who's going to win and when are we going to find out?
Yes. So I'm hearing that the regions, the provinces have numbers. So that's good news. So that means that information is moving out and we will soon hear from both the co-chairs and then from provinces about what the breakdown is per province in terms of those points, because it's the point system for this. Remember, 100 points per riding, 338 ridings, in case you've lost track of that now. 16,901 points will bring you a victory here tonight. And man, these people, these leaders, they campaigned for a long time during a difficult time, and they are having a long night. So when it finally happens, whoever wins, that's going to be a really joyous person. They're going to be very happy. Oh, I can't hear Catherine. Sorry.
Oh.
I got you now.
Okay. I was thinking when we were preparing for this particular event tonight, as we had said earlier, I think actually all four of us, yourself, myself, Hannah, and Vashi, were at the 2017 announcement. But I remember sitting between Andrew Scheer and Maxime Bernier, and the two of them had gone backstage, and they knew what the results were.
Oh, yes, I remember
and
too.
I remember seeing their faces and the emotion on Maxime Bernier's face. And at first, I just wasn't sure what the emotion was that I was seeing. He was overcome with emotion, but was he on the verge of tears because he had won or lost? And coming into this, I thought, unfortunately, because of social distancing, is this going to be a little bit more bloodless? We won't have quite that moment of humanity. But it is, unquestionably, it's happening behind the scenes. We're just not necessarily seeing a lot of it. Now, we do hope to see all four leadership candidates and their watch parties tonight as these results are announced and get a little bit of a sense of how they're feeling. But this, particularly for the candidates who have put really years into these aspirations, certainly in the case of the frontrunners in terms of their political career. But I think you probably start thinking about this pretty early on in your life if you really do think that you want to pursue a path to try to become prime minister at one point. Like this is a big moment for a lot of people and all the volunteers around them. So hopefully we have almost arrived at that moment, Rosemary.
And it is a testament, and you're right, this is one of the reasons we like to cover politics. It is a testament to people's dedication to public service. Again, to be all starry-eyed, but it is true, and it is important, and not everybody does it. So we appreciate all these people that are making tonight interesting to watch, and who are so dedicated to their beliefs, as many of the people that have been working behind the scenes are doing that. Okay, thank you for that, Catherine. We'll be back to you as soon as we know more. So we are efforting right now to get information about when this might start, when we might start getting those first ballot results, and then what those results might show us, because presumably some people now know what those numbers are. So we will, if we get any sense of them before they are announced, bring them to you as well. We're working lots of sources to try and get information on that front. You are watching CBC Television, CBC News Network, and CBC.ca. This is, of course, our special coverage of the Conservative Leadership Convention 2020. We began here tonight at 5 o'clock Eastern for a program that the Conservative Party hoped would be over by 8 p.m. Eastern, within 3 or 4 hours. We are now long past that deadline due to problems with the machine that was cutting open the envelopes. All of the ballots in this leadership race were mailed in, not done in person, so all had to be taken out of envelopes and run through a tabulator. Some of those ballots were damaged. We're hearing reports of various numbers out there, but we know certainly thousands of them. 3,000 to 4,000 is what we had last heard. And so all of those ballots that had been damaged did need to be checked by scrutineers. That's the process that has been unfolding over the course of many hours here, and it's why you are still seeing us on CBC Television and CBC News Network. And we now expect to have those results fairly soon. We know that some of the regions have the results. Some of the candidates may even have the results as well. And so the co-chairs of this leadership committee, which has been an extraordinarily strange leadership contest because of the pandemic, of course, course, we'll announce those shortly. Just to remind you that it was actually in June that we were anticipating we would have a new Conservative Party leader, but because of the pandemic, everything was pushed back. Debates, the announcement of the leader, really everything. It made for a difficult campaign for all of those candidates who had to come up with new ways to campaign and new ways to reach out to party members and recruit new party members. It doesn't seem to have caused them much trouble because they did manage to recruit many more members and they have a lot more people voting. 65% of their members now voting, almost 175,000 ballots sent in before 5 o'clock on Friday. The party started counting at 4 a.m. this morning. Obviously ran into that problem, so it's taken much longer than they expected. Okay, let me just check in on where we are here with Lisa Raitt and Dan Nolan, the two co-chairs who are going to make this announcement for us. We have no update on when this was supposed to start, and if you have not been watching, or if you have been watching throughout the evening, that has been the story of the night so far. Delay after delay after delay as the party struggles, rushes, tries to figure out how to get these ballots counted faster, and of course as the various camps make sure that they are going to be satisfied with the validity of those ballots and the results. Okay, let me go back to Vassy Kapelos if I can. She is of course here with me in Ottawa, the host of Power and Politics, standing by as I am to hear more. Any updates on timing from your end?
No, none whatsoever. No, sadly, no. I am getting I am trying to get some information about the first ballot, which is of course the result that we would be receiving first. We're going to get a regional breakdown of as you spelled out, Rosie, and then we anticipate that we'll get the national numbers from Dan Nolan and Lisa Raitt, who are up there on the stage. My understanding is that it is very close. So we have been talking all evening about just how close things could be, that the sense was from most of the campaigns, particularly on the first ballot, that it could be close. And I want to make sure I double confirm and triple confirm my numbers, but the sense that I have from more than one campaign right now is that it is extremely close, most especially between Peter MacKay and Erin O'Toole, which of course which would send us into a second ballot, if not a third, and also makes for a very dynamic race once we get to it. Whenever that portion of the evening begins, it could in fact substantiate so much of what we've heard discussed going into this evening and throughout the campaign, and most especially in the last few weeks. And even as I said a few minutes ago in those conversations I was having today, just in the sense from the O'Toole campaign, based on their exit polling, that they were doing very well, and the nerves, despite the momentum due to fundraising increases in the past number of weeks from the MacKay campaign, the nerves that they were expressing today, just sort of the level of uncertainty around the results and the considerations around how close it could be. So we're still on pins and needles, waiting to see what happens in this first ballot whenever it does get announced. But I am hearing it is pretty close.
Okay, and as Vassy said, we will make sure we have all those numbers really solidly sourced before we give you any numbers. Andrew Coyne helpfully reminds us on Twitter that it's been 45 minutes since the 15-minute warning. So just to give you a sense of how this has unfolded. 15 minutes, what's 15 minutes in all of this? Okay, we are still waiting here for those ballot results. Maybe I'll go back to Hannah Thibodeau if I can. She is no Hannah. Okay, no Hannah, that's fine. I'm going to go to Corey. Do we have Corey? Corey Teneycke standing by? Okay, let's go to Corey as we wait. Corey, I'm going to cut you off if anything starts to happen, but you'll forgive me. Without getting into specifics around numbers, even if you have numbers, because I don't want to put numbers out there until we're all confident in them. Are you hearing though that things are close?
Yeah, no, I am hearing that things are close, but I guess we've been anticipating close all night. But,
yes.
If the numbers, as we said since the very beginning of the show, if MacKay is under 40%, he's in deep trouble. So I think that's the first thing that I'd be looking for. And then it's really what is the spread between the other candidates. So how big a hill does does the person in number two have to climb to get into first place? but also the spread between those other candidates, particularly what happens if you were to add together Sloan's votes with Lewis's votes. Does that propel her into second place? And if that happens, it's really anybody's game. So I think all the predictions of a very close race seem to be being borne out through the rumors and things that are flying around through text messages, etc. right now. But if the things that we're hearing are true, it's going to be tight.
Okay, I'm going to cut you off. Thank you for that.
Here we go.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Let's go now to the Shaw Centre in downtown Ottawa, where we are hearing from, well, not just two of me, but the co-chairs of the Leadership Committee. This is Dan Nolan. To his left, Lisa Raitt.
Intention is being recorded properly, and that's why it's under full scrutiny of all the scrutineers for all the campaigns and under the scrutiny of Deloitte and everything. So c'est pour ça qu'on fait ça, pour être sûr que les résultats sont une représentation exacte de ce que nos membres veulent voir.
Of what the members have said.
So now the moment we've been waiting for, Dan. Remember, ladies and gentlemen at home, the number is 16,901.
All right.
And the first place we're going to go to, do you want to repeat en français for me there, Dan?
En français, les résultats tiennent en tête 16 901.
So the magic number is 16,901.
How are you doing out there, Kathy and James?
We're doing well, thank you. Finalement, oh, hold on.
You're up.
Finalement, on a des chiffres. Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Lisa. You can hear me all right?
Yes, thank you, James.
Very good. La province de la Colombie-Britannique dispose un total de 4,200 points. Par ordre alphabétique, chaque candidat.
The province of British Columbia has 4,200 points, and these are the number of points received. Leslyn Lewis, 1,047 points. Peter MacKay, 1,281 points. Aaron O'Toole, 1,255 points. Derek Sloan, 617 points.
So there are 4,200 points available in the province of British Columbia. Leslyn Lewis has earned 1,047 points. Peter MacKay has earned 1,281 points. Aaron O'Toole has earned 1,255 points. Derek Sloan has earned 617 points, and that's from British Columbia.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, James.
Okay, merci. And now we will go, on va aller à la belle province de Terre-Neuve et Labrador.
And
Judy
now,
and Sharon.
Newfoundland and Labrador.
And for those of you looking at home, you can see that the British Columbia results have been posted on your screen.
Judy and Sharon, are you there to give us the results for Newfoundland?
We're here.
Excellent.
Great.
There are 700 points available in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. In alphabetical order, each candidate has earned the following. Leslyn Lewis has earned 118 points. Peter MacKay has earned 282 points.
Aaron O'Toole, you got me. Aaron O'Toole has earned 240 points. Derek Sloan has earned 61 points.
Merci. Les résultats de Terre-Neuve sont les suivants. Leslyn Lewis a reçu 118 points. Peter MacKay a reçu 282 points. Aaron O'Toole a reçu 240 points. Et Derek Sloan a reçu 61 points.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Dan. Now, we are now going to go to Alberta. So Sonia and Dustin, tell us the results.
Well, thanks, Lisa and Dan. And in Alberta, we have a total of 3,400 points. And in alphabetical order, Leslyn Lewis has earned 957 points. Peter MacKay earned 826 points. Aaron O'Toole earned 1,084 points, and Derek Sloan earned 532 points for a total of 3,400. Over to you, Dustin.
Et en français, Leslyn Lewis a obtenu 957 points. Peter MacKay a obtenu 826 points. Aaron O'Toole a obtenu 1084 points. Et Derek Sloan a obtenu 532 points. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Dustin. Thank you very much, Sonia. And there you have the results for Alberta put up in front of you again. Our next place that we're going to be going to is the province of Nova Scotia. And we're looking for Tara and Chris.
Hi there. There are 1,100 points available in the province of Nova Scotia. In alphabetical order, each candidate has earned the following.
La province de Nouvelle-Écosse dispose au total de 1100 points. Par ordre alphabétique, chaque candidat a obtenu le nombre de points suivant.
Leslyn Lewis has earned 160 points.
Leslyn Lewis a obtenu 160 points.
Peter MacKay has earned 710 points.
Peter MacKay a obtenu 710 points.
Aaron O'Toole has earned 142 points.
Aaron O'Toole a obtenu 142 points.
And Derek Sloan has earned 88 points.
Derek Sloan a obtenu 88 points.
Thank you very much. And now we will going to Northern Canada to David Connolly. Et maintenant, on va aller au nord du Canada à Monsieur David Connolly. David, are you there?
David's going to be announcing, of course, for Nunavut, for the Northwest Territories, and for Yukon.
Of course.
So the three will be included in one announcement with David.
Okay. David, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, go ahead.
Good evening from the north, and thank everyone for their patience in hanging in there this evening. There are a total of 300 points available from the combined three northern territories of Nunavut, the Northwest Territories, and the Yukon. Leslyn Lewis has earned 90 points. Peter MacKay has earned 111 points. Aaron O'Toole has earned 65 points, and Derek Sloan has earned 34 points, I correct, 34 points. Pour les trois territoires du Nord, le Nunavut, le territoire du Nord-Ouest et le Yukon disposent ensemble de 300 points. Leslyn Lewis a obtenu 90 points. Peter MacKay a obtenu 111 points. Aaron O'Toole a obtenu 65 points. Et Derek Sloan a obtenu 34 points. Merci beaucoup et bonsoir.
Merci beaucoup, David. On apprécie ça. Et là, la prochaine province qu'on va, c'est la belle province de l'île du Prince-Édouard. Next, we are going to the beautiful province of Prince Edward Island, and we're going to Pat Binns and Gail Shea. Are you there?
We are, and there are 400 points available in the province of Prince Edward Island. In alphabetical order, each candidate has earned the following. Leslyn Lewis has earned 96 points.
Peter MacKay has earned 206 points.
Aaron O'Toole has earned 55 points.
And Derek Sloan has earned 43 points.
Merci beaucoup. Et en français, Leslyn Lewis a eu 96 points. Peter MacKay a eu 206 points. Aaron O'Toole a reçu 55 points. Et Derek Sloan a reçu 43 points. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Our next province is, we're going to the province of Saskatchewan, where we're going to be hearing from Kelly Block and Randy Hoback. So Kelly and Randy, do we have you on the line yet?
Thank you, Lisa. In Saskatchewan, we have 1,400 points in play, and the results in alphabetical order are Leslyn Lewis, 554 points, Peter MacKay, 224 points, Aaron O'Toole, 369 points. And Derek Sloan, 252 points. Over to you, Kelly.
La province de la Saskatchewan disposait un total de 1,400 points. Leslyn Lewis a obtenu 554 points. Peter MacKay a obtenu 224 points. Aaron O'Toole a obtenu 369 points. Derek Sloan a obtenu 252 points.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. And now we'll go to beautiful New Brunswick. Monica and Mel, are you there? We are just getting them.
As we're waiting, we have Saskatchewan. We can take a look again at the results that we have there for Saskatchewan. Leslyn Lewis, 554, Aaron O'Toole, 369, Derek Sloan, 252, and Peter MacKay, 224.
Okay. And we have Mel Norton from New Brunswick. Mel, are you there?
I am, Dan, and thank you everyone for hanging in with us. In New Brunswick, there are 1,000 points available from our province. In alphabetical order, each candidate has earned the following. Leslyn Lewis has earned 204 points. Peter MacKay has earned 533 points. Aaron O'Toole has earned 153 points. And Derek Sloan has earned 110 points.
All right, thank you very much, Mel. Et en français, Leslyn Lewis a eu 204 points. Peter MacKay a eu 533 points. Aaron O'Toole a reçu 153 points et Derek Sloan a reçu 110 points.
Great. And our next province, as we take a look at those New Brunswick results one more time, our next province is we're going to Manitoba. And there we have Candice Bergen and Heather Stephenson.
Thanks very much, Lisa and Dan. There are 1,400 points available in the province of Manitoba. In alphabetical order, each candidate has earned the following. Leslyn Lewis has earned 360 points. Peter MacKay has earned 414 points.
Aaron O'Toole has earned 373 points, and Derek Sloan has earned 253 points.
OK, merci beaucoup. Et en français, Leslyn Lewis a reçu 360 points. Peter MacKay a reçu 414 points. Aaron O'Toole a reçu 373 points. Et Derek Sloan a reçu 253 points. Et là, nous allons au Québec. Alain et Marie-Josée, êtes-vous là?
Alain and Marie-Josée, are you there?
Oui, allô?
Bonjour.
Donc, pour la province de Québec,
So, for the province of Quebec,
points.
we have 800 points.
In the province of Quebec. Alors, pour Leslyn Lewis, 781 points.
781 points.
Pour Peter MacKay, 2685 points. 2,685 points.
Pour Aaron O'Toole, 3,532 points, 3,532 points. Derek Sloan, 802 points, 802 points.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Marie-Josée. José, sorry about that. So for Quebec, we have the numbers up there for Aaron O'Toole, Peter MacKay, Derek Sloan, and Leslyn Lewis. And going to our final province, we're heading back here to Ontario, where it's going to be Minister Caroline Mulroney and Gary Clement.
Merci beaucoup, Lisa et Dan.
Thank you very much, Lisa and Dan. We have a total of 2,100 points.
Chaque candidat a obtenu le nombre de points suivants.
Each candidate has earned the following points.
There are 12,100 points available in the province of Ontario. In alphabetical order, each candidate earned the following. Leslyn Lewis earned 2,557 points.
Leslyn Lewis a obtenu 2557 points.
Peter MacKay earned 4,056 points.
Peter MacKay a obtenu 4056 points.
Aaron O'Toole earned 3,414 points.
Aaron O'Toole a obtenu 3414 points.
Derek Sloan earned 2,073 points.
Et Derek Sloan a obtenu 2073 points.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So in Ontario, Peter MacKay, 4,056, Aaron O'Toole, 3,414, Leslyn Lewis, 2,557, and Derek Sloan, 2,073. And we are going to be able to see a live shot from the candidates' suites. And we're going to pull that up for you as we announce the results for the national vote. So, Dan, over to you.
OK, les résultats pour le premier scrutin. Peter MacKay, 11 328 points. Aaron O'Toole, 10 681 points. Leslyn Lewis, 6 925 points. Et Derek Sloan, 4 864 points. Ça veut dire que M. Sloan est éliminé et on aura un deuxième scrutin.
So, on this national ballot in English, Mr. MacKay, 11,328 votes. Mr. O'Toole, 10,681 votes. Ms. Lewis, 6,925 votes. Mr. Sloan, 4,864 votes. Mr. Sloan drops off the ballot, and we move to a second ballot.
Okay, that is the first ballot result for the Conservative Party of Canada. You can see there, Peter MacKay is in the lead, Aaron O'Toole second, Leslyn Lewis third, Derek Sloan comes in last, and so he drops off the ballot. We are now going to go to second ballot results, but let me tell you that if you take a look at these numbers, this is a not as strong a performance as Peter MacKay would have liked to see, and it is an extremely strong performance from Leslyn Lewis. So we will see how this next ballot unfolds. Let's listen in back to the co-chairs now. Ballot results, but it will come both from Lisa Raitt and Dan Nolan. The second ballot results. In the meantime, if I can, I'll break away if I have to in order for us to get those second ballot results. Let's bring in my colleagues, Vashi, Catherine, and Hannah. I'll start with you, Vashi. So this is, just in terms of percentages, Peter MacKay has 33.5% of the vote. Aaron O'Toole, 31.6% of the vote. Leslyn Lewis, 20.4% of the vote. Derek Sloan drops off with just over 14% of the vote. So that is a very low number for Peter MacKay. He would be disappointed with that, and it would indicate concerns moving forward, I think.
Yeah, it's entirely accurate, Rosie. That's a terrible number for the MacKay campaign. There's no other way to put it. Every single person I talked to said they were looking to clear 40 in order to be encouraged, even if there was, in the event of a second ballot. This is an extremely tight race between Aaron O'Toole and Peter MacKay, and I've got to say the story appears to be Leslyn Lewis, just as many like Corey had predicted coming in. It looks like her momentum has certainly translated. This is, this hugely changes the dynamic, I think, going forward. This is, it is possible that Aaron O'Toole or Leslyn Lewis wins this race. It seems a lot less possible that Peter MacKay does, just because of where second place support might align, and just some of the results that we saw come out there. O'Toole's massive win in Quebec, for example, really stuck out to me. Peter MacKay, unsurprisingly, really took out East, but Leslyn Lewis not only placed extremely well in Alberta, with Aaron O'Toole coming up ahead of her, but also took Saskatchewan, which is fairly significant as well. So I just think that look, it's hard to see exactly where this goes, but it looks very promising for Aaron O'Toole, especially just given how small. I mean, Eric was talking about previous to this, to look at the difference, right? The gap between the candidates. It's, you know, a 2-point gap between Peter MacKay and Erin O'Toole after that first ballot, and you can see inside there. I think that's the MacKay campaign room, right? Yeah, they look pretty serious right now.
Yeah, they certainly do. Maybe we can also pull up the Erin O'Toole room, if that's possible, for the control room, because that may give us a sense of how they are feeling about things. That's Erin O'Toole there hanging out with his family as they await second ballot results. I mean, I do think, regardless of how this night unfolds, to take nothing away from the winner, certainly, but the performance by Leslyn Lewis, a person who is, I mean, virtually unknown to many people inside the party, let alone the country, to perform this strongly, to win in the province of Saskatchewan, for instance, is a huge credit to her and to her team. What we will need to see in this second ballot round is if Derek Sloan's vote, which is 14% right now, if Derek Sloan's vote then moves to Leslyn Lewis, because they have similar beliefs. So we will have to see what happens with that, and if we even get to a third ballot. But it is possible we will. It's possible we may not get there. I would presume at this point, Vashi, that everybody in these rooms, or the leaders at least, the candidates know the results. Is that what you would expect as well?
I think so. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would expect. I don't know for certain, but likely that would seem to make sense, and you can see that reflected a little bit. Peter MacKay's campaign looks pretty serious, pretty resigned. I'm not sure. We're just getting a look inside Erin O'Toole's campaign right now. Look, that first ballot, I can't say it enough. That was really below where Peter MacKay, as a consistent sort of perceived frontrunner throughout this, had anticipated that his campaign would be, and where people who ran his campaign anticipated it would be as well. That is a good result for Erin O'Toole, and one that certainly encourages his campaign.
Yeah, and I think fair to say that Peter MacKay probably underperformed in places like Ontario and in Quebec. Certainly, the O'Toole room seems to be in a much happier mood. Whether that's indicative of anything, I don't know. Catherine, let me bring you in to see what you're hearing as we wait for these second ballot results on who will become the next leader, the official opposition. What are you hearing there, Catherine?
Well, the other thing I would just note is that it is actually a relatively strong performance in terms of the range of what was expected for Derek Sloan. Now, he is dropping off the ballot, but it's still important to note this big question of where that support is going to go. As Vashi said, we would expect that a lot of it would continue on to Leslyn Lewis, although that remains to be seen. I'd say of all the voters, his is perhaps the most unpredictable. And then does that continue on to Erin O'Toole, who did make a direct appeal during this campaign to social conservatives, saying, I want your vote. Essentially, I'm a safe harbor for you, despite the fact that he doesn't necessarily broadly
last little bit when it came to fundraising, to getting through to the membership to show that, yeah, she is someone to be taken seriously within this party. But that path to victory for Peter MacKay looks pretty slim at this point, and you can tell that they are not feeling good with the numbers that they got, because anything below 40 was not going to be good for him.
No, I would assume too, I don't know if anyone's told you this, Hannah, I would assume they have some knowledge of these numbers. They maybe haven't shared it with the whole room, but they certainly would know something, would they not?
What I was told, and I don't know if this is fact because they want to try to keep this, what I was told is that the leadership teams found out the numbers when we found out the numbers. Whether that's true or not, I'm not 100% sure, but that's what I was told, that's what they're trying to say anyway.
Right.
But I think they have pretty much a good feel for what's happening now.
Yes, yeah. Even just seeing those first numbers, they would know how things are going to play out in terms of where the next vote goes. I'm not sure what the delay is here. Thank you for that, Hannah. Appreciate it. I'm not sure what the delay is here in the second round ballot, because of course they have those results. So I'm not sure if they're trying to build out some drama. I don't think we need more, but we'll get the second ballot results very, very soon. But to give you an update, I don't know if we have a board or if we can put those numbers up somewhere. We'll work on that just so people can look at them as we wait for the second one. But Derek Sloan has been eliminated in this first round of ballots. That is not surprising. Oh, here, look. Ask and you shall receive. Here are the first ballot results. So Peter MacKay there with just over 33% of the vote. That's more than not near what his camp was predicting or hoping for. Erin O'Toole is in second place with 31.6% of the points. That is, for Erin O'Toole, a good showing, because he, of course, believes that he probably has more down ballot support than Peter MacKay does. And Leslyn Lewis, an impressive showing for a woman who was certainly not known to me before this race, and probably not known to many Conservatives as well. She has come in at 20.49%. And as I said, Derek Sloan actually performing probably, as Catherine mentioned there, a little bit better than he had expected. We thought he would maybe get around 10%. He's at 14%. The vast majority of his support, though, would go to Leslyn Lewis. I think Eric is already crunching those numbers. Eric Grenier says 63% of Sloan's voters ranked Lewis second. So you can see how this might then play out on the second round of ballot. We should look for probably, I would say we're heading towards 3 ballots. We should look for someone to fall off here on the next one, and we're probably headed for 3. Difficult to see, though, how Peter MacKay pulls this off, but I suppose anything is still possible. Let me bring in Corey Teneycke as we wait for the update on the second round of the ballots. Okay, Corey, we have actual things to talk about now.
Yeah, we do. It was worth the wait.
There we go. So I think disappointing for Peter MacKay, to say the very least, and certainly the body language in the room is indicative of that. Yeah.
Look, it also shows you the value of exit polling. MacKay, polling these races is very difficult. It didn't end up working out quite the way the O'Toole camp thought it was, but their confidence was clearly well placed. The numbers for the MacKay campaign are almost a worst case scenario, and the number that is probably the worst of them is the number in Quebec. For MacKay to have a path to victory, he had to do very well in Quebec.
Yeah.
And he had to rack up the score in places like Quebec, and he got beat in Quebec. So
yeah, who won in Quebec? Was it O'Toole?
It was O'Toole.
Oh, yeah.
So that's a big surprise. No one saw that coming, and I really think that as we go through these numbers in the next couple of days and do a much deeper analysis, I think the O'Toole campaign really pulled a rabbit out of the hat there and surprised, I think, a lot of pundits and people who've been looking at this, and pollsters who've been trying to poll, as difficult as it is to do in these kinds of races, who tried to look at that. I don't think anybody saw that kind of victory coming in Quebec. But I see no path to victory for MacKay right now. No. And I think, I think if I were you don't want to start popping the champagne corks too early on this, but I would certainly be chilling the champagne in the O'Toole camp right now, because I don't see enough of the Sloan vote going. As Eric was pointing out, about 60% of it is supposed to be going to Lewis on the second ballot. That's just not quite enough to get ahead of the other two candidates for Lewis. But oh my gosh, like Leslyn Lewis, should feel, her campaign should feel euphoric about the numbers that she racked up. Sure. Winning Saskatchewan, finishing strong right across the board. That's something that nobody's seen coming. But my look at this, I don't see a path to victory for McKay, and I have a lot of trouble seeing an outcome that is not an O'Toole victory.
Let me also say, I mean, you would expect Sloan supporters now to go to Lewis on the second ballot, or many of them to go to Lewis.
Not necessarily all of them.
Not necessarily. Okay, no, fair enough.
Most of them. Yeah.
Most of them. But just before we say goodbye to Derek Sloan now, 14% is actually pretty good for him. Like we didn't think it would get that high even. Yeah.
It's very high, and it's significant in a couple of different ways. Like the hardcore social conservative vote in the Conservative Party in the last race was roughly 15%. He got almost 100% of that hardcore vote himself. And I suspect, as we look at this analysis, a lot more social conservatives turned out in this race than did last race. I suspect that's in part because of the feeling that they were being marginalized in the party, and that this was sort of an existential fight for a role for them in the party. And so I think they came out in stronger than expected numbers. The Sloan total is basically the total for all social conservative support in the last race. So, and clearly, Leslyn Lewis would have gotten some support from social conservatives as well. So, I think more social conservatives came out than in the last election, the last leadership election, and they really made their presence felt. But that being said, I'm not sure it's enough to elect a social conservative, but it certainly was enough to defeat Peter MacKay.
Okay, you're confident in saying that? You don't see any way for him to pull it off here in two more ballots?
So the first comment I made tonight when I got on air is if he's not above 40, he's in deep trouble, and he's nowhere close to 40. He's, that's the smell of burnt toast in the air. It's not good. It's the last thing you want to sniff as a candidate at this time of night.
Okay, so is it? So who is it between right now then? Is it still between McKay and O'Toole, or is it?
I think it's between Lewis and O'Toole, because I just don't see McKay
crazy.
having growth.
That's pretty impressive for a woman who's never been MP, who wasn't. I don't know if you knew her. You may have known her from the campaign where she ran, but.
Look, I think she is the story of the campaign, and really ran a campaign unlike any I've ever seen in terms of getting those results. I think it's a real credit to the party. I think it speaks to a lot of things. It's not impossible that she win tonight, but I think it's very, very difficult. Yeah. But I think it's very likely she'll finish second. I guess we will see. But that is an accomplishment that is really, if she pulls it off, that is unparalleled. Yeah. Totally unprecedented. And it speaks well of Conservatives. It speaks well of Canada. I think people in Saskatchewan, my home province, should pat themselves on the back for putting her in first. I think the only province that she finished first in. That's I think speaks well of a party that is open to trying to make sure that all different kinds of people are in leadership positions, and that's something that will help the party overall. It'll help us in every corner of this country.
Yeah, and I don't mean a slight to Ms. Lewis when I say it's crazy, but it is remarkable that someone who who has never been a politician, who unsuccessfully ran and replaced a candidate who was not well known to sort of establishment conservatives, if there is such a thing, who probably didn't get enough media coverage as a candidate, in spite of all those things, was not perceived as a front runner, managed to raise that much money and gain this much support in the first ballot, that says remarkable things about her team and certainly about her as a person. So, I mean, she will have a future inside this party, right?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Look, Rosie, if she spoke a little bit of French, even a little bit of French, she'd probably be the leader tonight.
Look at that.
It's she's just a handful of, I think she's going to end up just a tiny bit short. Yeah. And you were speaking earlier about her inability to communicate in French. Yeah. I think if she had that even a little bit, there's a very good chance that she would be walking out tonight the winner.
Well, I'm sure she's going to get on those French lessons ASAP if she hasn't already done it. Okay, Corey, thank you for that. We'll be back once we know second round results. Let me bring back Vassy Kapelis, host of Power and Politics, who's been looking at the numbers more, talking to people more as we wait to see how many ballots this is going to take. Of course, it can take a maximum of 3 because there are 4 candidates. We're down to 3 candidates now. 1 has fallen off. And what are you hearing from people in terms of likelihood of this even going to 3?
Yeah, my expectation is that it will likely go to 3. That is what I'm hearing. And again, I think it's really important to emphasize just how close Erin O'Toole and Peter MacKay were. So Peter MacKay falling well short of his campaign's expectations for a clear path to victory. Corey had outlined, and he said it too right off the top of the show, that it would have had to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 or even above. This is not that. And I think even more significantly, it's not just under 40. It's not just underperforming where the MacKay campaign wanted it to be.
Oh, I've lost Vassy there as we go to some shots of the inside of the camp.
Okay, sorry, you lost me. Can you hear me now?
I got you now. Off you go.
I was just going to say that the 2 campaigns, which are side by side conveniently on our screen there, the margin between the 2 is just so small that it's hard not to read something more significant into that. And I think that's part of the reason that I do anticipate this goes to a 3rd ballot. It's also part of the reason that I think the momentum is really behind Erin O'Toole right now. Some of those results truly fascinating, right? The result in Quebec, especially, we know how much weight Quebec and Ontario have. The results in Quebec, very significant. We had seen one of his, top campaign officials, I guess you could say, speaking with Hannah earlier about the efforts in Quebec. There was a huge effort made on the part of the campaign there, not just across the country, but specifically to target Quebec. And it looks to have been to Erin O'Toole's advantage to do so. He won the sort of point system there by a pretty large margin. So I think, the momentum at this point, and I don't want to make any predictions, but I see it going to the 3rd ballot, and I definitely see it behind O'Toole. You can see just in the visual there the different dynamics in the 2 campaigns, right? One a lot more resigned and serious, and the other looking a bit more upbeat. As you and Corey were discussing, the story of Leslyn Lewis is a big one in this campaign, no matter what happens on the next ballot. The fact that she came in relatively, and I want to say the word relatively, unknown, at least compared to especially the front runners, and was able to secure the province of Saskatchewan, for example, and place so highly in Alberta, 2 provinces that saw Conservatives come out en masse in the last election, I think is also really impossible to discount. And so I think, like you and Corey were saying, her future is a pretty, whatever she wants it to be, I guess, in the Conservative Party. But right now, I guess my focus is what the next ballot tells us about the margin between Erin O'Toole and Peter MacKay. And if we continue to see it as close as it was in the first ballot, that could mean a lot for Erin O'Toole in the 3rd ballot.
Quite right. Okay, I'm not really sure what the holdup is with the second ballot, but I would encourage the Conservatives to come out and give us that, because they obviously have it, and it would be good to start getting it as we near 1 a.m. here. I just a couple perhaps notes about Erin O'Toole and Peter MacKay. Erin O'Toole, remember, he was first elected in 2012 in a by-election in Durham. He did serve as a cabinet minister. We sometimes talk about Peter MacKay as a cabinet minister. Erin O'Toole also has that experience, Minister of Veterans Affairs. He ran in the 2017 leadership race. He came in third in that race. He was the critic of foreign affairs for the party before he had to remove himself from that role in order to run. Former member of the military, former lawyer, corporate lawyer, and has been really pushing himself as sort of the the blue, true blue conservative, if you will. Peter MacKay, maybe better known just because he's been in politics longer. He won the Progressive Conservative leadership back in 2003, and that, of course, is when he made the decision, along with his party, to merge it with Stephen Harper's Canadian Alliance to form the modern Conservative Party as we know it. He left federal politics back in 2015 and decided not to run. He served as Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Defense, Minister of Justice, and Attorney General, so many positions there. And then after leaving politics, although leaving the door wide open, clearly he joined a law firm in Toronto where he's been living with his wife and 3 children. So, you know, similar but different kind of biographies for both of those two men as they both now await to see what is going to happen. Erin O'Toole, of course, though, is already a sitting MP. So regardless of what happens, he will return to that role. It will make it easier if he is indeed chosen leader tonight because he will already have a seat. His family, I must say, looks pretty pumped there. He and his wife and his 2 children. Peter MacKay on the left of your screen, waiting for those results too. He does not have a seat inside the House, and I'm actually not sure if he has promised to run again, regardless of whether he wins tonight. That would be, I think, surprising, but we will wait to hear more from others. Maybe go to Catherine Cullen now as we await. It's closing in on 1, so my ability to speak is starting to wane, Catherine. Do we have any sense of timing here of the second ballot? Because obviously they have the results. I'm not sure why we're not just going to spit them out. But
yeah, you were asking earlier, I don't know the answer to that. You were asking earlier, though, about whether or not the campaigns know, and I was speaking to someone with the O'Toole campaign who was saying that they don't know, and they are pointing out to me that there is still a path to victory for Leslyn Lewis at this point. But you can, obviously you can see from the buoyant mood in the room that they are optimistic at very best. If somebody hasn't sort of given them a little bit of a heads up, they are saying this matches their projections very well. We've talked a little bit during the show about the amount of exit polling that particular team did. So they really were following up with people on the Conservative Party list, those that they knew had voted, tried to get a sense of where they were landing. This all feels really good to them. Talked earlier about Erin O'Toole and his success in Quebec and what a good thing that is. The question, of course, remains how much of this vote is going to carry over. But, lots of big smiles on the O'Toole family faces that we saw there. They have reason to feel good. And Leslyn Lewis's people, the sense I get is that they're feeling pretty good as well, although you perhaps don't see quite the same level of enthusiasm. I can see we've got the O'Toole headquarters up there on the screen. His campaign manager in the corner, Fred Delory, who spoke to Hannah earlier. Next to him, that's his principal secretary, Tasha Michaud, somebody who's been with him on Parliament Hill for quite a long time, along with his wife, 2 children. I think that's his dad and stepmother. At this point, Rosie, I might just name every single member of the the dog. Good. Wexford does not appear to be there. But they're obviously feeling pretty good, and this is a day we should say that they haven't just been planning 8 months for. The people surrounding Erin O'Toole were very clear to me. They tried to take as many lessons as they could from the 2017 campaign. They really did feel that they had a path to victory there, but they refined things. Do we have some perhaps results coming in now?
Specified procedures over the calculation of the total points received by each leadership candidate in connection with the election results. As a result of applying the procedures, we found no exceptions. However, these procedures do not constitute an audit of the election result, and accordingly, we do not express an opinion on such information. Thank you. And with that, Dan and Lisa, I'm going to give you the results for round 2 and 3.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Doreen. That's very helpful. So we will. So first thing to do, la première fois qu'on va mentionner, c'est qu'on va donner les résultats du scrutin national. On va pas faire les régions pour les prochains résultats. Et donc on va faire ça pour le deuxième scrutin. Est-ce qu'on est prêt avec les résultats?
Are we ready with the results for the second ballot?
Are we ready with the second round results? OK.
We are ready to go.
OK. En ordre alphabétique, Leslyn Lewis, 10 140 points. Peter MacKay, 11 756 points. Et Erin O'Toole, 11 903 points. Madame Lewis, on vous félicite, on vous remercie pour participer avec une campagne remarquable.
Thank you very much for participating in the campaign, Ms. Lewis.
Round 2. In alphabetical order, Ms. Lewis, 10,140 points. Mr. McKay, 11,756 points. Mr. O'Toole, 11,903 points. Ms. Lewis falls off this ballot. We proceed to the third, and I want to thank her very much for her participation in this leadership race.
Our second ballot results, Leslyn Lewis has fallen off the second ballot. You can see the cheers in the Erin O'Toole room, and that is because they likely know where this third ballot is heading. Let's listen in now for those official results. The next Conservative Party leader will be known in just moments.
Monsieur McKay.
Mr. McKay.
14 528 points.
14,528 points. The winner and next leader of the Conservative Party is Erin O'Toole with 19,000 points.
14,528 points. Mr. O'Toole, 19,271 points. Erin O'Toole is the new leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. Congratulations, Mr. O'Toole.
Félicitations, Monsieur O'Toole. Et merci à tout le monde.
If you're wondering what's coming next.
Okay, you are obviously looking at live shots inside Erin O'Toole's suite with his campaign workers, his family, his friends. Erin O'Toole has become Canada's third leader of the official of the Conservative Party and now leader of the official opposition. He did it in 3 ballots, and he pulled off a win that when it came down to that final ballot, he had a significant lead. We'll keep watching those shots from inside his suite as his team members celebrate Erin O'Toole becoming the third leader of the Conservative Party of Canada and the leader of the official opposition. He said that he was ready to take on that job come day one, come Monday, and he will have to do that. Peter MacKay falls off on the third ballot, not the leader of the party that he helped to found, could very well mean the end of Peter MacKay's political career. Let's go to Vassy Kapelas as we watch these shots now. We are hoping to hear from Erin O'Toole with a speech tonight. As you can see, many of the people in that room pretty thrilled with how this has unfolded, a long campaign and a very long night. But Erin O'Toole has done it on the third ballot. That wasn't really all that close when we got down to the end of it there, Vassy.
No, not at all. And I actually think the numbers that we've witnessed finally, I should say, witnessed Dan Nolan and Lisa Raitt readout are pretty consequential and pretty, I think, informative as we look back, as we now will look back on how this ended up playing out. Erin O'Toole's, I think Corey had mentioned exit polling. O'Toole's campaign, you heard Fred Delory with Hannah not too long ago saying, we know we've got this. And in fact, many people from his campaign were telling me a few hours before our special started that they believe they would win it on the third ballot. They were still a bit nervous a little while ago, as Catherine pointed out, thinking that Leslyn Lewis still had a path to victory. But basically, when they saw those initial numbers, how close they were to McKay on the first ballot, and then Lewis with 30%, pretty close to them actually on the second. But once she dropped off, it became pretty evident that O'Toole would win. This is a big victory for Mr. O'Toole and a bit of a surprise if you think about the narrative right from the start of this campaign about Peter MacKay kind of preparing for this run for so long, so much of the speculation. It was him who, of course, almost derided Andrew Scheer for not being able to score on an empty net, right, in the last in the last election. And I think, you know, Erin O'Toole had throughout the campaign contended that it was a lot closer than most people thought, and that it would be close in the end. And certainly not only was it close, but as you can see him there hugging members of his campaign and celebrating, it was not really that close in the end. In fact, he was able to pull out a win. This is his third time running for leadership of this party. I'm not sure how many of of the party's establishment would have guessed that this would be the outcome today, but certainly his campaign was adamant and right until that exit polling today that they had a good shot, and then in fact more than a good shot apparently.
So the final percentage in terms of how that shook down, Peter MacKay, sorry, let me just go back and get this right because it's late at night and I don't want to make a mistake here. Peter MacKay ended up with 42.9% of the vote on the third round, and Erin O'Toole with 57% of the vote. So yes, a significant win for him. And from Eric Grenier, who's already crunching some of those numbers, he says that 56% of the Lewis Sloan voters ranked Erin O'Toole next, second, or on the last ballot, if they did put that down, and 15% of them ranked MacKay, whereas the rest of them ranked neither. So obviously it was that Lewis Sloan support that clinched this for Erin O'Toole. It did not matter that Peter MacKay raised the most money. It did not matter that Peter MacKay had the most endorsements from caucus, whether it be MPs or senators. It was, in fact, the additional support that Erin O'Toole managed to garner down ballot from Lewis and Sloan supporters that pushed him over the top and has now made him with a significant and defining victory, really, one that he can certainly say he rightfully walked off with in spite of all the complications around the ballots. Erin O'Toole becoming the next leader of the Conservative Party of Canada and the next official opposition leader. He will lead the Conservative Party into the next election, whenever that may be. And it'll be interesting to see how he approaches all of that. I think Eddie Hsu is standing by or coming up soon because I want to get them to weigh in on all of that as well. It does, of course, it does make a difference that the down ballot support, the people that ranked O'Toole after they ranked someone else further down on their ballot, that is the thing that seems to have made the difference here for Erin O'Toole. So he must be thrilled. But the other person who must be thrilled tonight is Leslyn Lewis, who managed to stay on the second ballot. And did very, very well, garnering a lot of support in provinces across the country, and has certainly made a name for herself in the party, and can likely sort of decide what her future will be inside that party. But I think Conservatives have sent a strong message to Ms. Lewis tonight, to Dr. Lewis, that she is welcome in the party, and they want to find a place for her. So. That would be happy news for Leslyn Lewis, who probably didn't expect to perform like this when she kicked off her campaign all those months ago. The person with the worst night, who will be feeling really disappointed in events, is obviously Peter MacKay, who had hoped to take over the party that he helped found with Stephen Harper all those years ago, and in spite a strong performance on many fronts that might have led us to believe he would have it, it just simply didn't happen when it came down to votes and to points across the country. Let me bring in Catherine Cullen to see what Catherine Cullen is hearing from various Vassy. I'll go to Vassy and just hear if you're hearing anything more. I don't even know if Peter MacKay's campaign would be speaking at this stage, but obviously, this is incredibly disappointing, and it is so interesting because the normal indicators that we would look at, like endorsements, like money, all those kinds of things, they don't actually tell the whole story in these kinds of leadership races, and that's what Peter MacKay has learned, unfortunately, tonight.
Yeah, and we see examples of that all over the place. Money doesn't always dictate fundraising, doesn't always dictate the outcome, but I think especially when it's a race that is focused on a party, sometimes the way the general public views the people who are running for that can impact how we perceive the way in which the race might play out. So in this case, Peter MacKay is probably best known of the four people who were running to the Canadian public writ large. He's been a longtime cabinet minister. He was a high-profile cabinet minister, certainly for many years here in Ottawa and out in Nova Scotia. And so right away, he came out of the gates as the front runner. Plus, a lot of the things he said throughout Mr. Scheer's tenure got a lot of play. There was a lot of interest. I remember being at a convention where he introduced Mr. Scheer, and the audience was incredibly, and that was a party convention, incredibly receptive and very eager to hear from him. So it seemed like he was walking into something in which he would just be anointed. But, to give credit where credit is due, Erin O'Toole and his campaign right from the start fought back against that notion, right? Very precisely and very consistently throughout this. And it'll be interesting to look back once this is, officially over, and look into sort of the different tactics that they employed, because from my understanding, the O'Toole campaign was very big on personal phone calls and outreach and trying to ensure that those mail-in ballots were sent in, and they had a certain tactic that they employed. They also regionally focused in on a couple areas that ended up being really beneficial to them, and I'd highlight Quebec, chief among those regions. Yes. Erin O'Toole was able to perform extremely well and take Quebec in the first ballot, and that, because of the weighting, that ended up having, because of the number of ridings there, to be simple, that ended up having a huge impact overall on the progression of the vote tallies as you went down the line into the third ballot. So, I've only gotten one text. You're right to point out that Peter MacKay's campaign, I'm sure they're not, and understandably not too eager to talk, but the person's saying that they are, as disappointed as it gets. And that's not a surprise, because I think they were expecting maybe even a bit more closely fought of a race than they did not expect to get 33% on the first ballot. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, politics is rough. It's a rough business. We've seen that over and over again over the past couple of weeks, and that's just unfortunately the way it goes. Sometimes people are disappointed. Do we have Hannah? Is she down there? Let me know. No? Yes, Hannah? Yes, okay, let me go to Hannah if I can, just to see what you're hearing, and because I haven't had you weigh in yet on the results, so go ahead.
Hi, well, I am hearing from Erin O'Toole's camp, and clearly you could see from the pictures there, they're extremely happy. As Vashti was just saying, yeah, there's a lot of disappointment in the Peter MacKay team, and I haven't heard back from a lot of people I typically talk with. I got one response back from one of the people who works on the campaign. It was simply just poo. It's like darn for them, right? And then I think, essentially they're disappointed. They, as Vashti was saying too, this is something they thought he was in the lead from the very beginning of this campaign. But I was telling you earlier, you felt like there was this different feel from them over the last little bit, that they simply didn't have what they needed to push him past that threshold. And that number that he got on the first ballot was so disappointing for them. Anything below, I was told, 40.5% would be extremely disappointing. The numbers he got in Quebec, they thought they would do a lot better there. And in fact, even Leslyn Lewis beat Peter MacKay in Alberta. So there's a lot of disappointments for that team out there. I think they're going to probably lick their wounds for a little bit. They don't really want to talk right now, because this is about celebration now for Erin O'Toole's team for sure. And
I'm going to just cut you off there, because we are seeing Erin O'Toole and his wife and two children. His wife, Rebecca, if I'm not mistaken. His children, Molly and Jack. Just wanted to make sure I got their names right as we learn more about Mr. O'Toole and his family. They are walking now into the room where Erin O'Toole is expected to give a victory speech. Of course, such an unusual sight, just this picture alone, to see all four members of the family wearing masks, as we all have to do these days, but it still becomes a remarkable moment for a new leader of a political party in a very difficult time, a country dealing with a pandemic and an economic recovery. Here's Erin O'Toole being greeted by Andrew Scheer, the outgoing leader, and his wife, Jill, embracing Rebecca O'Toole.
Hey, Alupa. Congrats.
Hugging reluctantly, perhaps knowing we're getting a little close to what we should not be doing in terms of social distancing, but there we go. Lisa Raitt and Dan Nolan congratulating Erin O'Toole as well. Of course, this would normally be a convention hall full of people cheering and clapping and with lots of music, but this is what a convention looks like in these times.
I was going to open the last envelope with one of our machines, but passed.
Yeah. And get the tape out. Yeah. Oh.
Well,
where are the balloons?
No,
balloons.
don't start with the balloons.
You got the mask, I got balloons.
Oh.
Blink. You call me?
We were hoping for that, but, you know, until you see it. Yeah. No, I mean, chatting with some dad's dad, right? Like your dad was solid. My dad was solid. There was a couple of surprises tonight, but the one we were really hoping.
This is where we're eavesdropping now to see what kind of take Aaron O'Toole and Andrew Scheer are saying. This was, of course, he says, surprising. There were some surprising moments there. This is what he was hoping for, but interesting that in that shot there, of course, Aaron O'Toole ran against Andrew Scheer in the last leadership race and lost to him. Lisa Raitt was also a contender for that leadership back in 2017.
You're the boss. I'll slip right into it. And so,
probably fair to say as well that the relationship between Aaron O'Toole and Andrew Scheer is a better one than the one between Andrew Scheer and Peter MacKay, because of the way Peter MacKay had strongly criticized Andrew Scheer's performance in the last election, even before he had declared he was running to be leader. I would say there's still animosity around those comments that Peter MacKay made, and I don't think we would be seeing the same kind of moment that we are seeing here tonight, where Andrew Scheer seems, quite content with who has pulled this off tonight. And it is, of course, Aaron O'Toole. So a face you're going to have to get familiar with across this country if you don't know him. Certainly Conservative Party members know him, and many Canadians do as well, from his time as a cabinet minister in Stephen Harper's government, and someone that's been around for a long time now. We are expecting to hear from him tonight in a speech to members and to Canadians.
so I can take this off and go.
You can take it off. Vida, you can take it off. Are your kids here now? Or they
We are ready?
Yeah, let's stage.
A little bit different than a regular convention. Here he is now, the next leader of the Conservative Party of Canada and the leader of the official opposition, Aaron O'Toole, making his first speech
country
as
have
leader.
been patient throughout this leadership race, as Canadians have been through COVID-19, and Conservatives were patient again tonight. So thank you for being patient throughout this leadership race. But I want to start by thanking my friends, Leslyn Lewis, Derek Sloan, and of course, the Honourable Peter MacKay. Thank you for stepping up for our country. Congratulations for the campaigns you have run, for the ideas you have put forward, and for the Canadians you have recruited to our cause. Thank you for putting your name on the ballot, for leaving your family for weeks to travel all over this great country, whether on the ground or in a room of your house for hours of Zoom calls. Thank you for talking to Canadians about our country, our party, and ideas for a stronger future. Thank you for valuing the grassroots members of our movement. I want to thank my incredible campaign team from coast to coast to coast. We have built a passionate team of patriotic Canadians, and your hard work led to this victory. Mes amis, cette course montre que le Parti
Friends,
conservateur
this race shows that the Conservative Party is a party of ideas and principles. With Peter and Derek and my other colleagues, I think we have proven that. Thank you to all three of you. We will continue that work together. During this race, I was very proud to travel right across La Belle Province, and I met hundreds of Quebecers in Montreal, Trois-Rivières, Quebec City, and the Saguenay. Thank you for greeting me and talking to me about the economy, health, and agriculture. When young people talk to me about the race, when they talk about it again, I think they will be talking about our tremendous success in Quebec. We built an incredible team that can really reflect the beauty of our two founding peoples.
Leslyn and Derek, you worked incredibly hard, and I look forward to all of us working together to build a stronger country with more opportunity for our children and our grandchildren. I would also like to thank Andrew and Jill Scheer and your family for your service and dedication to the country and to our party. We will continue to work together for Canadians. And of course, I want to thank my wife, Rebecca. Our children, Molly and Jack, and all of my family and friends here tonight, or still up watching at home. Thank you for your love, advice, and patience these 9 months. Cette victoire revient évidemment à mon épouse Rebecca.
Is owed to my wife, Rebecca, my 2 children, Jack and Molly, and of course, my entire family and our friends. Thank you for your love, your patience, and your advice.
Most of all, thank you to the tens of thousands of Canadians from coast to coast to coast who voted for me. You put your faith in me to lead this historic party, and I'm honored and humbled. I promise you, I will not let you down. Today, you have given me a clear mission to unite our party, to champion our conservative principles, to show Canadians what we know so well, that Justin Trudeau and his team are failing our great country. We must continue to point out Liberal failings and corruption, but we must also show Canadians our vision for a stronger, prosperous, and more united Canada. Canada can and must do better, and Conservatives will work hard to earn the trust and confidence of Canadians in the next election. Aujourd'hui, vous me donnez une
Today,
mission claire.
you are giving me a clear mission to unite our party, to stand up for our values, and to show once again that Justin Trudeau is weakening our country. But I don't want to just criticize the Liberals. We will be proposing a vision of a stronger Canada, a more united and prosperous Canada, a vision that is a positive, conservative vision.
Now the real work begins. We could be into an election campaign as soon as this fall. But as more than 260,000 passionate Conservatives have already shown in this record-breaking leadership amidst a pandemic, the Conservative Party will be ready for the next election, and we will win the next election. To the millions of Canadians that are still up, that I'm meeting tonight for the first time, good morning. I'm Aaron O'Toole. You're going to be seeing and hearing a lot from me in the coming weeks and months. But I want you to know from the start that I'm here to fight for you and your family. There are
millions of fellow citizens that are seeing me for the first time tonight, but we have a lot in common. I was born in Montreal, and I grew up in Ontario. I learned French in the Canadian Armed Forces, and yes, I do speak like an Anglo, but an Anglo who respects Francophones and who is proud of French in this country. I am in politics to fight for all Canadians and for our 2 national languages.
Millions of Canadians, Rebecca and I have been juggling a lot of jobs lately. With our kids at home, COVID has made us appreciate teachers more than ever before. My mother, who passed away when I was 9, was a teacher. And throughout my life, I wish she was here to give me advice. Right now, I wish she were here to see her child succeed. But I know she is here tonight because I can see her in my daughter, who shares her name. Thankfully, I've also had my stepmother, also a teacher, to guide me to this very day. I'm thankful that she and my dad are here with me tonight. My father, John, inspired me into public service. But like many teenagers, especially those who lost a parent, I gave my dad a hard time growing up. He worked at General Motors for over 30 years, which brought us from Sainte-Thérèse, Quebec, to Bowmanville, Ontario, to my home in the Toronto area. After high school, I joined the military to gain discipline and to serve the country. It deepened my love for Canada and defines who I am today. I served as a navigator on Sea King helicopters and sailed with our Navy out of Halifax. It was in Halifax where I met Rebecca, the love of my life. Today, Rebecca and I are both navigating, raising our amazing children, Molly and Jack. And 5 days ago, Rebecca and I celebrated 20 years of marriage. I have spent my entire adult life trying to serve Canada and its people. Soon, I will be asking Canadians for the chance to serve as Prime Minister so that we can get this country back on track. I love this country, and I'm very worried about the course we are on. When I launched my campaign in Calgary in January, I said that the stakes were high. They are even higher today. Our country is currently facing its most serious economic challenges since the Great Depression. Capital and jobs have been leaving Canada, and large deficits were being run before the COVID crisis led to record debt and deficits. Des centaines d'entreprises familiales sont
Hundreds
près
of
de
family
la
businesses are on the verge of bankruptcy. We can see that in the aluminum industry. Nothing being done for them or for the forest industry. Warren Buffett has canceled his billion-dollar investments in the Saguenay. And with Liberals, Canada has become a risky country in which to invest. We have to give confidence to employers and businesses and innovators once again. We must remind them that it is possible for Canada to be a better place, the best place in the world to do business. But especially, I want to fight for all the people who have been forgotten, people who get up early to feed their families, men and women who work hard and who are proud to work. They can count on me.
Our country is more divided than it ever has been in my lifetime. People are losing faith in Canada because of the ideological and out-of-touch policies from the Liberals. We just emerged from the first wave of the largest health crisis in our history. Premiers across our country have shown real leadership amid the COVID-19 crisis. They were looking out for you. Justin Trudeau, Bill Morneau, and the Liberals showed once again that even amid a national crisis, they were still interested in looking after their friends. We can rebuild our great country while protecting Canadians from the ongoing threat of COVID-19. We can get Canadians back to work, be proud of the things we grow, build, and produce in Canada again. We must have a government that will keep us safe and ensure that we are never ill-prepared again. To do that, we need a leader with real-world experience and someone who is not afraid to make the tough decisions. A leader who cares more about keeping Canadians safe and united than about his personal image and the interests of insiders. We need a leader who puts Canadians first and will stand up for Canada and our interests in a challenging world where we've lost the respect of our friends and allies. The world still needs more Canada. It just needs less Justin Trudeau. Why should I be that leader? Because I believe that whether you are black, white, brown, or from any race or creed, whether you are LGBT or straight, whether you are an Indigenous Canadian or have joined the Canadian family 3 weeks ago or 3 generations ago, whether you're doing well or barely getting by, whether you worship on Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, or not at all, you are an important part of Canada, and you have a home in the Conservative Party of Canada. Maybe you have voted for a different party your whole life, or have never voted at all. Maybe you feel that as a union member, you should not vote for our party. Maybe you feel let down repeatedly by politicians. Maybe your family came to Canada for better, but you are still waiting for fair treatment. Maybe you run a small business and work all day only to be called a tax cheat by your own government. It is time for many Liberal and NDP voters to socially distance themselves from those out-of-touch parties. It is time for more Canadians to look at the Conservative Party again. If you want the opportunity to work hard to provide for your family, you should be voting Conservative. If you want to stop insiders from getting ahead while you are falling back, you should be voting Conservative. If you are proud of what we produce in this country, whether it's the resources in the ground or the ideas in our heads, you should be voting Conservative. And if you believe deeply, like I do, that you need an ethical government and that we need to give the Ethics Commissioner a break, you should be voting Conservative. Justin Trudeau and Jagmeet Singh claim to stand up for working families, but they fail them time and time again. Et le Bloc québécois,
And the
on
Bloc
va se
québécois,
dire la vérité.
well, the Bloc
est passé date.
is
Il renaît quand
behind the
Justin Trudeau
times.
méprise les Québécois.
It rises when Justin Trudeau shows nothing but disrespect for Quebecers. But it is now time for Quebec to have a seat at the decision-making table. And I'm saying to all of you that nationalist Quebecers have an important place in the Conservative
Canada needs
Party.
serious leadership for these challenging times, to keep Canadians safe and prepared for the future, to rebuild our country, to navigate our way out of record Liberal deficits before they put our social programs at risk, to ensure that we rebuild stronger and more self-reliant, more resilient, so that we are better prepared for future waves of COVID-19 and all threats, to restore Canada's place in a tough world, earning back the respect that Justin Trudeau has lost on the world stage. That is what Conservatives stand for. Doing what is right, even when it is not what is easy. That is what Canadians stand for. It's the same sense of duty that kept our healthcare workers and PSWs helping our sick in the early weeks of the pandemic when they were worried about risks to themselves and their families. On a tous été fiers de nos
We were all
soldats qui sont
proud of our
venus aider
soldiers
dans les
who went
CHSLD.
in to help out in the long-term care homes. The situation was a difficult one, but Canadians worked together.
Dans nos familles, on a
In our
cuisiné des
families,
tartes portugaises.
we made
pris
Portuguese
soin de
tarts.
nos parents.
We took care of our
Il y a eu
parents.
des bons et des mauvais coups.
There were good
on a
things and bad
continué.
things, but we kept
That
going.
same feeling when a family helps newcomers to Canada by opening up their own home and letting them get their start with the help from family or friends in the community, even when it makes things challenging. That same feeling our soldiers must have felt at the bottom of Vimy Ridge more than a century ago. It's a belief in what Canada can be. It's a belief in the hope and opportunity that Canada represents. My fellow Canadians, my name is Aaron O'Toole. I believe in this country, and I'm running to serve you as Prime Minister. Thank you, and good night. You guys, come on.
Okay, that is Aaron O'Toole, leader of the Conservative Party of Canada and leader of the official opposition in this country too, giving his first speech as leader, a speech where he, as you heard there at the end, and he's mentioned during the speech as well, where he introduced himself to Canadians. There's Leslyn Lewis now coming out to shake his hand. She fell off the ballot. Peter MacKay coming to shake his hand. And Derek Sloan also. So a show of unity there at the end for the people who did not win to come forward and support the new leader of the party here, who gave, I will say, a speech that did hit all of the right notes. It was really not only an appeal to party members, but also had to reach out to different parts of the country. He reached out to Quebec, to Alberta, talked to Canadians who may be feeling left down by the Trudeau Liberals. Had some good lines in there, which we will talk about with our reporters in just a minute. Obviously, this would have been a convention hall full of people and supporters cheering for Mr. O'Toole, but there you go, a nice moment, a nice show of support from the former leader to the now current leader, Aaron O'Toole, who pulled this off pretty handily on the third ballot, walked away with it pretty easily. and can now, as you see, breathe a sigh of relief and go off and get to work, as he said. I'll bring in my colleagues. I'll start with the host of Power and Politics, Vassy Kapelas. We'll leave these pictures up, but we'll start talking a little bit about that speech. There were a couple of really good lines in there, Vassy, and I do think it hit a lot of the notes that the new leader needed to hit. There's a funny line where he says, good morning, I'm Erin O'Toole, because of course we are mourning in Eastern Canada. I'm here to fight for your family. He talked about the divide inside the country. He said the world still needs more Canada, it just needs less Justin Trudeau. He appealed to Indigenous people, LGBTQ people. He said, if you feel like you've been left behind, maybe start considering us. He said that the Bloc was out of touch, that nationalists in Quebec had an important place in the Conservative Party of Canada, and that the Liberal deficits that needed to be ended before they put an end to social programs or put our social programs at risk, which I thought was an interesting line around his fiscal conservatism. I mean, there were lots of moments in there in terms of appeals to people, some criticism, obviously, of the government, but really a good, strong first speech from the leader.
Yeah, I think if I were to take away sort of one thing from listening to that, it is that Erin O'Toole inherently recognizes that his task as leader of the party will be to grow its base. And there was an inherent acknowledgement in that in so much of what he just said. Appeals to people that normally would not vote Conservative, let's say, or did not, to be more precise, in the last election. Something that he's spoken about before, and he did pretty much right after the last election himself, kind of being familiar with the 905, an area that they would have had to grow in order to be more successful in the last election. I just thought that it was clear it reminded me of a speech, in a way, this might sound weird, that I heard from Justin Trudeau years ago. Before, I think it was maybe right before he became Prime Minister, when he was talking about Conservatives, right? And they aren't your enemy. You have to look across the aisle and sort of, hey, you could have a home here. And I very much heard that message in this speech from Erin O'Toole tonight. Are you disenchanted with either the Liberals or the NDP? Are you someone in a union who wouldn't normally look to our party to represent you? Well, take a second look, and here's why. And look, it's just one speech, but I do think it was definitely in tone and tenor and in content very different from what we even heard from Andrew Scheer a few 300 hours ago, whatever it was earlier tonight. There was a difference, right? There was a positive tone, and I really think inherent in the speech was an acknowledgement, a very concerted acknowledgement that it will be his job to expand the base, and that started today.
Yeah, I think that, forget the speech from 300 hours ago. I mean, I'm not sure I've heard Andrew Scheer do that kind of pointed reach out to various groups. Various groups across the country. That was obviously, you're quite right to make that point, and it's an important one. That this was not only a thank you to the many people that brought him here, but also an appeal to people who maybe have looked at the Conservative Party and not been sure, as you said, to ask them to look again. I'll get Catherine Cullen to weigh in there on what you're hearing. Obviously, a big moment for Erin O'Toole, because it's also his first speech. Maybe not everybody's awake, but they're going to hear parts of that speech tomorrow, and people will be picking over it to see, whether the right messages were sent, and if the goal, and I think this is the goal of the new leader, is to reach out and to show unity. He did hit a lot of those notes in that speech.
And it was interesting as sort of the variety of notes too, right? Like certainly an appeal to different regions of the country, talking about Montrealers, I speak English like an Anglophone, not like a Francophone, but I understand your issues. A direct appeal to Alberta. He did receive, as we've talked about during the course of the show, that major powerful endorsement from Alberta Premier Jason Kenney, and Erin O'Toole, I think, was broadly seen, certainly between himself and Peter MacKay, as the one who was more understanding and sympathetic to the issues of Alberta. But I was trying to pull up some examples of his chippier, let's say, tone during the campaign. I found an old newsletter that he sent out, a fundraising email talking about stopping radical leftists, the Twitter mob, and the liberal media, like a very pugnacious tone. I thought, really a 180 He showed a very different side of himself tonight, and I thought was really actually very compelling. Not only the literal introduction, "Good morning, I'm Erin O'Toole, you're going to see more of me," but the personal story as well. I know I have interviewed him in the past, actually on Medical Aid in Dying, about losing his mother at a young age, but to talk about that so in such an upfront way, make it a part of his story, reflecting on the importance of teachers, the importance of healthcare workers, a more compassionate side. And in that, I think we see an understanding by Erin O'Toole and his team that is, while the Conservatives, the Conservative base may want that feistier side, which he certainly has, when you're introducing yourself to people, that's not necessarily the first foot you put forward. And so, a little bit of a different side. And as you say, making a very specific case, too, for why people should consider the Conservatives.
Excellent point. A real change in tone from much of what we saw from Erin O'Toole, certainly on social media throughout the campaign. Not conciliatory, but just more friendly, more amiable, not as the word you used so accurately earlier, pugnacious. Not to say that he won't go back to that, but certainly tonight.
That's part of who he is. We'll see that, too.
Yeah, that's right. Tonight it's about this and about introducing himself to Canadians. Let me just update people on a couple of tweets that have come out from people congratulating Erin O'Toole. One from the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, congratulating his longtime colleague, saying, "More than ever, our country needs a strong, united Conservative Party ready to form government." Jason Kenney, we've talked about throughout these many hours, who endorsed, oh, look at that. We're so on the ball for people who have been at this so long. There's a tweet from Stephen Harper sending his best wishes to Erin O'Toole and his wife, Rebecca, and maybe we even have the Jason Kenney one. Jason Kenney endorsed Erin O'Toole very strongly, and he says in a tweet, "Erin is a brilliant, principled patriot who is driven by a desire for a stronger Canada," says Jason Kenney. So obviously he is thrilled. He says that Erin O'Toole is committed to a fair deal for the West and a strong future for our resource industries. Apparently we do have a tweet from Peter MacKay, who we saw there on the stage. Peter MacKay saying in his tweet, "The leadership race is wrapping up. The race has left me feeling proud of our party, hopeful for the future, confident in Conservatism as a force for positive change. Let's come together and get Canada moving in the right direction." He also congratulates Erin O'Toole. So just some of the early reaction from some Conservatives. The Liberal Party has also put out a press release, which I'll get to, but let me go to Hannah first of all to get your thoughts on what we heard there from Erin O'Toole. Catherine's point is such a good one, Hannah. Not exactly the kind of things he was saying throughout the whole campaign, but presenting a different part of himself, I guess, to appeal more broadly to the rest of Canada, knowing these clips are going to be played again and again and again over the next number of days.
You know what? And that's more of the Erin O'Toole that I knew from the last leadership race.
Yes, I agree.
Found he was a different. I found he was a little bit different, a little bit. I think the word we keep using is chippy, because I think that's the best word to use, chippier during this one. And in that speech, one of the things we've been hearing from everybody saying, when we look forward to that speech, we want to see things like bringing in the other candidates. That's one of the first things he did, and he did it in a really nice way. In fact, he seemed yes, of course he's very happy, but it was a more uplifting speech than, as Vashti was saying 300 hours ago, than when we heard from Andrew Scheer. And he addressed all of those issues by bringing in different parts of the country. Quebec, he mentioned in particular, out west, all of those issues, like to try to, snub out that Wexit growth that's happening right now out west, but also the fact that, this party is ready for a potential campaign if that were to happen. Their fundraising numbers are quite high. They have that massive number of people who signed up to be a part of this party, but also the fact that they have, I'm told that they have people ready to, candidates and nominations ready if that leader wants to pull the trigger. And they'll have that opportunity coming up in the next couple of weeks when there is that throne speech. Now, also, one of the big things that happens now is transition. I've been told from Andrew Scheer's team that he wants to ensure this transition between himself and Aaron O'Toole, the new leader, that it's smoother than it went for him. And that's something that maybe I missed when there was transition over to Andrew Scheer, that, you know, that feeling that it was a bit rough for him. He wants it to be a smooth transition over to the new leader, and you can see that there is that good relationship between those two men. Clearly, you know, Aaron O'Toole working for Andrew Scheer in the House of Commons, and that's another thing. He can get right back to work in the House of Commons because he is a sitting MP, and that's not one of the issues he will have. So he did address all of those points that many MPs, many analysts were saying that they have to address in this speech. And like you pointed out, I thought that moment where he says, "Good morning, I'm Aaron O'Toole," that's the biggest thing that everybody said. They need to get his name known to Canadians and essentially let what's happening out there with the Trudeau government continue to happen and not get in the way of the flubs that Justin Trudeau and his team are making with the with you know, the finance minister resigning, that to let those things happen and stand back and just kind of take a breath and get people to know your name.
Okay, thank you for that, Hannah. I appreciate it. I'll come back to you if
welcome.
I have time. Thank you. Let's bring in our CBC poll analyst, Eric Grenier, though, because he's been crunching the numbers. All right, Eric, it seems from the numbers you've already sent out that O'Toole's win, sort of not unlike what happened with Andrew Scheer pulling off some support from Brad Trost all those years ago, but that his win comes from social conservatives. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, absolutely, because combined on that first ballot, Sloan and Lewis had about 35%. That's more than double what Brad Trost and Pierre Lemieux, the Social Conservatives back in 2017 had. And if you look at that final ballot, when we were talking about the people who were supporting, people who had given their vote initially to Sloan, sent it then to Lewis, by a margin of nearly 4-1, O'Toole got that support over Peter MacKay. Peter MacKay just did not have any growth further on. So Aaron O'Toole can certainly look to the supporters who backed Derek Sloan and Leslyn Lewis for his leadership victory. They're the ones that took him all the way to 50%.
So, I mean, it certainly shows us that social conservatives continue to have a strong voice when it comes to electing the leader.
Yeah, absolutely. Still a big part of the party. If we think back to 2017, Andrew Scheer was a social conservative. He just didn't run as one. So I think for a lot of conservative members, he was an acceptable candidate, because if they were social conservative, they knew that Andrew Scheer would at least sympathize with them. I think in this race, it was much clearer that there were two social conservative candidates and two who were positioning themselves as more progressive on social issues. But clearly, in the end, Aaron O'Toole's strategy to appeal to those social conservatives, to at least say that you're not the stinking albatross hanging around the neck of the leader, was a good policy and a good strategy, because Peter MacKay really did not get many votes from the people who voted for Derek Sloan and Leslyn Lewis.
No, I know we'll go through the numbers and we'll find out more about the regions and how things broke down. But I remain pretty surprised at his numbers in Quebec. Maybe I just didn't understand what was going on in Quebec, but that seems to me significant that he won in Quebec. And I wonder, I'm not sure what that says, but it's significant for him, I'm sure, as well. And it's part of why we heard him speak French and talk about how he was born in Montreal. Maybe I'll just ask you about that particular region.
Yeah, absolutely. The Conservatives need to make some inroads in Quebec. It's not clear if Aaron O'Toole really has what it will take to go up against Yves-François Blanchet and Justin Trudeau in Quebec in the next election. But it's an interesting and a surprising result. He did raise a little bit more money than Peter MacKay in Quebec, but there really wasn't much that was raised in Quebec. Yeah. And Peter MacKay had the endorsement of the majority of the Conservative caucus in Quebec. Aaron O'Toole had some supporters, particularly someone like Leo Housakos, who's well known within the Conservative movement in Quebec. But it is striking that Aaron O'Toole was able to win a lot of that vote in Quebec. And he knows that, and he has a specific platform for Quebec in his leadership platform. He knows that if the Conservatives are going to have any chance of winning the next election, they not only have to appeal to Quebec, but communicate to the rest of Canada that it's a party that at least is going to be acceptable to a lot of Quebecers.
Okay, Eric Grenier, so glad you were here throughout this long evening. Off to bed with you. Thank you, sir. We'll be reading your analysis in the morning at cbc.ca/politics. Thank you. Corey Teneycke, I'm going to give you 1 minute. I know that's not a lot after you've been here all night, but 1 minute to tell me whether you heard what you wanted to hear from Aaron O'Toole, what you make of it.
Yeah, well, I thought it was a really good speech. Like, I thought it did exactly what you should. It was a little bit of applying bandages on the internal party divisions that are inherently a part of these things, but really primarily focused on that broader Canadian audience and reaching out to them and trying to speak to other groups that frankly the Conservatives need the votes of if they want to form government. So,
is it enough, do you think, to get Canadians looking or taking a second look?
Well, one speech is never enough, but the fact that he articulated, to the groups that he wants to reach out to, and the tone I think he struck, which was, as you pointed out, far more congenial than the tone that he had during the leadership campaign. Which I think is, I think that Tony struck tonight is the right tone that you want to have as you're reaching out to a general electorate. So I think there was a lot there to feel optimistic about in terms of what he included in that speech. Yeah. It's, time will tell. Things are much bigger than one speech, but I think he got off on a good foot. And I think it's helpful that he won with such a strong showing, 57%. That's not something that anyone's going to be able to pick at the seams of. And probably the great irony of the night was the McKay, who started this as a front runner, really with comments saying that Scheer had missed a shot on an open net, and one might say that the same thing happened in this with the McKay campaign. Okay. But the story is still Leslyn Lewis, I think, in many respects. So, interesting night for sure.
Yeah, yes, a very interesting night and day. Thank you, Corey. Appreciate you being with us all through this long evening. Thank you. My thanks to Vashi, of course, to Catherine and to Hannah for their extraordinary coverage throughout this many hours. I'm sure Vashi will have more on Power and Politics tomorrow, and Catherine Cullen, I know, is hosting The Current, so you can check her out I'm not sure when she's going to sleep, but that's a different issue. Thank you for joining us after this very long night, an important political night in this country, and certainly for the Conservative Party. I'm Rosemary Barton. We want to leave you now with that moment where Erin O'Toole was declared the winner. Thank you so much to the wonderful control room, to the producers, to all the people who were guests on the show. And with that, I will bid you a good night. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you back here pretty soon.
For the final test, Mr. McKay, 14,528 points. Mr. O'Toole, 19,271 points. Erin O'Toole is the new leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. Congratulations, Mr. O'Toole.
Félicitations, Monsieur O'Toole. Et merci à tout le monde.
Now, if you're wondering what's coming next,